recognizes Familias Unidas en Acción for their unwavering commitment to justice and equity with respect to housing, education, and human rights. Thank you for all you do in support of immigrant, indigenous, and undocumented communities here in Louisiana. We appreciate you so much. And I'm happy to open it up to my colleagues. Councilmember
I'd
Green.
like to thank you all for the work that you do. I know that sometimes you don't get the recognition. I'm glad that the city council is able to recognize and support the work that you do. And just recognize that, of course, our community, I'm a very upbeat person, and I love it when I see people come in who volunteer their time and celebrate their heritage, which is so important in our city and our culture. So I just look forward to celebrating this month, probably participating in activities, including I'll find out more about today. Maybe we can have a fun council meeting and then go and celebrate today. But thank you all for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
Well, first of all, thank you guys. I mean, and even as significant as this effort is to recognize you guys, the contributions of the Afro-Latino community from the Caribbean, from my mother's family heritage, the Igano, to the work that you guys are doing now. A lot of times in history, it's not even been a footnote, it's been overlooked. But giving credit to the Latino community, but helping us rewrite the history of Afro-Latinos from Brazil to the Caribbean, from the motherland. I'm just honored to see that. And maybe right now, we live in a time when Afro-Latino men and women who've been discounted and ignored from history are finally getting their due. So on behalf of my mother's family, the Igano family, then of course the names have been changed. Here, New Orleans Afro-Latino culture is blended into our history. It's blended into Louisiana, and Louisiana is not Louisiana without your contributions. Thank you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
You know, I can't say it better than Councilmember Thomas said it, and I just want to thank you for all of your contributions to the New Orleans community and to Louisiana, and I just really thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Can we get a picture? Una foto?
Okay.
Sí? Okay.
Right over there.
¿Me miran a mí, por favor? One more, please.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'm ready whenever you are.
Roll call. Councilmember Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Green,
Present.
Councilmember Morel, Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Harris,
Here.
Councilmember King, Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. It is September 15th after 10 o'clock. This is our full council meeting. Good morning to everyone. Our invocation this morning will be led by Pastor Botan.
Could all stand for a moment of prayer, please? Gracious God, our Father, how we come to honor you. We adore you. We thank you for the day that you have given us, and we make a choice to rejoice and be glad. And we pray now that your presence will permeate this place. We pray for each of our council members who have been appointed to serve on behalf of this city. We pray that you would give them wisdom and guidance, Father, as they continue to, God, operate in their authority. We pray for our residents who are here, who are concerned about our community. God, be with them. Continue to inspire, uplift, and encourage them. We pray for a spirit of unity and a spirit of togetherness to be in this place as we operate for the betterment of the beautiful city of New Orleans. We ask all these blessings in your name, we pray. Amen.
The pledge will be led by Councilmember Harris.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight over ramparts we watched, where so gallantly streamed, and the
All right, Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to the first orders of business.
The first order of business, I'll just read the introduction part and Councilmember Druso will take it from there.
Perfect.
The first order of business is a presentation, mental health professionals speaking. Councilmember Joseph I. Jeruso III, the introduction.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank my colleagues here because ordinarily we have one special order of business for each council member per meeting, and they've allowed me the opportunity to have three. Today's mental health orders of business will center around my perspective and my point of view. I think a lot of times people forget that elected officials have perspective based on lived experiences, and mental health is certainly one for us and my family. And I want to thank my mom and my wife for being here today. The second part will be organizations who do mental health work and work in that space every single day, moderated by Dr. Begno. And then the last part will be United Way to talk about how we can engage all of these stakeholders in what's really needed right now, and making sure that everybody's working together, particularly, I think, at this moment. So I'm going to start, and I have some notes, and I will use them and deviate from them at certain points, but I'm going to talk about my dad. And I realize you'll hear me probably pause and break at a number of different points because this is an incredibly hard conversation, and certainly having it publicly is not easy. But I want to talk about him personally first, and then I'm going to talk about sort of why he may have taken his life 10 years ago, some of the imminent signs we saw, and then actually living through the early days and the trauma of him dying by suicide. So first is my dad, my mom are both lawyers, and I think as lawyers, particularly litigators, and I can see Councilmember Harris shaking her head, and I think the other lawyers will agree, we are almost trained not to show emotion. We are told, hide it, don't let the other side see it, don't let the jury see it. And that may be good in moments when you are defending your client, but it's not good for humanity. And a lot of times you have a witness who will implode, you'll have a judge who goes sideways on you, and you have to really shrug that off. And of course, In litigation, as Councilmember Morel said the other day about something, it's an adversarial system. You are against somebody else. You are pitted trying to either defend somebody's liberty, trying to get money, trying to prevent money from being taken. And you are constantly at battle with all of those things at the same time. Some of you knew him, some of you didn't. My dad was a big personality. He kind of had that JP booming voice. You could hear him from 5 rooms away, and you knew he was coming. He would sing and had stories and jokes and loved to stir the pot. And the flip side of that, though, was the passion that he had as well, and particularly for doing things right. And he could tolerate somebody not doing something perfectly, but he couldn't tolerate you not doing it the right way. And over the years, and actually leading up today, I had a bunch of cops and DAs tell me that he yelled at them when he was a commissioner. And I asked one of them about that, and she referred to it as a stern educational talking to. So that's about the nicest way I could see it. And again, he was just so big, and even though he was shorter than I am, which is short, because of that booming voice and the big broad shoulders and the finger, it looked a lot bigger. And I had to remind people, I've been on the other side of that for like 18 years, and you just got to grow accustomed to it. And there weren't a lot of obvious signs. There just weren't. I think a lot of times you think with depression that it's very evident about what's going on, or that you can tell why somebody is so blue. And I'm going to read later some entries that are just absolutely gut wrenching from a book about a journalism student who took her own life. And certainly, I don't think this happened overnight. I think for survivors, the largest issue is sort of the why, and there's never, ever a good answer to that. I am 10 years removed, and I can speculate on the why, but I'll never have the answer to it. And I think these are just some of my thoughts in reflecting on it for a long period of time. One is, I think you have to have the right temperament also to do certain jobs. And my dad had, I would say, more of an artist soul than maybe a warrior litigator one. And it's hard when you are a sensitive person to constantly be in conflict with other people. And I think that does wear on people. And as I've described before, he was big boned guy. And I think to a degree that hurts, particularly for men, because it's a shake it off, be tough. You can take this. Don't show your emotions. We don't cry. And I think sometimes when you are physically bigger, that can be even harder. Again, I don't know, but I also think living in the shadow of other people is also challenging too. I know for a lot of people, as you know, we go places, sometimes our spouses are forgotten when we attend events, and they're not the people who are the primary focus. I think it has to be hard when my grandfather was in the limelight for such a long time and a towering figure, and you have the exact same name. I mean, there is no Bill Smith, and maybe you can get confused with somebody. There is Joe Giarrusso Jr. and the third. And I think that is tough. My dad naturally had sort of a pessimistic look on life. He was frequently like, this isn't going to work out. He turned off more Saints games than I can ever remember in the middle of them, because he was convinced, and frequently he was right, they were going to lose. But that's just part of who he was. And then I think as he got older, he started watching things that were happening. My grandfather had Alzheimer's, and he deteriorated. And for people who've watched somebody with Alzheimer's, there's nothing worse than watching somebody who's strong and viable and tough, and they're just withering away. And then shortly before he died, he was diagnosed with diabetes. And I think that had a lot to do with pushing along the process as well, because, you know, diabetes is a perfectly manageable condition, but you can lose your vision, you can lose your feet. He was genetically at a higher risk for Alzheimer's now. And so I think that started playing some mind games on, if I lose my vision, I lose my mind, I lose my ability, who am I? And I think, for anybody as sort of a cultural reference, look at Robin Williams. Robin Williams was somebody who got diagnosed and his physical abilities were starting to fail him. And he started, I feel like, focusing, this was many, many years ago, but we were right after Hurricane Isaac, and he had like 5 different weather apps open on his phone. And I realize all of us worry, are we in the cone? Are we not in the cone? But that's a lot. And I think for all of us too, it's hard in that you want to be present, but you also maybe don't either have all the emotional ability or even the wherewithal to act. In Malcolm Gladwell's book, Talking to Strangers, he definitively lays out that as human beings, our evolution instinct is to not be distrustful. It's to take what people say at face value and not challenge it all the time. And as we think about like where we are at this moment, I think these why questions are so important with what we're seeing. We're still in a pandemic where people are struggling. People still are not socializing in the way that they're expected to be. We're dealing with serious economic crisis as well. And honestly, simple things are hard now. Simple things are hard now. I want to go catch a flight. Well, is the flight going to be on time? Is it going to leave on time? How much longer is it going to take? Am I going to have to spend the night? They've changed my flight schedule. And just realistically think about approaching somebody, and I can't even imagine or have thought long and hard about saying to somebody, hey, I worry you're drinking too much, or hey, I'm worried that maybe your drug use is affecting your capacity. Having a conversation with them, are you thinking of killing yourself? I mean, that is a really hard question to ask somebody. And I used to give this speech and say, like, there were no signs, but there were baby signs and some imminent ones. And I think it falls to this just seems within the realm of what is blue and what is not. And some strange things were, my dad, again, who loved to be the center of attention and life of the party, didn't want to have a 60th birthday party. And I knew that something was off a little bit because, it was like 3 days after Cinco de Mayo, let's have a party. And for something that was just a big occasion for him, he didn't want to do it. The other thing, again, very much in hindsight, is one trait that he and I both share is when we're preparing to do something and thinking about how we want to do it and execute it, we both get very quiet and withdrawn. It's almost like you look into yourself to see and envision how something is going to happen. And I went over to my parents' house the Saturday before he died, and I kept on asking him some questions, and he just wouldn't answer, or his one-word answers. And I remember walking away thinking, well, maybe there's something wrong with his mediation practice, maybe something else is happening. But again, in retrospect, that was something I wish personally that I had maybe plumbed a little bit more. He was, a notoriously bad sleeper. That got worse. And then as I learned more, there were other clues too. He got afraid of being in public, which is really sort of a sign, and also withdrawing. And I think Dr. Avegno will probably touch on some of the symptoms in depression. Another thing is my dad was incredibly religious, if that's the right word, about going to church. I mean, he went every Saturday or Sunday, no matter what. He never missed a mass. And one of the stories I told at the eulogy was, even though he went all the time, he frequently fell asleep in church. And at one time at St. Patrick's, he was snoring in the back. And at one point, the usher walked up to the priest and said, Joe's sleeping in the back. And the priest said, well, go wake him up. To which the usher said, "You put him to sleep, Father, you go wake him up." And I think, he enjoyed that type of story about himself and knew, but then he stopped going to church for 2 months. And again, for somebody who appreciated going to church, and I will even say, when you are in the midst of hard things in your life, and I will tell you, even during campaigning, just going to church is a place of reflection and self-thought, and not being there was different. And he would order stuff from Amazon. That stopped. And of course, I said earlier about how do you ask, like, how do you think about committing somebody who is an able-bodied lawyer, who has worked on mental health work, who brought domestic violence work. In theory, all of these things sound very easy, but they're really much stickier and trickier when you're dealing with people all the time. A week before he died, he passed out, and went to go see a psychiatrist. The ER doctors just said he had high dehydration. And I think one of the things I'll always wonder is, was that an attempt that just didn't happen? And had we again known more, and what else could we do? And one of the things, the other thing I think the literature is very clear on is, even if you think you want to try and stop somebody from killing themselves, if they've made up their mind, if they are committed to doing it, they will find a way to do it. And I think my mom thought that almost all life-taking implements were gone, but after we started cleaning up the house, excuse me, we found more guns, which mean he had a backup plan to the backup plan. And I think people who want to find a way out will. After all this happened, I tried to read more and understand, and I think the hardest part for people who are not depressed or who aren't feeling incredibly anxious is, how can you get to this point? How can you get so blue that you think killing yourself and leaving your family behind is better for me than what the alternative? How does it not look better? And I'm going to read some excerpts from a journalism student before she committed suicide. These are about 10 days. I'm not going to read all of them, but they give you an insight. I think because they're so careful with their words, it's sad to know what somebody's thinking on the inside, and we can't truly know what other people are without that insight. So this woman took her life on October 29th, and I'm going to start on October 9th and work through some of them. So on October 9th, she writes, "I will not last another month feeling as I do now. I do not question that my eyes are brown. I do not question my fate. I will die a suicide within the next month if relief does not come relatively quick. I'm growing more and more tired, more and more desperate. I am dying. I know I am dying, and I know it will be by my own hand. I am so bone tired, and everyone around me is tired of my illness." On October 10th, she wrote, "Outside the world is crisp and blue, refreshing fall weather, beautiful weather. I feel like hell, trapped in a black free fall. The contrast between the two makes both seem more extreme. In a strange way, however, I feel at peace, resigned to my fate. I do not feel better by the end of November. I've decided to choose death over madness. I know one way or another, this will be over with by the next month." On October 17th, she wrote, "I can't think. All is muddled. I want to sink into sleep to escape. I'm so tired. To care about anything takes such a tremendous effort. This goddamn fog keeps rolling in, insane. This waiting is truly testing my endurance. I cannot handle it for much longer. I don't want to have to handle it. Nobody around me does either. Nobody." On October 23rd, she wrote, "I want to die. Today, I feel even more vulnerable than usual. The pain is all consuming, overwhelming. Last night, I wanted to drown myself in the lake after everyone in the house had gone to sleep, but I managed to sleep through that impulse. When I woke, the urgency had vanished. This morning, the urgency is back. I live in hell day in and day out. The days are too long, too heavy. My bones are crushing under the weight of these days. On October 24th, she just wrote, I'm sick, so sick, impossibly sick. And then October 28th, the day before she took her life, she said, so this is what the Tibetan Book of the Dead calls Bardo, the time between lives. I don't have any taste for life because I'm between lives. A more optimistic way of putting things instead of simply, I don't want to live. I will not go back into a hospital. I will simply take a walk into the water. The pain has become excruciating, constant, and endless. It exists beyond time, beyond reality, beyond endurance. Tonight, I would take an overdose, but I don't want to be sick. I just want to be dead. I read all of that because I think it's important to understand the mindset that somebody has to be in to take their own life. And 10 years ago, I was sitting in my office, working a normal day, expecting to have a meeting that night. And my sister called and said, I think Dad shot himself. And the first thought I had is that's not right. Like he's the last person that would do that. And you're downstairs, you may have heard it wrong. This can't be right. And then my mom called and she said the same thing. So I left and they were living on the West Bank at the time. And I'm driving and thinking, this isn't right. Just get across the bridge. Let's see what happened. And this isn't reality. By the time I got to my parents' house, there were 4 police cars there and they wouldn't let me in. And obviously with that many cop cars, I had a very strong idea of what had happened. But my first reaction was, I want to see my sister. I want to talk to my mom, and they wouldn't let me in. They considered it a crime scene. And I was angry because I wanted to get in the house and see my family. And then shortly afterwards, and I say this understanding that they have a job to do, and that it's newsworthy, but a tripod started setting up. And so I got upset and told the police, can you just like move a few of your cars? Like you are clearly making this something. And they didn't. And within minutes, all of the news outlets had reported what happened. And I learned for the first time from NOPD rather than my own family of what happened. In that moment, I was incredibly angry with the fact that we didn't get to make our own decision about revealing. And in reflection, again, I know that the press has a job to do, and because of my grandfather and my mom and my uncle and my dad's being a retired commissioner, this was a story that was newsworthy, but that we didn't get to decide how to do it. And I was stewing about it, and a friend called the next day. And I didn't know this about her, but she called and said, my dad took his own life too. You knew he died suddenly, but you didn't know what happened. And I know, and thank you for sharing. And then she said, this changed my view, you never have to live a lie. And that's part of why today was important. There's all these little things that you have to think about too. The corner office came. I had to clean off my dad's jewelry that had blood on it. We had to find somebody to help move the bed that he lived in. And I think one of the natural reactions from your body is just almost going numb. I mean, I literally instantly couldn't feel, and that feeling did not go away for almost half a year. And all of a sudden, other than being frustrated at things that I couldn't control, there was no real joy, no real sadness. And I could not get myself to a point to feel for such a long time. And, you know, we all have moments, I think, where we don't sleep well or where something disturbs us. But in the middle of that night, I woke up shaking. And, you know, Cassie leaned over to comfort me. And of course, as she's doing that, then between my Jewish and Catholic guilt, feel like, well, nobody's taking care of my mom at this moment. And I have somebody here to take care of me, but nobody's there. And again, trying to think and reflect. And as people are asking questions, you know, somebody even asked me the other night about it, knowing that we'd be talking today. Why would your dad do it if your sister were there? And I think, again, that goes to show the great depths of the pain that he must have been in, that he really wasn't thinking about the effect that he had on anybody else, but that his pain was so bad that it just needed to end in that moment. And, you know, the other question I think that's perfectly normal to ask is, did he leave a note? And the answer to that is also yes. But the note was full of cliches and didn't say anything that anybody wouldn't know who took their life, other than I love my family and you can't understand how bad the pain is. And you know, that's in keeping with what other people have written, that suicide excuses are mostly casual. At best, they assuage the guilt of the survivors, soothe the tidy-minded, and encourage the sociologists in their endless search for convincing categories and theories. They're like a trivial border incident which triggers off a major war. The real motives which impel a person to take his own life are elsewhere. They belong to the internal world, devious, contradictory labyrinth, and mostly out of sight. And then the other complicating factor we had to deal with is our daughters were 3 and 5 at the time this happened. So they're not savvy enough to be on the internet yet, but particularly a 5-year-old is old enough to know what's going on. And my wife gets all the credit in the world for telling them your grandfather's heart stopped, which is literally true. That's what happened. And for the longest time, we were able to protect them from it, and then on our own terms, have a conversation about it. And in retrospect, they were probably some of the best therapy that you could have, because kids who are that little are so, and I mean this in the nicest way, narcissistic, that you have to take care of their needs first. And if you're worried about their needs, then hopefully over time, protecting them and your needs will take care of itself. We moved quickly to bury my dad. I think that's sort of been something in our family we believed in. And we had his funeral on a Saturday. So he died on a Wednesday and the funeral was on Saturday. And I had been somewhat forearmed after my grandfather died, but I was shocked by how many people were at the church. And candidly, I was amazed at all the makeup I had on my lapel from people hugging me, and B, just the emotional drain that day took, because it's one thing to see family members cry, and it's another thing to try and answer the questions of your children. But I had grown men crying in my arms, and it wasn't easy for me, and I know it wasn't easy for them either. And I'm sure, and I know they are asking, what else could I or we have done? My dad had a celebrant for the mass who had been at St. Joseph's, who known him. He liked to go to the Abbey about once a year for meditation. His name was Father Kavanaugh, and he gave a really great homily. But then he said something like, if you're feeling sad or anger, that is your passion, turn around. Because joy is the flip side of that. And I remember thinking, like, that's it. That's what this is all about. So after the service, after we were at home, I told him, I thought did a magnificent job, but that sentiment, that thought was the best thing that you could do. And he told me that that was the thing he was the most reticent to add. He didn't know if that was the one thing that he should say. You know, I think if you grow up in the Gulf South like we all do, we're big football fans. And I remember a couple years watching Book of Manning on SEC Network, and Archie Manning lost his dad to suicide too. And there's a part of it, brief, that he talks about it, and he said something, and I remember I went back and watched it a second time because I had so much trouble watching it. And he said that he wasn't angry at his father, and he had found his father and had to help his mother. And I will just say, I don't know that I ever felt like I was angry per se at my dad, because clearly he was hurting so badly. But I do feel like ordinarily when somebody dies, you have the opportunity to say goodbye. You have time to say, I love you, and to hold their hand one last time. And that's a piece we never will get back. And then I think the other parts are obviously like my mom is left behind. I'm at a point where I still want help and advice. And more than anything, my daughters have pieces of my dad in him. And there's something, somebody wrote about it last night on social media, what I call, and they call the Jerusalem twinkle. When we're getting ready to be naughty or say something that we shouldn't, you can just see this gleam that comes. And my grandfather had it, my dad have it, I have it. I had a law partner who passed by my office as I was typing something. He saw me and he goes, whatever you are getting ready to send, delete right now. You should not send that. And my older daughter has it. And when you see your parents reflected in your children,
All right.
you wish you were still there. Thank you, council member. You know, we're lucky in the sense that even though we live this publicly, we have a lot of family and a hell of a lot of friends. And that outpouring of support was more than I could have ever appreciated. And I think my colleagues who are lawyers can appreciate this, but the legal community especially did their best to rally around us and to wrap their arms and try and take care of us. And for anybody who hasn't been in that position before, to ever been in court or in a deposition or through letters fighting with somebody, and then them writing you the most lovely note that you've ever gotten, or telling you a story about your dad, will always make a difference. I still have a folder with all the emails that I got afterwards. And then everybody, I think, and I guess we'll talk about deals with trauma and grief differently. You know, I wanted to go back to work immediately. It was a place where I felt like I could control and be back. But then the other thing, again, by living, even as somebody who's just simply a member, you know, of the community and not elected, is so many people for months saw me and you could just watch their face change as soon as they saw you. The sort of the normal joy and expression that they had just went away, and you could see pity and grief in their eyes, and how hard that was. And candidly, I just wanted that to end. It was almost like, I want you to look at me and see me, and doing that will hopefully ease your grief while I'm dealing with my own. So I appreciate, everybody bearing with me, and I know my colleagues may have some things they want to add, and I've sort of played my soul bare here. So what are we supposed to do? And I think the answer is a couple-fold. One is, I think we need to really destigmatize what happens around mental health, that there's so many people who either live it themselves in some capacity or have a family member. I had somebody who texted me before I got here this morning that a college friend of theirs took their life the other night. And so it happens to everybody. And for some reason, we're completely comfortable talking about what diet somebody's on, or whether they're exercising, or, I'm going to get cancer treatment. But this seems still like a part that nobody really wants to discuss out loud. And my hope is that we have better education, and even more importantly, find even better solutions. And so this is sort of a rare opportunity where political concerns, professional ones, and personal ones all intersect. So, I'm also clearly aware that my dad, myself, my family had all the resources that we could ever possibly want, but we're more the exception to the rule, and that there's so many people who don't. And as you'll hear in the presentations today, there are a lot more resources that are needed, and that's part of the conversation we're going to have. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for doing this today and allowing me the space and the place to do it. Although I talked about the press earlier, I also want to thank them for covering this and giving me an opportunity to have this as a platform, because I can use social media to a degree, but there's just something different when somebody else is telling your story as opposed to you are. I want to thank Dr. Avegno specifically, who has been an incredible partner as we worked on this, and then all the stakeholders who are here today. We had more people who wanted to participate, but we had to kind of draw some lines somewhere. And so I think we have close to 15 different groups who will make presentations before we get there. So with that, I appreciate the catharsis of being able to talk in public and your indulgence. And if any of my colleagues want to say anything, I'll take you in order on the screen. Councilmember Green, then Thomas, then Morel.
Councilmember Jeruso, Joe, I just want to thank you for your courage and coming forth publicly to discuss what is a very difficult situation. I know. The word that I heard that is important to me is stigma. We certainly as a society have to destigmatize issues involving mental health concerns. I, as a member of a large family, the Sears family in our city, just know members of our family directly who have been affected by mental health concerns. And it's important to recognize that mental health concerns can affect anyone. That is sometimes biological, sometimes it's based on societal pressures. Things can change overnight relative to mental health. It could be a loss that was unexpected. It could be a challenge that was unexpected, that maybe even was handled right by the person who's affected, but it still affected them mentally. I just want to, again, thank you for your courage. I'll say this at the end, probably after the presentations, but it's very important that the issue be discussed publicly as you have done so today. And, appropriately, I guess I would say my condolences to the family, but also thank you to the family for sharing your experience and them being here today to share their experience. It is not something That is a tremendous stigma. It can happen to anyone at any time. And we as a society need to be mature and motivated to help wherever we can.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, let me say how proud I am of you, especially to deal with something so personal, so public. So many of us who have so many things in our closet are not comfortable enough. We're not strong enough. And in many cases, we're not brave enough to deal with them in a way that could potentially help others. As you were talking about your father, I'm that generation below your father. I never knew anyone but the jolly man, the man with the big voice and the round shape, who every time he saw someone who was an understudy to Jim and your grandfather, that greeted me with love, that greeted me with time, that greeted me with patience. And also I can say that I'm also extremely proud as I look at and I see people in this audience who've been part of my life, as I'm part of with Equity Media and WBOK to host Mentally Speaking for the last 7 years. It was the only media outlet that dedicated a segment to mental health and to the issues around mental health and why it should be considered part of our overall health. And then I can think back to my own family and my sister with her mental and physical challenges, and the sign that my mother had on the wall that said, God didn't make any junk. And I can think about my friend who took his own life. And as I think about this discussion, especially being educated by Dr. Shervington and Dr. Dunham, and I'm going to share this and maybe hope some people will understand this. I think we look at people who deal with mental health and we deal with those challenges, but we don't look at them as how exceptional they are because their main organ is pulling them in different directions. And while that organ is pulling them in different directions, they still love us. They still provide for us. If they parent us, they still feed us and raise us. And if you work with them, they still give you a day's work. So maybe if we would start looking at them in spite of that organ pulling them in their different directions, what they're able to provide until they feel like they can't provide it anymore. Councilman, maybe that would eliminate the stigma because we would see them for just what they are. Because I know that many of us who think we're okay, we can't control our outbursts. We can't control our anger. We can't control how we treat people, but your father, whatever he was dealing with, was always nice to people. He didn't let his intelligence as a lawyer or his position of the family treat people in a different way. He never let what he was going through not share joy with the rest of us. So I'm just proud of the fact that not only did I know him, not only did I grow up in a family where God didn't make any junk, but that there are exceptional people out there that no matter what they go through, they continue to protect us.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Mr. Vice President.
Well, thank you, Joe, for sharing. I can honestly say the first time that suicide in the traditional sense affected me was your dad. I mean, for those of you who don't know, I actually knew his dad long before I knew Joe. When I was a public defender before and after Katrina, and Big Joe, Big Little Joe, whatever you want to, he's my Big Joe, although he was Little Joe compared to his grandfather. He was one of the magistrates I worked under, and he was one of, I guess my experience was a bit different than Councilmember Thomas insofar as personally he was the most joyous man to be around, but as a magistrate commissioner, he was brutal. And in a way, that was absolutely what he needed to be. I remember to this day, when I talk to officers, they go, man, I hated to get a warrant from Judge Geruso because he's the only one that would actually read probable cause and go, take this junk off my desk, get from off my doorstep. He took his job very seriously. And more importantly, as a young attorney, I could remember when I was in his court, he was such a looming figure. And I say looming because he was shorter than me, but he was looming, that whenever you spoke, you were afraid you would say the wrong thing. And I remember when I first started, he would always interrupt me when I was messing up and say, "Counselor, you meant to say this." And I cannot imagine the amount of malpractice suits as a young magistrate lawyer your dad saved me from. But for those of you who don't know, I'm actually married to Clarence Gerusso's granddaughter. So that makes Joe and I cousins by marriage. And to speak to your dad's mischievous behavior, when Catherine and I decided to get married, we decided we weren't going to have a traditional ceremony. We're going to have a judge marry us. In typical Joe Gerusso, he goes, "Well, I'll marry you." Well, then we find out a magistrate can't marry people. So we had to enlist Robin to actually marry us. But his dad insisted upon wearing the robe and being up there as if he was marrying us. And to this date, on our marriage certificate, it says Robin Gerusso. But if you had asked anyone, his dad said, "I married JP and Catherine." But that was the person he was. I mean, he just was. I mean, when you talk about someone who empowered everyone he met to make you believe you could do anything and he could do anything, he was that person. And honestly, like I said, I'm going to speak a little more about traditional sense. When I heard about what happened with your father, the first thing that struck me was that this could happen to anyone. So if you ever met his dad, and I'm sorry if you never had the chance to experience his dad, he was the most joyous, wonderful human being you could possibly meet. And when you hear something like this happen, you realize the suffering that happened in silence. You realize that anyone you meet on the street, the happiest person you know, could be going through something you can't possibly comprehend. And I think of your dad often. There is a lot of you in your dad. And I mean that both in a good and bad way. There is a lot of Joe Gerusso, the magistrate commissioner, in you. And he would be so tremendously proud of everything you've done. Now, personally, as a Black man growing up in New Orleans, I think that some people don't understand that when you have a community that is plagued with alcoholism and drug use, that an OD is a suicide. That when people are struggling and they medicate and they self-medicate to the point that they can no longer be among us, that is often because they're suffering with pain and struggle. As Councilman Thomas said, these are people who most of the time are functional enough to go to work and do their job to provide for their family, but they suffer and they struggle. I remember my uncle, Randolph, who was a Vietnam War vet, struggled with PTSD and drug addiction his entire life. But in the Black community in particular, weakness is such a stigma that when you try to get people to talk about their feelings and what they go through, there is just such a perception. And I mean, we could have a whole separate meeting about how the medical community treats Black people in pain and how there's some kind of idea that Black people can withstand more pain, both physically and emotionally, than other people, that it has built a stereotype and a stigma that people struggle in silence. And in my opinion, when you look at the vast majority of ODs, people who have succumbed either to alcohol poisoning or died in drunk driving, those are all suicides. People who are struggling with mental health to the point that their dysfunction and their addiction kills them. And when you talk about mental health, the availability of services, and the desperate need to destigmatize mental health needs, there is so much more we need to do as a city to correct this egregious error in the public consciousness that it is okay to hurt. It is okay to show weakness. It is important to know that people you don't even know will support you if you ask for help. And I personally, being your friend and being your cousin, am so proud that you are using this moment, this anniversary, to really reassert that we as a society and a community need to embrace people where they're at and help them. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. He loves you too, JP. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. First, Joe, thank you for this presentation and for sharing your story. I know that you and I have talked about this for quite some time, about you preparing for this day, and I know that it hasn't been easy. But you knew how important it was to share with your community what you went through so that others could see that they are not alone. And so I know that your dad is looking down and certainly being very proud of you today, but I know that he's also very proud of the man and father and husband who you are as well. And I think we all recognize that sneaky, naughty look, that Jeruso sneaky, naughty look, because we've seen it often. You know, with all that you talked about, Joe, and even reading out of the journal of the college student, I think it's so important for us to realize that we never really know what someone is going through. And that's why it's so important that we always are really cognizant of how we treat people, because we don't know what potential torment someone may have inside of them. And look, you know, just maybe a nice greeting to a stranger, maybe that nice comment that could potentially keep someone going a little bit longer. Just that little act of kindness. But, you know, to the stigma that's out there. JP talked about what's happening in the Black community. You know, today is the beginning of Hispanic Heritage Month, and growing up in a Hispanic community, I can tell you, you know, on my Mexican side of the family, it is very much about suck it up, be tough. Don't show weakness, you know, for it's boys and girls. And I grew up in a family like that. And maybe that's part of what made me who I am. But I can also tell you that it was also really, really tough. You know, when you're bullied at school, when really tough things happen to you, that you really have to keep it all inside. And I can tell you that there are also consequences to that as well, because keeping, you know, that trauma, that stress, that anxiety, whatever inside, eventually can have physical implications as well. I remember after Hurricane Katrina, and at that time, my whole focus was work. I did not find room for anything else. That was my only dedication. That was my that was work. And at the time, for some of you all who may not be familiar, I was a news reporter and anchor at WDSU, and that was my everything. My 24/7 consumption was work. I did not realize that probably wasn't the best thing to be doing at that time, to be so fully consumed with that. And I remember one day I was sitting on the anchor desk with my co-anchor at the time, Roop Raj, and I sat there and I said, I have so much, like, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. I said, something is wrong with me. I can't breathe. Like, all of a sudden I felt like I had an elephant standing on my chest. And they called Dr. Corey Abear, who at the time was our medical reporter. And I was laying down on the couch. I'm like, oh my God, I think I'm dying. Like, there's something so I can't breathe. There's something so wrong. And what I was having was an anxiety attack. All of that, you know, pressure, all of that not taking care of my mental health, all of that taking all of that anxiety in and keeping it in, eventually started to have physical implications. And so that was a turning point for me to be able to recognize those signs and take care of myself when it comes to mental health. But not all of us had Dr. Corey Aber there, to be able to explain these things to us. And that's why I think it's so important to tell these stories, to let people know that there is help out there, and to, at the end of the day, just to treat each other better, because you just never know. You just never know what someone may be going through. And, I see my friend Charmaine Cassiope out there, and she and I have a friend, a couple years ago committed suicide. And that was a friend that, we knew to be just one of the most upbeat, most cheerful, wonderful women, and such a mentor. And but we just didn't know. We didn't know. And so I don't really know how to wrap this up. I know I've said a lot, but I'm just so thankful that we are here together to have this very important conversation, because maybe someone's watching today who may say, you know what, there is help for me and I am not alone. Thank you, Councilmember Druso.
Thank you so much, Helena. Okay. All right. So I think we're done with the council members for now. This is what I'd like to do. Representative Duplessis is here, and I know he may want to say a couple of words about legislation that he's filed, and then we can move to what is technically the second order of business, which is getting through all the stakeholders who are here, and then followed by United Way. And then when they're done, we'll go to public comments. So Mr. Representative, you want to come sit at the table? Come join us, please, for a couple minutes. And then the first group up will be Dr. Avegno, Metro Human Services District, NAMI, Via Link, Crescent Care, Odyssey House, and Institute of Women and Ethnic Studies. Good morning. Thank you for being here, Royce.
Good morning, Councilmember Druso, and to the entire City Council. Good morning. I want to just thank you all. And thank you in particular, Councilmember Druso. I want to echo all of the comments that have been shared by your colleagues. And I think I speak on behalf of the entire Orleans delegation when I say I thank you for the invitation to be here today. And we thank you for your courage in sharing your testimony and your family's pain and put it into purpose so that we as a community can benefit from it in some way. I think everyone here in this chamber and everyone throughout this city has a testimony that they can share, whether they know it or not, that has impacted them in some way by an issue dealing with mental health and not knowing how to deal with it. My family certainly has been impacted by that in one of the worst ways. And I think many of us can probably cite an instance. And as I have engaged in conversations throughout the years and have tried to be a voice of promoting the destigmatizing of mental health, we always talk about the need to destigmatize mental health, but what does that truly mean? And as a policymaker, I think we have an obligation and a responsibility to go beyond not just talking about it more, but to actually put policies in place into doing that, which is why I'm here this morning to express my support for this collaborative. And I know many people behind me, the experts in the field, have been doing that and have been working on this for years. At the state capitol, we've been pushing some policies that I want the council to be aware of. I want the public to be aware of, because there are a lot of people that work on these things in silos. And I think it's important that we just talk a little bit about some of these points. And I want to share with you and the council 2 years ago in collaboration with Judge Kern Reese. As you know, he has been leading the efforts at Civil District Court to promote the Nicola's Law, the assisted outpatient treatment program for people dealing with acute mental illness and trying to get them some sort of civil treatment prior to them ending up in a jail cell. But we learned that it wasn't really working. No one was taking advantage of the program. So we had to do some amendments at the state level to amend that program so that families could get family members who were dealing with acute mental illness before a civil district court judge, try to get them taking their meds, try to get them into housing, into school, and keep them on track to a healthy living. I think that's an important program that if the city isn't aware of, we need to be trying to get people to take advantage of. That's the assisted outpatient treatment program. Just last year, and it was talked about, I think Councilmember Council President Moreno, you talked about the issue of how we all try to keep the image of perfection. So many of our young people, especially with social media, are dealing with stresses that many of us did not have to deal with. That's why our last legislative session, we passed a bill that will require Bessie to come up with some type of curriculum to talk about mental health and incorporate that into their current curriculum and start teaching our young people how to deal with depression, how to deal with stress, how to deal with coping with these issues, which are significant. Certainly proud of that legislation. And most importantly, and a lot of the people behind me that are here today helped us organize and put together the Louisiana Maternal Mental Health Task Force. Maternal mental health is a huge issue for moms who have recently delivered. We put together the task force and last legislative session passed a mandate for screening for mothers who had just delivered. Postpartum depression is a real thing that affects many new moms, and the health of the mom is directly tied to the health of the child. And we're excited that LDH is now going to be covering that and measuring that, and hopefully we can get some positive outcomes as a result of that. But at the state level, just know that you have partners that are going to be working alongside the city council as we try to do more than just talk about the issue of mental health, but actually doing something about the issue of mental health. We can just look outside and see a reflection of ourselves in this community. And in some way, we have to acknowledge and recognize that we're all broken in some way. None of us are perfect, and we're all dealing with these things, so that we have to come together, promote policies that are going to make this community healthier. And we can't have a healthier community if we're not talking about mental health. So again, Councilmember Giarrusso, I thank you for your courage. I thank you for your leadership. And again, on behalf of the Orleans delegation, just know that we're going to work with you at the local level to do whatever we can at the state level to actually put policies in place that are going to promote the health and well-being, the mental health and well-being of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Plessis, for
Yep.
being here. I also know Senator Harris reached out, but he decided to go to the bond commission
Yeah.
today. So I appreciate your taking the time to be here. And I think we've said this before, and you and I talked about this yesterday, is we're gonna need help. And I think, and I'm going to talk about this maybe a little bit more before United Way gets up here, but as we're talking about public safety and what we need to do, there's been so much focus on police, and I think Councilmember Morel alluded to too. There's the and side of this, which is addressing poverty and jobs and housing and mental health. And so if we want to have a better, safer, healthier New Orleans, we have to focus on that. And I thank you and the New Orleans delegation for your commitment to doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. All right, so the second order of business, like I said, Dr. Vegno will moderate the three groups. Group number one on general mental health organizations, Metro Human Services District, NAMI, Via Link, Crescent Care, Odyssey House, and Institute of Women in Ethnic Studies. Everybody, please come up.
Yeah, if we
to-
could just have the first group come up.
Yeah,
that'd be
first
great.
group, come up, please, and please come
We'll
sit
see
at
if
the
we
table. How you doing?
This one, that's yours. Okay. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just, yeah, I'm fine. Do we have everybody seated? Okay, good. Oh, we even have an extra. That's good. I want to thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso, for calling this special order of business, for putting such a spotlight, and to all the council members for sharing your personal stories. We all have one. And I'm going to be very brief in my remarks, because what matters is the stories and the experts, the folks who are doing the work. And as Councilmember Drusa said, you know, we want to acknowledge we have a lot of people up here because there are a lot of people in this space, but we want to acknowledge this is not the universe of providers of mental health services. And so just because you don't see someone out here doesn't mean they're not doing great work in the community. We tried really hard to come up with a high level overview. What I hope to do very, very briefly is give the public a sense of the state of mental health in New Orleans as it is now. You know, it has long been a critical issue facing our community, but in recent years, due to the innumerable stressors and crises we've faced, the awareness of the need to address and adequately support good mental health has increased. And as many of you noted, this is a good thing in a way, because stigma and lack of attention to the problem has only exacerbated and deepened the inequities in its effect. We will never be a thriving, prosperous, healthy New Orleans if we fail to recognize the imperative to ensure robust mental health supports and resources and a well-organized system that puts patients and families first. So what do we know about the state of mental health in New Orleans? The health department every few years does a community health assessment and plan. Our most recent one was just prior to the pandemic. And there are some startling statistics in there. In that study, we found that nearly 20% of adults in our community face frequent mental distress. And over a 1-year time period, and again, this is pre-pandemic, nearly 10% of our local adults had a substance use disorder. Nearly 23,000 adults, 7,000 adolescents had a major depressive episode. Over 17,000 adults and adolescents had thoughts of suicide, and suicide remains the second leading cause of death for children aged 10 to 14. Just think about that. I have a 13-year-old, and I can't fathom that. Substance abuse continues to also be a significant burden in our community. Nearly 25,000 adults are thought to have an alcohol use disorder. Between 2019 and 2021, overdose deaths in Orleans Parish more than doubled, nearly all of them involving fentanyl by the end of the year, more than doubled. And we know that there are significant racial disparities that pervade mental health just as they do the rest of our health system. While traditionally white residents have a higher rate of suicide, our Black overdose rate, which is Councilmember Morell, eloquently put, in many cases really is a suicide. They have risen threefold in the last 2 years and now are higher than all other racial groups. So as with most disease, early prevention and intervention is vital in mitigating the threat of and managing mental health and substance abuse when it occurs. And I'm going to say it very plainly because I don't know how else to say it. In this regard, in New Orleans, we are clearly failing our children, and we are setting ourselves up for more generational trauma, distress, harmful behaviors, and shortened lifespans. Many of you have probably seen the 2019 Call to Care report. Some of our experts here wrote that report, lays it out in really stark terms. In a sample of Central City youth, 20% of these children had witnessed murder directly, and more than half had someone close to them killed, with 1 in 3 witnessing domestic violence. There is a robust national body of research that is incredibly clear that exposure to adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, as you'll hear about, is directly linked to mental and physical poor health outcomes over the lifespan. The vast majority of children in our city are traumatized, and I say that as a parent. If we do not intervene immediately and support those who are doing the work in meaningful ways, the community that we leave for them will be unlivable. So as you're going to hear from our presenters, we have the tools, we have the expertise, we have the unbelievably dedicated personnel to reverse our mental health course. What we need is resources, education, anti-stigma, and determined community commitment from all sectors, not just government, not just nonprofit, to create the highly functioning, equitable, compassionate system of care that our residents deserve and that is critical to a better New Orleans. So I do hope that the public
will find these presentations informative and hopeful, but also them as the very first step. This is the beginning, not the end, toward a cohesive strategy to improve mental health. So with that, we've divided the day, thanks to Councilmember Jerusso's staff who worked so hard on this, into sort of three main themes. And the first set of presenters are going to talk about both general mental health and maybe more of a focus on adult and substance abuse. So I'm gonna be the advancer here. These are all of our presenters. And that's me. And we're gonna start with Dr. Rochelle Dunham from the Metropolitan Human Services District.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Dr. Avegno. Thank you, council personnel, and certainly Councilman Jerusso. We really appreciate your keen recognition of the fact that time needs to be dedicated to this subject matter if we're going to begin to get in front of it. We are dealing with sort of a pervasive sense of hopelessness, helplessness, and worthlessness in this world, in this country, in this state, in this city. We're finding more and more the worried well are now asking for help. Normally they are the more functional, like Representative Thomas said. But we're finding that our severe and persistently mentally ill people in some cases are doing better than the general public because they are in care. It's the people who are not getting care who are making the news, who are having the most difficulty. And so a call to action is exactly what we need, but it's not just a call, it's a call to action. And so these kinds of convenings are wonderful, but if they aren't followed up with action, then we just had a good day of talking today. So I am the Executive Director and Medical Director for Metropolitan Human Services District. We are one of 10 local governing entities in the state of Louisiana. We are responsible for services in Orleans, St. Bernard, and Plaquemines parishes, for the indigent, uninsured, underinsured, largely the Medicaid population, a population of people who ordinarily don't have a wing and a prayer for help if it were not for us who are in the public sector. We are state and federally funded, and I can tell you, we have seats available for services. And so this pervasive sense that there's nothing out there, I can tell you, we can get people seen. We need to get them in the doors to be seen. We see the entire age spectrum, 0 to 65. We have the entire complement of behavioral health professionals, psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, addictions counselors, RNs, LPNs, APRNs. We have it all. We also have peers, people who themselves have had issues with mental illness and substance use disorders. They're the best people on the block to have. If you have to choose somebody to work with a professional, you really want a certified peer because they're the ones who can connect better in most cases with the general public of people to help them feel comfortable about coming in to see us professionals. So we do have them, and they are civil servants just like I am. We actually have crisis services. We have a mobile crisis response team that has been available since I think 2012. That team is expanding thanks to the cities granting them some additional funding as well as the state. And we also have a crisis team in our agency that is dispatched. When we had Hurricane Ida, they were dispatched. We used them for quite a bit of services. We are located at 6 different sites. And if you're not aware of that, here it is. At Plaquemines, we actually have staff who we pay for, but those other 5 clinics are our Metropolitan Human Services District clinics, and those clinics are open from 8 to 4:30. We do have extended hours at those clinics for our children's services, and we are looking to extend those hours in all of our clinics moving forward. But we have to find staff to be able to do that. That's really the issue. We also having trouble with NOPD and support for PECs, because, you know, in psychiatry, you have people who have to be committed. You have people who may present in ways that are problematic, and you need to be able to respond quickly in those emergency situations. And we're having trouble getting that support. And we've talked with that with Dr. Avegno, but our situation in the city is what it is. Now, what I'm sharing with you is a beautiful illustration of the direction that one of the directions we're going in. The New Orleans Behavioral Health Council has existed since about 2008. I thank Judge Johnson and Dr. Karen DeSalvo, who was the health director at the time, actually started that process. I inherited that with Dr. Vegno as co-chairs. And when we had the pandemic, it went sort of dormant. But the whole purpose of that council is to address the behavioral health needs with the collaboration of other partners in this city in order to address major areas. The revisioning, the reimagining of the council has 3 pillars, and those pillars are all centered on youth services because, as she said, we adults are failing our children. If children have problems, it's because adults have problems. And so we have to step up and do better as the grown folk in this city. And so we're focusing on children through Pillar 1, which is led by Dr. Shervington and Karen Evans, centered on child, youth, mental health, and substance use issues. Pillar 2 is our crisis pillar. That pillar is in part the 988 system that is transferred from 911 to center crisis for behavioral health with behavioral health specialists and not with NOPD, where it winds up, because untreated mental illness does wind up being criminal behavior and interactions with the police department, which has a fatal often outcome. And it's also for our mental health first aid crisis component. We are a collaborative of 3 agencies under this pillar who are working to expand mental health first aid. Judge Johnson with NAMI, Shalina Davis with LPHI, myself with Metropolitan. The purpose for that is to train everybody on mental health CPR. It's what all of us needs to know. We need to know what to say, what to do, how to act in a crisis. We get paralyzed when people have mental health issues. We, as you said, Councilman, don't know what to say. You think you're telling a person to hurt themselves when you ask if they're suicidal. That's all wrong and backwards. So mental health first aid is about training us on what to do, what to say, and how to act. And then our 3rd pillar is the criminal justice component, which Judge leads with a team of other people in that space. Purpose there is to break the intersectionality between criminal behavior and mental health behavior. This slide is about the Mental Health First Aid Collaborative, which we are pushing out to all of you. My challenge to all of you all is to get mental health first aid trained, and we can do it for you. And whomever else works with you, we'd like to train them as well. So I'm Rochelle Head Dunham, Metropolitan Human Services District. Thank you so much for this time today.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Donovan. I should have said, I'm going to try to keep everybody on point, so don't be offended if I advance your slides because I just want to make sure we get to everybody. Judge Johnson.
And good morning, and council, thank you so much for this opportunity to be here and to talk about mental health. I think this is historic for New Orleans to have this group of people now at this table and that group behind us who are going to come to this table and talk about mental health. Well, in my time here, we've never done this. And Councilmember Giarrusso, to do it today is I say again, historic. And it gives us an opportunity to do something for people who are in this room, people who are watching it on the television. But as Dr. Dunham just shared, what all that Metropolitan Human Service District does. And the fact of the matter is it does a whole lot. Well, so does NAMI. And NAMI works in essence in conjunction with Metropolitan Human Service District, because we offer health, we offer healing, we offer support to people who have mental health issues. But we also do things like deal with families. That is, as families who have experienced an issue in their family, that is a person in their family who now have mental health issue, but also who've experienced suicide. And to lend that family support in terms of how they now go forward in terms of dealing with it. But that's family to family. That's families who have experienced mental health issues and then help other families deal with mental health issues. We do the same thing with peers, as Dr. Dunham described peers who individuals who have had a mental health issue or who have mental health issues, but who also can work with others who are going through the same and be able to lift them up. NAMI helps people navigate the system of care. You can call NAMI on the phone and I'll use her name, and she told me to stop using her name, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Her name is Gladys, and Gladys is going to tell you how to navigate the criminal justice system. Really, Calvin?
Old habits die hard.
I just can't get away from it. I mean, I need to take, maybe I need a program or something to get away from that. But how to navigate the mental health system. And she will help you do that, but she'll do it though with empathy. When you get her on the phone, she is going to recognize that she's dealing with a person who's either experiencing a mental health issue or a family member of a person who's experiencing a mental health issue. And she's going to do that with a telephonic hug. That's how she is going to do that. But we also do, as Dr. Dunham described, mental health first aid. And mental health first aid in this building now are defibrillators. You have defibrillators in this building because you think, that is the city thinks, that someone may come into this building and have an issue where a defibrillator can help. That's why we have defibrillators in the building. We also train people. We go to great effort to train people in CPR because we believe people trained in CPR, they can actually do things that will help people who may have an issue with CPR can come and play. Well, mental health first aid can do the same thing. It absolutely can. And so we need to commit to involving it in all aspects of what we do. And we need to commit it on all kinds of levels, from a governmental level to other systems level, including the justice system. And yes, we are talking specifically as regards justice system players in terms of being trained in mental health first aid. We have talked to our district attorney, and he has committed himself and his staff, in all aspects of his staff, to be trained in mental health first aid, because he now recognized the value of it, but also recognized that people come into his system that needs that kind of help. But beyond that, what really galls me, and I'm gonna go with gall as regards all of this, is what some of you shared is stigma. The notion that we still have people walking around who have the misguided idea that a person with a mental health issue is how you define that person. And that is how you should define that person, because that person has a mental health illness. They are not their illness. They're no different than you or I. They simply have an illness. I have lots of illnesses, and one of them is old age. I mean, and that's we all respect y'all. That's an illness, but we can't just define people by an illness, and we do it. There is a thing, and I'm gonna call these people out. There's a thing in one of these messenger things where a person in a neighborhood had the audacity to be quoted as saying, "I don't want people in my neighborhood with mental illness." And I wanted to use the H word. Everybody in your neighborhood, there are people in your neighborhood with mental illness. That is so incredibly foolish and ridiculous. But we all need to commit ourselves to dealing with that kind of attitude, to dealing with stigma. You can go on NAMI National website. Go on NAMI National website and look up stigma-free pledge. All of us need to take the stigma-free pledge. We need to do that. Take the quiz first, then you can take the pledge second. But we all need to do it. NAMI National website, NAMI National website, I think it's NAMI.org. I'm breaking on so much stuff. NAMI.org, and take the stigma-free pledge. Please do that. Those of you who are watching, those of you who are in this room, those of you who I am looking at on the council, take the pledge. And our council member Jeruso, I am so proud of you. You know I love you, brother. I am so proud of you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you,
I
Joe.
guess I didn't talk about, did I talk about NAMI?
You did.
Okay, yeah.
Next, we're going to hear from Lavondra Dobbs, President and CEO of Via Link.
Good morning. For those of you that are not very familiar with Via Link, we are a local nonprofit. We actually got our start as a grassroots agency back in 1928 with volunteers on the ground trying to help people in need, finding resources for them, and volunteer information agency is what the VIA stands for. Since 1978, we have been a nonprofit. Predominantly, our work is around our phone, text, and chat work through our contact center. All of our staff are trained as crisis intervention specialists. And I want to talk first about 988. So as most of you, I hope, are aware, the national suicide number is transitioning to the 3-digit code 988. We have been part of the Lifeline system for 22 years. And during those past 22 years, it has been up to us to raise the money to provide that service in Louisiana. With the 988 implementation, the State Office of Behavioral Health is now working with us and providing the funding for the next 5 years through their SAMHSA dollars so that we can expand our 988 work to now include text and chat. Predominantly, we were just phone. For the next 5 years while they develop a permanent funding source for that. So we do have a partner in that work. The Louisiana Compulsive Gambling Hotline in the Bossier Shreveport area is now certified as a crisis center. We will handle the calls that come in from 985, 504, and 225 area codes. And they will handle 337 and 318 with backup for each other. We are also the backup for the disaster, veterans disaster line. We have had a 30% surge in those Lifeline calls. We're handling about 450 a week from those 3 area codes. And we are offering all of those folks a follow-up call as well. So that has been a tremendous boon in work. We are preparing to launch the text and chat in November, December. We have done text and chat work through other crisis lines for the last 7 years. If you have the slide up there, there was other services that we do offer that I just wanted to touch on. So we predominantly make our money through contracts so that we can keep all of our services free to the community. And one of those is the Keep Calm line that OBH pushed out during COVID. And then after hurricanes, we are still handling that line. We are also the Child Abuse Prevention Hotline. Everything that we do touches on mental health through these different lines. So we do crisis lines, phone, text, and chats for the universities. We also have the Prison Rape Elimination Act hotline, an unfunded federal mandate. And I'm happy to say that OPP participates in that work. The Teen Crisis Text line, they talked about opioid. So far since the first of this month, we've had 69 youth reach out to us through the teen text line that are struggling with their opioid misuse issues. That line is advertised in all the schools. The back of their student ID cards are supposed to have the 988 number and the teen crisis text line number on it. The Office of Public Health now pays for that teen crisis text line. So if you have a high schooler or a junior high schooler, please check their card to make sure that is on there. We have crisis chat through our website, vialink.org, which is predominantly being used by folks who are at work and are struggling, having a hard time. The software we use does not leave a footprint on their computer if they go back and delete the URL. We're also seeing victims of domestic violence and human trafficking accessing through the crisis chat as well. We also do the crisis lines for 3 of the Health and Human Service districts and for the MCOs that are providing Medicaid in the state are also required to have crisis lines. So we're working with some of those on that. And finally, we have partnered with AgriSafe to offer a crisis line for farmers and ranchers nationwide. We've launched it with 5 states, still working to get Louisiana on board, but farmers and ranchers have different needs than the average citizen. So there's specialized training that we did there. And as you probably know, we're also the 211 for this area. You can dial 211 for any health and services needs. There is an option for crisis through that 211. Some of our United Way partners in other parts of the state have added that feature to their 211 call centers, that if you dial 211, you might hear if you're in crisis and need immediate help with a mental health issue, press 3, and that call will route to us, and we will work with them on that. One thing I want you to be aware of, on our website is a resource directory that's there for anybody to use. It has all behavioral health and mental health resources available in Louisiana. We work with the Department of Health in keeping that updated. In New Orleans area, we have 4 full-time resource specialists doing that work. Statewide, we have 9. They are also continuously updating any health and human services resources that would be available to individuals that are either free, offered by nonprofits, Medicaid, Medicare approved, or on a sliding scale. So all of our partners here would be part of that resource directory. And finally, we have the dashboards on our website. If you want to know what the needs of your constituents have been the last 10 years, go to our dashboard. You can filter it by age, ethnicity, pick your demographic that's up there, and you can drill down by zip code and dates to see what the needs are and what the unmet needs have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stubbs. If I could just take a moderator's point of privilege, could you just in 30 seconds, let the public know what happens when they call 988? I think most of us locally want to know that we might be calling someone somewhere else in the state, but we're going to get connected to resources locally. So if you could just really, really quickly.
Sure. So the important thing here is when you dial 211, that system is set up so it pings you to the nearest contact center to you to give you resources. When you dial 988, it routes by your area code. So if you have an out-of-state area code on your cell phone that you're using in New Orleans, your call's going to route to that state center. So more than likely, they will not have resources. They should have the long dial 911 activation numbers. So it would be important to ask if they could warm transfer you to the 988 center that would handle your area code. All right, so if you're in 504 area code, when you dial, that call will route to us here. And we are to pick it up within 30 seconds. That's the goal. If for some reason, if there's a surge and it's not picked up within 2 minutes, it goes to the Shreveport Center, who also has access to our resources. So the job there is to de-escalate if you are in crisis. If you need an intervention, we will activate that and stay on the line till that entity gets there. And then we will offer a follow-up to you. If you are one of our MCO clients or a 988 client that is on Medicare and we activate a mobile crisis unit, we will do some follow-up there and finding out the disposition of that. We've got to report that. But we're really either through any of our crisis lines, the entry point that folks use to reach these other agencies.
Great. Thank you for clarifying. We'll now have Crescent Care, Noel Twilbeck and Lucy Court.
Good morning. My name is Noel Twilbeck. My pronouns are he and him. I serve as the CEO for Crescent Care. Crescent Care has a almost 40-year legacy of providing HIV/AIDS services in Southeast Louisiana. We became a federally qualified health center or a community health center and broadened our mission. We currently have 2 clinics in the New Orleans area. We also provide social services for people living and coping with HIV in Houma, Louisiana, and we provide legal services around HIV statewide. Crescent Care really focuses on the whole person and the well-being of a whole person. And we know that in behavioral health, to meet the needs that present with our constituents that come in, we have to integrate behavioral health in primary medical care. But we also need to have specialized behavioral health services for individuals. And then we can't do it alone. We have to collaborate with our community partners. Crescent Care currently has about 14,000 individuals that receive primary medical care, behavioral health, and dental services through our clinical services. We also see about 15,000 to 20,000 people a year in our prevention activities. The services that are rendered by Crescent Care include the items that I mentioned: primary care, dental, behavioral services, and then supportive services, particularly for people living and coping with HIV. We have a very comprehensive array of services. I'm going to turn it over to Lucy to talk about our behavioral health.
Thank you, Noel. I'm Lucy Quartz with Crescent Care, and just to quickly highlight what we provide specialized mental health care, psychiatry services, psychological testing, medication-assisted treatment for folks struggling with substance use disorders. And I think just to highlight one of our, I think, biggest positions of privilege in the community, but also one of our major challenges is that as an FQHC, we're really uniquely positioned to provide primary care to many, many patients in the New Orleans area. As Noel mentioned, 14,000 patients. And we do a great job of screening for mental health care issues. The problem then arises in that we know that close to half of people struggling with a mental health problem don't actually show up on the doorstep of a specialty mental health provider. They come for primary care. So to kind of loop back to the point that Dr. Dunham made, it's about our ability to respond to who used to be sort of this worried well segment of the population who are now experiencing increased stress, exacerbated mental health problems. They come to primary care and need help now. They don't need to hear, oh, I'm sorry, we can't get you in for counseling for 6 months. So I think our task as an FQHC, given our reach into the community for primary care, is also to lean on our partners to be able to meet those needs of a population that was once more silent and maybe not in need in the same way that we're seeing currently. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to Odyssey House, Louisiana, Amy Bosworth and Helena Leacock.
Hi, sorry. Hi, my name is Amy Bosworth. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Odyssey House, Louisiana. Most of you know us for substance use. That's what we've been doing. Next year, we will turn 50. So we've been doing this for a very long time. But actually, what we would like to point out and make sure that everyone is aware of is we do a lot of other stuff as well. Obviously, substance use is the beginning point of our continuum of care. So inpatient care, medically supported detox. But we also are a federally qualified health center like Crescent Care. We serve a slightly different population. Most of our patients have a primary substance use disorder. They also, many of them have chronic care conditions, which when they are out of care, if they are actively using, their chronic care conditions become worse. They end up in the emergency room, which is not the best place for them to receive care. We also have permanent supportive housing and a sober living program. We do a lot of community outreach events, which I will let Helena talk about a little bit more, harm reduction and HIV and Hep C testing. And then we also have case management, a job training program, and a sobering center. And I'm going to take a second to highlight the sobering center because it's a relatively new initiative. It's something that we are involved in with the city. And it is exactly what it sounds like. It is a place for anyone on the street, anyone who comes in contact with anyone in the sober patrol, the police, EMS. Basically, there's no wrong way to get in the door. And it is a facility specifically designed to help someone if they are in need of sobering up. Obviously, our goal is to get you into treatment, but that may not necessarily be what we're doing with you this time. We always like to plant the seed that, you know, we're here for treatment services, but even if you're in from out of town and you've simply had way too much to drink, we don't really want you to end up in OPP. We'd much rather you get back to your hotel safely, and maybe we can still plant the seed that when you get home, maybe it'd be a good idea to think about going to treatment. So these are just some really high level numbers about the people that we serve, the number of people that we serve. 95% of our clients, as I know you've heard most of the other treatment providers say here, are indigent or low income. We have many of our patients are Medicaid recipients. A lot of our patients are unhoused or very insecurely housed. And a lot of them have unaddressed health issues and or economic instability, insecurity, unemployment, most of which ties back to their substance use and is obviously impacted by their substance use. The ways the city and the public could help, obviously, you could always give us money. That's a nice, easy way for you to help. But the one that I would want to focus on most and to echo what Judge Johnson had said is the stigma, right? So people are not their struggles. It hurts my heart so much as a professional substance abuse treatment provider to hear people called addicts and to hear people say, as Judge Johnson said, I don't want those people in my neighborhood. I think I would venture to say that the vast majority of us have at least one, if not two people in our families or communities or whatnot who suffer from some alcohol, substance use, misuse, obviously mental health. But the people are not their struggles. And I think the one thing that we would ask as a community provider is please help us end that stigma. Choose your words carefully. Referring to someone as an addict in a, not helpful way really does more harm than good, even if you mean well. It really doesn't help the patient. It certainly doesn't help us as providers ensure that the work that we do in the community is put to the forefront of that. So, and I'm going to let Helena say her few seconds as well too. So we also thank you very much for inviting us today. We really appreciate being asked to participate in this discussion.
Thank you, Amy. So as Amy mentioned, I'm Helena Leak. I am the director of our 2 federally qualified health centers, our prevention and outreach department, and our 340B pharmacy. And I would like to take the opportunity to highlight the wonderful work the team does when it comes to outreach. The work that we do is critical. It needs to be accessed, but many times we realize that our community members are not aware of the wonderful services we have to offer. So it is our duty as social services providers, but also as just community members to really meet our community members where they are. My team has a mobile unit. They have an adorable wagon that they drag throughout the community, and they're knocking on doors. They're walking under the bridges. They're meeting people where they are, building that rapport, building that trust, telling individuals, if and when you are ready, we are here for you. This is a number to call and we will answer. And so in addition to that, I definitely wanted to take the opportunity to also highlight the staff that keeps this work every single day in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of a hurricane. Our doors did not close, they stayed open. And so in addition to asking our community members and our clients, are they okay? I definitely want to call everyone to ask our staff members and our social service friends, family members, are they okay? Because this work is not easy. And many times they are also suffering. So thank y'all.
Thank you. And now we'll have Dr. Denise Shervington, CEO and President of the Institute of Women and Equity.
Good morning. It's always a pleasure to be here to share with you, and in particular to bring the voice of the children. Oftentimes the children we've forgotten. And so I'm with the Institute of Women and Ethnic Studies. We've been around since 1993. We're primarily a translational public health organization. After Katrina, under my leadership as a psychiatrist, we started addressing the mental health needs of kids. So in 2010, we got a grant to do sex ed. We made it trauma informed. We started collecting data on young people and their trauma conditions. That has really helped the city understand the conditions of our young people suffering in a post-disaster environment and with all the chronic adversities. We also teach young people not just sex ed, but we teach them about their minds, how to understand how it works, how trauma and stress impacts them. And as a result of the continued worsening of trauma conditions of our kids, in 2017, we started the In That Number campaign, where we really wanted to let New Orleanians know that our children are sad, not bad. And if you see from the recent documentary, Katrina babies, unfortunately, we did not reach everyone, but we've been in those schools really trying to help young people understand themselves better and the choices that they can make. So a lot of psychosocial supports and education. We also have youth councils for young people in terms of leadership development. And recently, since, no, it was before the pandemic, we've been doing universal mental health screenings in schools to help a school understand the level of mental health conditions they're having in their school population and helping them to figure out how at the school level they can tier kids to provide the kinds of supports. The last thing I'll say, and rarely does such good news come, it came this morning, I was on my way here 2 months ago when we were also distressed about what was happening with young people in the city. I reached out to Councilman Thomas, who always answers my texts. And it's like, we need to do something. And a group of us got together and we said, we're going to do something. And 2 weeks later, a grant came from the Office of Minority Health. And with many of those people led by myself at IWES, we applied for this grant. This morning, I learned we're one of 9 recipients in the country. It's a multi-systems approach, working collaboratively with Dr. Vegno and Dr. Dunham. We're going to use the Behavioral Health Council. It's going to have money. It's going to have staff. I'm so excited. And I'm doing this for the children of New Orleans. And especially the last little kid I saw in juvenile hall, who every time he went for mental health services, he was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. His Adderall increased and he had suicidal notes, a picture of himself in a coffin. We have to do better for children. We have to love them and care for them. So I'm so excited about this grant. Many people here we're going to be partnering with, and we won't have excuses anymore to not stand behind our children and support their mental health.
Thank you so much. That's a great way to end this part of the session. Thanks to all our panelists. We're going to switch now and bring up our group. That great segue, Dr. Shervington. It's going to be focused on our youth. So that's yes. Youth Planning Board, Children's Bureau, Center for Resilience, and our public school system.
Thank you all so much.
We've got everybody. We're going to start off with Karen Evans, the Executive Director of the New Orleans Youth Planning Board.
Woo, good morning.
Good morning.
It's so exciting to follow the news that we got resources, that we get to invest in the spaces and places where we need the most, and that we're convened to talk about that too. So thank you for inviting the conversation. It's an imperative conversation. I regret that it was facilitated by your experience, but I appreciate you using that experience to help move the conversation forward. Karen Evans, Children and Youth Planning Board. All the people are here, and then the rest are coming. I am happy to share with you what we do, where we are in the space. We've been here with you before, those of you who preceded the panel here. And so we're happy to continue the conversation with hopeful exploration for the good of our children in the community and their families, which represent the entirety of our city. The New Orleans Children and Youth Planning Board is a state authorized, legislated, and city ordinance coordinating body. We are seated by what looks like a cross-sector of players who interact with and affect the lives of children by way of planning and policy. And so we convene to address that based on the legislation passed and the ordinance followed. Our mission is to create this comprehensive plan for positive youth development for children and youth of New Orleans Parish. And that absolutely sits squarely on top of our well people. And so when our children are well, our city is well, we are well and made better because we can move forward progressively in other lanes. The board is made up of 25 folks who sit and move that collaborative practice forward, and we have to focus on what the legislation required. Those points are named there. They represent sort of the foundational pieces that build a healthy and well young person. But I want to point out that in the work that we did with Call to Care, Dr. Shervington being the co-chair and many of the folks in this conversation participating, we had to dig deep to figure out for you all what the root cause was, because we tend to just sometimes attend to the top of the iceberg. But what sits underneath and causes the presence of this unending cycle of need and unconditional support that's needed to match is the presence and the persistence of poverty and inequity in our city. It fuels all those things. It makes mental health harder to hold or to get to. And we've got to make sure we're paying attention to all the parts and not the ones that seem to just sit on top. So I offer that to you as a way to look at that. What are our, she's moving me fast. I see her. So we've got our process is really clear. Our job is to coordinate in an interconnected way. And so we have a board comprised of those interconnections, and we seek to add others to the planning force that is really informed by need and by data. And then we solution frame our action. We really look to hold action in place that can be accountable, measured, and reported out on, and that is our experience and expectation. We've done some things and we've got some things going on. Call to Care was a pivotal report for us that was asked for by the City Council. It named the problem, it researched root causes, it named recommendations and implementation for solutions, and we sit here still waiting. We are hoping to move that forward in other shelves and ways, and Dr. Shervington named some. We hope you will meet that where it lands and add to the resources that it takes to move this, not just once, but over time forward. We also included a dismantling adultism piece, because as you heard, stigmatizing young people around mental health is a very real thing. And it often results in them feeling minimized when they raise an issue of concern. And so turning it inward is often what happens, or outward in terms of behavior when the words aren't heard, when the expressions aren't seen. And so we've got to figure out how we can be with young people rather than just on them. We've decided to deliver on the legislation. The legislation said, the ordinance says, create a plan. So the Youth Master Plan now sits in our community. It's a 10-year plan. It includes health and well-being as a strategy, as a specific category. The folks here in this room that you've heard for are connected to delivering on that plan with specifics around cultural competence and things that can eliminate the stigma for young people. Yes, there are seats in programs for mental health, but when young people show up and can't be seen and heard, guess what they do? They reverse step. They use their feet to vote about whether that care works for them. That's when they can find it. When they can't find it because it's unavailable and inaccessible in their environment, in their neighborhood, school, or community, then they struggle to figure out other ways to self-heal. We've got to provide strategies that are better. And so we're working right now on a project with Dr. Dunham. It'll include LPHI and it will include NAMI. And that is getting youth mental health first aid out into the community of young people. We can teach providers how to be sensitive to youth mental health first aid, but I need to arm the young people who experience the issues so that they can define and get better about pointing themselves towards greater care and be involved basically in their care and the care of their peers and their families. So that's one of the deliverables we're moving forward. And there are a few others on this chart, but I know my slide is going to move. So I want you to know that we're working connectedly to address the issues. We will continue to do that, and we appreciate your partnership and the opportunity to share that.
Thank you. We'll now have the New Orleans Children's Bureau, Dr. Barry Birch, Clinical Director.
Good morning. My name is Barry Birch. I'm the Clinical Director at the Children's Bureau of New Orleans. Children's Bureau is a 130-year-old nonprofit organization. And for the past 20 years, we focus primarily on the delivery of high-quality, evidence-based mental health services in community-based locations with a specialization in treatment of trauma and grief. We do this work in partnership with several of the organizations present here today. We sit on the Children and Youth Planning Board. We're part of the Trauma Informed Schools Learning Collaborative. And we do this because we know that the health and the well-being of children in this community is dynamic and it needs dynamic solutions. And when we talk about solutions, that really means the range all the way from prevention to all the right levels of care and intervention. And these services happen along a continuum that have to be accessible and acceptable to the people who use them. And we are a small piece of this continuum. So the little yellow circle there, that's us, that's what we do. And hopefully that continuum represents a lot of the people who are in this room with us here today. But I think it's really notable that we do have some pretty big gaps in our system. And I hope that coming together and having all these voices at the table will start to identify and find solutions to fill some of those gaps. And if we want to see real change, I think that's what we have to do. So this is, the continuum is from another state, but I think it really does illustrate that this work can't happen in isolation. Children's Bureau is a small to mid-sized nonprofit. We provide weekly outpatient treatment focused on grief and trauma. We treat issues related to community violence, physical and sexual abuse, domestic violence, death of a loved one, and many other forms of trauma and loss. Our practice focuses on trauma and loss for many of the reasons that Dr. Avegno highlighted, and for many of the reasons that you'll hear from my colleagues in the next group of presenters. But we know two things: that youth in New Orleans have extremely high rates of trauma and loss, and it impacts their mental health. And we also know that treatment and early intervention works. Children's Bureau serves children and youth ages 5 to 24. We provide trauma counseling that's evidence-based. It's both individual and group. And we do it in partnerships where we offer embedded care. We're in schools, we're in youth serving organizations, juvenile court, child advocacy centers, and workforce development organizations. We're very excited. That program is expanding to include peer supports this fall. We also run a crisis team that's funded by MHSD, and we provide immediate short-term support to children and families in the aftermath of a traumatic event or a loss. All these services are provided by an incredible team of 17 mental health clinicians. And last year we served about 500 clients. We do face several challenges in doing this work. First, we know that families with high levels of trauma exposure experience numerous barriers to care, such as unstable housing, lack of childcare, difficulty with transportation. It's hard to get time off work and to make appointments. And a lot of times they're faced with long waiting lists for services. We know that the continuum of services available to children and youth doesn't really meet all the needs that we have in our community, which leads to poor differentiation and often being pushed into other systems that are forced to treat those conditions. And that is often schools and courts. And that leads to frustration and hopelessness and often a disengagement with the treatment services that are available. We believe that a model of embedded care works. So if you put services where kids are, it's easier to get them. It seems very logical, but it's not an easy thing to do. It takes a lot of personnel, a lot of time, and a lot of resources, because you go agency by agency, school by school, build those partnerships and embed care. So not only are we managing client care, but we're also managing those relationships and those partnerships. This kind of service is also expensive to deliver, and Medicaid falls extremely short in covering those costs. Our reimbursement rates for mental health and behavioral health in Louisiana are low. This requires us to seek additional funding to fill those gaps. Luckily, we are able to get grants from the state, from the city, from the Office of Youth and Family, and from funding partners to help us meet that need and to embed care where it needs to be embedded. But still, the demand for service far outpaces our capacity. We're really hoping that the city and all of the folks here today can inform a coordinated approach to this work. Thank you for convening all of these voices. There are a lot of dedicated and professionals in this room with a lot of knowledge. I hope that the youth and the families that access these services will also have a chance to share their voice and their experience in accessing services and what their needs are. And Children's Bureau looks forward to being a partner and an ally in that work.
Thank you. We're going to go next to the Center for Resilience. And I don't want to miss anybody that's not, if you're not on the list, but if you're going to speak, just let me know, because I don't want to skip over anyone. Okay. Center for Resilience, Liz Marcel Williams, CEO.
I think it just became afternoon, so good afternoon, Council Member Vice President, Council Vice President, members of the council, especially Council Member Giarrusso. We are really glad to be having this conversation today. I'm Liz Marcel Williams. I run the Center for Resilience. We are the only therapeutic day program in the state. Arguably, we serve children with some of the most acute clinical and mental health needs in the city, often resulting in aggressive behaviors and kids who have a level of need that cannot be met in a typical school setting. We work to build the skills with the children in our program so that they can successfully transition back to their home schools. That is the goal of our program. And while children are on site with us, we provide what we consider an interdisciplinary approach, where we provide academic instruction with a teaching staff, as well as a whole lot of therapy, daily group therapy, daily therapeutic activities like yoga, music therapy, twice weekly individual therapy, ongoing medication management. And we do that in partnership with Tulane University Medical School, who provides faculty who are on site for 4 full days a week. And all of that's in a setting that is intentionally constructed to be deeply trauma informed, loving, and really focused on the strengths of the children in our program. We currently run 3 different programs. So we have 2 full day programs. One is designed for the children I've described who have more traditional trauma related and behavioral health needs. A second was recently launched for children on the autism spectrum who are experiencing significant aggressive behaviors, acting out behaviors, and that incorporates all of the other therapies I've described, as well as applied behavior analysis, which is the only evidence-based treatment for this population of children. And we also have a team who lead an intervention called PLAY, which is a conflict resolution and stress management intervention that also explicitly talks about how to navigate racially stressful situations. And we lead that in-house, and we also provide trainings and groups in the community. Our programs together are really working to prevent kids from more long-term psychiatric hospitalization or institutionalization. So on our site, we've seen a 60% reduction in behavioral crisis-related hospitalizations over time. And this is while over the last 2 years nationwide, we've seen an increase in crisis-related hospitalizations among youth. There are 2 pieces of data that I do want to share before we talk about some barriers that I think are of interest. Dr. Avegno referenced earlier the Adverse Childhood Experiences Score, or ACEs. We have families self-report what they believe their child's ACEs experiences may be during our intake process. That average number is about 3, which indicates a moderate risk for toxic stress. But after working with our kids, we really feel that their average score is probably closer to a 5. An ACEs score of 4 is associated, with an increased risk of depression of 460% and an increased risk of suicide attempt of 1,220%. So when we talk about a population that is truly in acute distress, this is who we're working with. Secondly, we administer what's called a levels of care assessment, which tries to quantify what's the right placement and set of services for a child who may have medical or psychiatric needs. Over half of the children who we've assessed have a need for medically monitored community-based care. So they're living in the community, but they need coordinated care that's pulling together substance treatment, it's pulling together mental health, it's pulling together medication management, education, developmental disabilities. We lack that coordination in the city. So we can't provide that to half of the kids who come our way. Another third of the children who get referred to us on this assessment require medically monitored intensive care, which is a non-secure, so non-hospital residential placement, like a therapeutic group home. We don't have any therapeutic group homes in our city. We conducted a feasibility study about how to run one ourselves, and it would run at $1 million deficit with the existing revenues. We also do have foster group homes, but that's not an option or appropriate for every family. So that speaks to the barriers. And I think Dr. Birch did a nice job talking about that continuum of care. From where we sit, there are so many gaps along that continuum. If a child's not a great fit for us, there may not be an appropriate model for them. And many providers find themselves trying to meet the needs of a really diverse array of people who need some service on that continuum that isn't there. And that makes it harder for us to provide treatment. And it means it takes longer for people to get well because the care might not be a match for them. 2 other barriers, you've heard other colleagues mention this. We work in an uncoordinated way at this point. We are very siloed in the work that we do. There is not a convener that is responsible for pulling together all of the services that we're talking about. And so there's some inefficiencies in that system, and it's not always clear who to make referrals to. And the other major barrier, unsurprisingly, is funding. Last but not least, Dr. Birch already made it clear, Louisiana does not provide Medicaid reimbursements at a rate that allow providers to be successful. And there's a lot of treatments they don't provide any reimbursement for at all. We would not exist if we did not have funding from referring schools and the school district, even though we are a behavioral health provider and not an educational entity. So from where I sit, I think there are 3 really crucial things that we need to do. One, we need to adopt or define a continuum of care that we want to invest in as a city and prioritize the 3 to 5 services or placements that we want to expand or build out. Two, we need to identify who is the entity that's responsible for ensuring we do that. Is it the coalition? Is it the city? Is it some of the health partnerships we talked about? And then 3, we need to make sure that there's sustainable funding to do that. I think there's lobbying that can happen at the state and funding that exists here. I think the important piece is these are solvable problems. We just have to decide that we want to do it and put the resources behind it to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to NOLA Public Schools with Dr. Avis Williams, the superintendent, and Dr. Kelly Jordan, Chief School Support and Improvement Officer.
All right, well, good afternoon, and thank you, council, for convening us, and particularly thank you, Councilman Jeruso, for sharing your story and for being so passionate about this work. So we are NOLA Public Schools, and we do operate a portfolio of 71 schools, and we're the authorizer of those schools. And in doing so, we make sure that we have policies in place so that the schools are able to perform at a high and consistent level of standards and provide the support services that are necessary for our scholars. And in doing so, they do have the autonomy to explore innovations and creativity, with a goal being to support the whole child. And we know that it's a crucial aspect when we think about whole child learning and whole child supports. Mental health has to be a major part of that. So I want to begin by just sharing 4 key areas that we consider around mental health within the work that we do. The first is direct support services to students and families. Next will be professional development. And of course, this is for our school leaders and staff. Investments in a system-wide programming. And then lastly, I will talk about the one of my priorities, which is NOLA Cares. So beginning with our direct services and supports for our students and families, we do have an Office of Student Support and Attendance, and this particular office provides case management services for students in need of mental and behavioral health and for their families. And ultimately, the goal is to remove barriers while preventing them, barriers that are preventing them from being successful at school. And these services are individualized and they're based on the specific needs of our scholars and our families. And this might include connecting them with local resources such as mental health services. It could mean advocating on their behalf for locating organizations that can meet their specific needs. And this could even include transitional housing, even gathering free back to school supplies. Crisis response is also a part of this. So when a school is impacted by a crisis, they can contact our social workers at the Office of Student Support and Attendance, and we can provide consultation as well as on-site services for them and within their communities. And then lastly, within this area is our Student Wellness Council. And this year we are really elevating the voices of our scholars and, particularly around their mental health needs. And I do think that's one area that could be seen as a gap, is making sure that that student voice is lifted up. So next is the professional development. And of course, in order for our teachers, leaders, and staff to be successful, they do have to have the tools and resources that are necessary. So we've invested in training and made it available to all schools on how to build and embed trauma-informed practices. And this is happening in our schools using a train-the-trainer model to build capacity within our individuals as well as expanding the impact. We convene our mental health leaders, which range from guidance counselors or school counselors to school psychologists as well as social workers. And we do this so that they can also receive the training that they need, where they have a safe space to discuss problems of practice and share community resources. And so an example of this is we have had Children's Hospital come and share their resources with our youth, our Office of Youth and Families. And then lastly, the NOLA PS team collaborates each summer to provide training and collaboratives for our schools, and particularly for our specialized roles like mental health leaders, to give them the specific training that they need to be successful. Next is our system-wide programmatic investments. And our system-wide programs include the Center for Resilience, who you just heard from, and we definitely value that partnership for our scholars who have significant mental health needs. The Bridge is also a therapeutic-focused alternative setting for our middle school scholars. And then we also have supported specialized programming that's embedded within our schools, such as that the Aurora program, part of Crescent City Schools, is designed to, again, meet the specific needs of our scholars who have significant behavior health needs. And these are all critical financial investments that the district has made in order to make sure that we're providing the needs of our scholars. And then finally, one of my pet projects, NOLA Cares, and CARES is our community access to resources and equity. And we believe that in order for us to move forward as a community to truly address our mental health needs, the community needs to know where the services and supports are. And so one of the first parts of NOLA Cares is just to do what we're doing here, convening the resources, the supports, the people who are boots on the ground and providing this work. Ultimately, we want to have a culminating event in the spring, which will be called a Care Fair. And that will be a convening of the support services, but it will be open to the community to come and learn more about what we have available in our community. And in doing so, we'll identify the gaps and make sure that we're looking for partnerships to fill in some of those gaps. And we may also identify where there are some overlaps where some partnering might be beneficial. I really look forward to lifting up our student voice as part of this because, you know, our scholars have a lot to tell, and so many of them are living in a consistent state of trauma. And in order for us to improve their outcomes, we're going to have to make sure that they have a voice and that they have a seat at the table. So next, I want to talk about the road ahead in terms of some of our challenges and solutions. So we know that in order to actualize this work, we have to look at all of the real challenges. And the first one, as maybe a surprise, is funding. And we know that there are some ways that we can address this. And the first is by partnering with other nonprofits and looking at long-term grant opportunities. The second is to build capacity within our schools to more accurately bill for Medicaid and looking for those reimbursable services, which will also increase revenue for our schools. The second challenge is our schools have invested in mental health staff, but they have competing priorities. You know, it's really a challenge at the school level for the people who we have in place to do all that needs to be done, from attendance tracking, administrative responsibilities, and even home visits. And these competing tasks make it very difficult for our staff members to provide the clinical services that our scholars so greatly need. So some possible solutions for that would be to increase the number of mental health staff that we have at our schools so that they are able to truly provide wraparound services to our families and also allow time for the administrative responsibilities that we know are necessary. Partnering with local mental health agencies to provide clinical services during the school day would also be a solution. And then, of course, collaborating with our local universities to build a larger pipeline because this shortage is not going away. The workforce challenges we have are not going away. So we do need to be intentional about building a pipeline for mental health professionals. And then the third challenge that we know is available or is prevalent is time, just the simple time to invest and to be creative with not only the partnerships, but actually doing the work. And so one thing that we can do is increase the telehealth opportunities. And for the opportunities that are there, making sure people are aware of how to access them. And then also leveraging our after-school programming. You know, we can extend our school days so that we can provide more supports and resources to our scholars and our families in need, and do so by working with community partners to bring mental health services to spaces where we serve our children on a daily basis. And so lastly, I just want want to acknowledge that we do have a lot of work to do, but we do have a robust community and a continuum of care for mental health supports within our city. And I think the big takeaway for me for this convening is that more people need to know the work that's being done and the role that they play. This is absolutely a community concern, and I commend you all as leaders within our city for recognizing it as that. And it has to be a coordinated effort in order for us to get better. So I thank you, Councilman Jeruso, for convening us, and just know that NOLA PS is committed to doing our part in this work. Thank you.
Councilman Jeruso.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out one or two things very quickly because I know we have a lot more to do still. One is, everybody talks about the convening aspect. And so I'm so glad United Way is here to start leading that effort. And I'm even going to read a couple organizations who've reached out to us in the last 2 days who begged to participate, and our plate was full. And then the second thing is, in going through the slides, I think almost all of you mentioned Medicaid or funding as being a resource need, clearly. So with that, a couple things. One, while I was on the dais, Congressman Carter's office called me to talk about the federal Medicaid. And so I'm talking about that. You saw Representative Duplessis here. I spoke with him yesterday, and this is going to be a point of focus for me and the legislature. So everybody who wants more money from the state, I'm willing to go have that conversation with you. And then the last thing is whatever we can do to help get more Medicaid funding in place that will be impactful, we want to do. There has been a working group on the New Orleans public schools side between the public schools, my office, Councilmember Moreno, New School New Orleans, former school board member Sarah Houston, Olin Parker, and NSNO is proposed as the first wave of getting it started, about $65,000 of need to make sure that the school system get millions of dollars. And what I'm going to do, assuming New Orleans Public School will file an application, is after we pass the ordinance today allocating money to each council district, I will be willing to allocate the first tranche of money for the New Orleans Public School System in order to get that Medicaid. And I say it to all of you because Dr. Birch, you made the comment that it's self-evident that place-based care is what kids need the most. And what is the best place care than schools where they're going to all the time? And if the numbers are right, we were told is the amount of money potentially available could serve half of all the kids in the New Orleans public school system.
Wow.
So I just say that because I want to make that public commitment, number one, and then to all of you on the Medicaid and the funding side, we know how important that is. And the collective we, are reaching out to our federal partners and our state partners to see what we can do to help everybody too. Because to me, it's both the convening and the money have to both be there in concert. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And now we'll bring up our third and last group.
Just a really quick statement of fact that the convening strategies without funding, I celebrate that connection you just announced. That's the piece we've been missing. And know that the convening has always included the folks here and who have been with you earlier, and in the Office of Youth and Families has been part of our partnering to make sure that we connect and resource as deep as we can, given what we've got to work with.
And Karen, I'll just tell you this, I didn't really realize that. And actually United Way was the first one who said, look, all these people are working together and they're trying as hard as they can, but they have all of their separate things that they're trying to do. And the weight of bringing everybody together is really the impediment. So let's break the impediment by having somebody who can convene. Thank you for raising that because it's 100% right. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
So the last portion of this is on trauma, and as an emergency physician in this city for almost 20 years. I don't think people truly understand the burden of what our community faces in terms of trauma. And I also don't think they understand the incredible gems and resources that we have that are trying to work to reduce and mitigate the devastating effects of trauma. And so I appreciate Councilman Giarrusso for giving us this forum. We're going to start with the Trauma Informed Schools Program. Teddy McGlynn Wright, our project director.
Thanks so much. As you may have noticed, I was up here with some of our crew earlier. As you can see, we have a number of partners here from the Coalition for Compassionate Schools, formerly known as the Trauma Informed Schools Learning Collaborative. And just for that little tiny piece of history, really want to recognize that part of the genesis of our project was in the Behavioral Health Council. They had a youth mental health work group that, this is almost 10 years ago, getting together. And from there has, we've grown and been, meeting really consistently for almost a decade. And so I just want to re-emphasize the power of convening, of bringing folks together, of bringing resource to that, of bringing folks who are in the convening of that. So these are our folks. Special shout outs to the folks who are here. Thanks. So, in our role as a convener of these folks, part of what we did in the last year was orient toward what are we trying to create? And we're trying to build capacity, in schools, for schools to be places where young people want to be, where adults want to be, where they can really have the kind of transformative impact that we know is possible. And so we renamed ourselves the Coalition for Compassionate Schools, recognizing that while the trauma that our young folks are impacted by is prevalent and persistent, it is also not the thing that we want to be focused on all the time. We really want to say, what are the things that we're doing that create the environments and create the spaces that we're moving toward? And we do that in these three ways, right? So we do that through research and evaluation, we do that through implementation, and we do that through collaboration and convening. What I'll say is that over the last few years, we've been able to we've been able to bring in over $3 million to support the work that we're doing in collaboration with our partners. And we have grants under review right now for another 4 million. So as we talk about resources and convening, that those things, again, just have to come together over and over and over. I want to name that as we've moved to the project that I'm most closely working with is the Train the Trainer program, which was mentioned by Norwell Public Schools. And that in that model, we have been able to, work and certify folks to do trauma-informed schools work. Our first cohort, we were able to certify 4 folks who then went on to train another 26, who then went on to train about 300 educators across our school networks, who impacted somewhere on the score of about 3,000 young people. So, when we talk about how we do this work, how we scale this work, how we resource this work, so much of it is about how do we support people and making the things happen. And I just want to really lift up the ways in which we've been able to kind of work together to make that the thing that goes. As I said, the Train the Trainer project is the project that I work on most closely. It's based off of the Safe Schools NOLA project, which was a really intensive, rigorous research study that was about communicating and figuring out what are the trauma-informed practices in schools that need to be in place for us to see the kind of impacts that we want to see, right? And what we found from that study was that we saw increases in proactive behavioral supports in classrooms. We saw better teacher-student relationships. We saw higher student engagement, right? These are all things that we were able to see through a whole school implementation model of a trauma-informed schools project. So with the Train the Trainer, it really has been about how do we make sure that we can do that at a scale that is appropriate to the scale of need that we are confronting in our city right now. I think the last thing that I really want to make sure that we say is this piece around mindset shift. And Karen talked about it. We have a lot of love for CYPB. We have other partners who are in the pipeline, CYPB. The Beloved has been a great partner coming along, the New Orleans Youth Alliance. And I just want to name that we're talking about shifts in mindset that are going to dramatically shift what happens at that kind of tip of the iceberg level. And as folks were talking about stigma today, as we talk about kind of what we're noticing, who's out there, who's being impacted, the piece around how are we thinking about our friends and neighbors, how are we thinking about our families, how are we thinking about and talking about young people, those are the shifts that need to happen for us to see the kinds of outcomes that we're really looking for. So I really just want to lift up our ability and willingness to invite all the voices in the room and all the folks who have really named how close to home this trauma and grief really is. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is our Children's Hospital Trauma and Grief Center, and that's Dr. Julie Kaplow, the Executive Director.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for having us, for this convening, and for the amazing work that you've already heard about. And I'm Julie Kaplow. I'm the Executive Director of the Trauma and Grief Center, which is housed at the Children's Hospital New Orleans. And just to tell you a little bit about our mission is to increase access to best practice care for those kids who've experienced any form of trauma or the death of a loved one. We have 3 pillars at the TAG Center. The first is that we develop and implement evidence-based assessment and treatment for kids, children, adolescents, young adults, ages 0 to 21, who've experienced any form of trauma or loss. We also provide training and professional education in trauma and bereavement-related topics and interventions, and I'll tell you more about that in just a minute. And we also conduct research looking at adaptive and maladaptive responses, excuse me, to trauma and loss, as well as treatment effectiveness. So we know that so many kids have experienced significant traumas and losses in New Orleans. We also know that many of them are resilient, and we want to better understand what helps them to be resilient so we can embed those in the treatments that we're using. We are also called the Trauma and Grief Center, not just the Trauma Center, for a reason. And Councilman Giarrusso spoke beautifully to this earlier, that we need to be paying attention to not just trauma, but also bereavement and grief. And the reason for that is because bereavement is actually the most frequently reported type of trauma in clinic referred youth across the United States. It's also the most common form of trauma worldwide. And sadly, this has become an even bigger issue because of the pandemic. We also know that there are now about 270,000 orphans in the United States because of COVID. So this is becoming more and more important to be paying close attention to. It's also the most distressing form of trauma among both adults and youth in the general population. So if you were to ask anybody, what is the hardest thing that's ever happened to you? The vast majority would say it was the death of so-and-so. And it's also the strongest predictor of poor school outcomes above and beyond any other form of trauma. So when we conducted a study a few years ago looking at about 10,000 students across the country, what we found is that the sudden death of a loved one was the strongest predictor of poor school grades, school dropout, school truancy, lack of school connectedness, problems learning, above and beyond any other form of trauma, which included sexual abuse, physical abuse, witnessing domestic violence, or being in an accident. So this is also why it's so critically important for us to raise awareness in the schools, which, as you heard earlier, there is so much effort to do that right now, to make sure that everyone understands the impact of bereavement on our students. I want to just mention one of the interventions that we use within the Trauma and Grief Center and that we're widely disseminating. This model is called Trauma and Grief Component Therapy. And I just want to highlight that, again, what we know helps children after a trauma is different than what helps children after a loss. And so we want to make sure that we're accurately and effectively addressing both of those, trauma and loss. So you'll see that there are 2 different modules in this treatment. And part of why it's been so widely used in schools is because it can be flexibly tailored to the needs of students. So if we have kids who've experienced trauma, we can use the second module. If they've experienced grief, we can use the third. It was also used after several tragedies, including 9/11, Columbine, the Santa Fe school shooting, Hurricane Harvey, and more recently after Uvalde. And part of the reason, again, why it's been so widely used in schools is because it is designed to be group-based. So this is an intervention that was originally designed to be used with JJ youth and is now being used in schools. In our learning collaboratives, we bring together about 100 clinicians, school and community-based, who learn the model. We then train them for 2 days. We send them out to do their work in their respective settings. A lot of them are in school settings, and we provide a full year of ongoing consultation and supervision. And this work is funded through different grants that we've received through Robert Wood Johnson, as well as the New York Life Foundation. But what happens when we're able to do this is that people feel comfortable and competent continuing with the model. So we see much more sustainability when we have that ongoing supervision and consultation. So I would say that the barriers that we've seen partially have to do with the fact that the Trauma and Grief Center at Children's Hospital is fairly new. So many people don't know we exist. So we serve children both within the hospital who are identified by our physicians as having experienced trauma and loss. We also see kids who are being released from our inpatient unit, our 50-bed unit, that the vast majority of those children have experienced trauma and loss. And we also see kids through our outpatient clinic. I will say that one barrier has been transportation and getting access. And so one of the ways we've sort of worked around that is that I would say about half of the kids that we see now, we see through teletherapy. So we are able to provide that therapy to families that may not otherwise be able to access us. And for those families that have difficulty accessing computers, we've also been successful in doing this treatment, even just using a regular cell phone. So those are a couple barriers. And then I would say the final thing is that convenings like this are so critically important. I learned some things today that I didn't know were happening. And hopefully the more we're able to do that and come together, the more we'll be able to really effectively create that continuum of care that is so needed, especially around trauma and grief.
Thank you. And now last but not least, Dr. Erica Rajo, our trauma psychologist at the University Medical Center Trauma Psychology Clinic.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for having me here today. This is really wonderful to hear about all the resources that are available, like yours. So I am the trauma psychologist at University Medical Center, and I work for LSU Department of Psychiatry. I'm also the director of the Trauma Recovery Clinic at UMC. So I'm just going to tell you guys a little bit about what we do, because we're doing a lot over there that a lot of people have not yet heard about. Different slide. There we go. There we go. So as a level 1 trauma center, we see the worst injuries that are happening in the city. And fortunately, our service is able to contact or to reach those people immediately after what they've been through. So while they're in the hospital, the trauma psychology team screens for PTSD, depression, and alcohol use disorders. We provide brief intervention based on what the individual and their families are endorsing. We also provide consultation to other disciplines, the primary medical teams, and resources and referrals to every single patient or family that we see. This is critical because, you know, we reach a lot of people that wouldn't walk into a mental health clinic or who may not recognize the signs of a trauma reaction. And even if at the time that we meet with them, they're not experiencing trauma symptoms, we can provide psychoeducation on what that may look like. And then if it comes up later, they have our information, they can reach out and get the support they need. Also, on the inpatient side, we provide psychological first aid to the healthcare workers, and we support employee wellness initiatives through the hospital. And I think, you know, we're talking a lot about trauma, and in the hospital, the patients aren't the only people who are experiencing trauma. There's a lot of secondary trauma, and so supporting our healthcare workers and other providers is absolutely necessary. On the outpatient side, we have the Trauma Recovery Clinic, which we tell everyone that is in the hospital about. And there we provide trauma-specific, evidence-based psychotherapy, med management with psychiatrists, and we also can provide family support and connect them to resources and referrals in the community. This is key because there's not, so what we're doing on the inpatient side, we're really one of the first trauma centers in the country to be doing. And having that point of contact, we can get people into our outpatient clinic. However, a lot of them are lost to follow-up, which is a major barrier. And I'll talk about that in a minute. We also do some community outreach. We have a trauma survivors support group, another offering that's available to people who may not be interested in formal treatment at the time that we talk to them, but they might come to a community support group. We have collaborative partnerships. We do a lot of events and trainings on trauma-informed care, also common reactions to trauma and secondary traumatic stress for people who are exposed to a lot of trauma in their day-to-day work. And we have an affiliation with the National Trauma Survivors Network as a way to help other people find out about the services we offer and provide consultation to other trauma centers who are trying to develop similar programs to ours. And then we also have research initiatives to ensure that what we're doing is effective. We're using evidence-based interventions, but we want to make sure that we're keeping up with the latest interventions. And we also we train lots of future psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers in trauma work. And I think that's about it. So we're doing a lot and we have a really small team. And so while what we're doing is very effective, it's shown that the individuals who've been treated by our outpatient clinic, they had an 82% lower risk of being readmitted with additional trauma than those who did not receive clinic services. And then our services also reduce PTSD symptoms and weapon carrying over time, which is critical, obviously, for community violence prevention efforts. There are a lot of barriers, as many others discussed, and that starts with funding. We do all the things that we do with very limited funding from the hospital. And these are the barriers that result from not having funds. Lots of delays in the referral process, and with PTSD, avoidance is one of the primary symptoms. So if we don't intervene when someone is ready and willing, then we could lose them to follow up and they might never get the treatment that they need. Care coordination issues, as others have discussed, practical barriers like transportation and people not knowing about our services. And if someone doesn't come through UMC, then the chances that they know about us are kind of dicey. So we really are trying to get the word out because we do serve the broader community, not just people who come through UMC. Case management is an issue, limited case management. And also, trauma-informed staff is really important because when someone is coming to receive trauma services, their contact with all the different people, whether it's someone checking them in, someone greeting them at the door, that can really deter them from following through with coming to their appointments if it's not trauma informed. So we definitely want to have trauma informed staff. And yeah, I think I covered most of the barriers. So I've been working well, we have a wonderful team, the trauma recovery team at UMC, and we could not do all of that without them. And I've also been working with with a local group and a national organization that focuses on getting trauma recovery centers in places where these services are needed. And so we really need funding to get a trauma recovery center here in New Orleans so we can address the community trauma. And what's not healed in one generation is passed on to the next. So we really want to address it so that we don't just continue this cycle. Thank you for having me.
Thank you all for being here.
last but not least, Michael Williamson, President and CEO of United Way. So if I'll just a really quick way of introduction. As Councilman Berger said, we were building this out. We've done a lot of talking. We've done a lot of presentations. That's happened a lot over the years. Again, I think it's very important to all of us that that is the starting point to give a baseline awareness, but that is all it is. And so what we really need to be doing is stop the talking and start the acting. And so that's why Michael is here, not only as our closer, but as our launcher.
Well, thanks, Dr. Avegno, and thanks, members of council, Council President Marino, Council Vice President Morrell, and especially Councilman Druso. Thank you for your courage, as some of you have said so far, and your willingness to use your hurt and your pain to actually launch an effort that we will hope will heal a number of our New Orleans for a long time to come. I'm Michael Williamson, Service President and CEO, United Way of Southeast Louisiana. And what you've heard today is that as a city, we have access to existing research and strategic plans presented before you that outline top priorities and collective action plans for improving mental health in New Orleans. The New Orleans Community Health Improvement Plan, or CHIP as it's known, reflects a long-term systemic commitment to addressing public health problems. And based on findings of a community health assessment that was mentioned before by Dr. Avegno and by the New Orleans Health Department, we gained a comprehensive picture of health status and the conditions that result in higher rates of chronic disease, poverty, housing instability, and unemployment seen unevenly distributed among population groups throughout our city. In response, the Community Health Improvement Plan identifies 3 priorities for health improvement: increased access to care, improve economic stability, and ensure community safety. Additionally, and as you heard before, the Youth Master Plan that's developed by our partners at the Children and Youth Planning Board provides a comprehensive roadmap for creating and sustaining positive youth development focused, results-oriented New Orleans for our New Orleans younger citizens. And finally, not mentioned today, but very, very important, Baptist Community Ministries funded the Louisiana Public Health Institute study entitled COVID-19 Impact on Greater New Orleans Behavioral Health System, which partially focused on the impact of COVID-19 on community behavioral health needs and access to services. They found the following: 1, behavioral health needs and severity increased due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And 2, COVID-19 pandemic disproportionately impacted behavioral health needs of communities of color and unstably housed individuals, worsening existing inequities in the behavioral health system. And 3, patients' care-seeking behaviors changed in response to the pandemic. Now, based on the assessment findings, the Behavioral Health Assessment Team, also known as BAT, identified several potential strategies and reforms to help address existing challenges, minimize future risk, and increase the resiliency of the behavioral health system and the New Orleans community in the context of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. As you heard today, there's no shortage of experts working in this space to improve mental health outcomes in our city. They are well in tune with the needs of our residents, yet as often the case, lack the resources and funding necessary to create the systemic change needed in our community. Our group, all of which you met today, is prepared to breathe life into these plans and strategies to identify gaps in mental health care in our city and help fund and organize expert partners through a truly collaborative approach. The successful collaborative efforts in solving large-scale social problems is dependent upon having a few things. First, a common agenda where all participants have shared vision for change, including a common understanding of the problem and a joint approach to solving it through agreed upon action. Shared measurement, collecting data and measuring results consistently across all participants ensures efforts remain aligned and participants hold each other accountable. 3, mutually reinforcing activities. Participants must be differentiated while coordinating through a mutually reinforcing action plan. 4, continuous communication, which is so vitally important. Consistent and open communication is needed across many players to build not only trust, but assure mutual objectives and create a common motivation. And finally, 5, backbone support. Creating and managing collective impact, which you heard a little bit ago, requires a separate organization with staff and a specific set of skills to serve as the backbone for the entire initiative and coordinate participating organizations and agencies, all of which you've seen today, and so many more that Councilman Druso said are lining up to be a part of our effort. So let me tell you what United Way Southeast Louisiana is prepared to do. We will guide expert partners to source funding, develop shared goals and strategies, and drive policy change to address the mental and behavioral health crisis in our city. We are prepared to serve as a convener and a backbone for the collaborative effort, along with participating in fundraising in support of mental health services. We will work to convene funders such as BCM, IMH. Ron McLean, the president of IMH, is behind me here. He's also a member of the United Way Board, and government community groups to develop a steering team of committed funding partners. We'll also work to identify mental health and behavioral health partners, many of which you met today, to create a collaborative, develop a collaborative vision, goals, and collaborative strategies for quality mental behavioral health services in New Orleans. And as you mentioned before about the Youth Master Plan, we will work with the Children and Youth Planning Board to lift up the YMP and include youth on a steering team and in the collaborative process. We will coalesce the collaborative to lift up the CHIP strategies and report on those results as well. And we'll develop working groups around all identified strategies. And finally, we'll develop the infrastructure and backbone to support and sustain this effort for years to come. The mental health collaborative work efforts mirrors much of the work the United Way is already doing as a lead member of the NOLA Coalition. We're organizing youth investments in alignment with the Youth Master Plan, and in our role as a convener in both cases allows us to connect complementary efforts and leverage resources effectively. Now let me just end, and I'll say that I think our final slide has here, actually you have a QR code where you can scan to learn more and connect with our staff person, Ms. Meza, who will be leading this effort on behalf of United Way Southeast Louisiana. But once again, I want to offer my thanks, not just to the council members and Councilmember Joe Giarrusso, but the host of experts in their field that have done this work with limited resources for so many years, that have all stepped forward to do their part and take on additional work to ensure that we create a better New Orleans for everybody. And especially for Dr. Avegno, who's been a guiding force throughout our conversations with the councilman and has allowed us the opportunity to be here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Before I know there's people who want to make public comment, I just want to make sure that we emphasize that the initial planning of this is $150,000, and there's going to be outside aid that provides half of that. And my plan again is to use $75,000 from my portion of the cultural fund led by Councilmember Morrell to fund the other half to get this started. I wrote down literally, my dad used to tell me all the time, actions speak louder than words. And I've heard that emphasized a whole lot. And so putting the money and the resources to convening is important. There's some things I want to say at the end, but I know we have some comment cards. We actually have to suspend the rules for public comment. What I'd like to do is give each speaker only a minute and a half as opposed to the normal 2, because it's unusual, but we have 5 comment cards. I want to go through those, see if my colleagues have anything, and then wrap up. So I'll move to suspend the rules, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Anybody opposed? All right. Aye. We got 5. All right, all good. All right, so first up is Kelly Wilkerson, then Mambo Treadway, George Mahdi, Michael Burnside, and Dariana Capitel. Kelly Wilkerson, are you still here? Here you go. Good afternoon. You'll have a minute and a half.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Wilkerson. I'm 45 years old. I'm a native of New Orleans. I've experienced a lot of turmoil, a lot of childhood trauma in my life. And to me, the reason we have a lot of crime is because this childhood trauma is not being addressed. When this is not being addressed, whether it's in a school, whether it's in one of these facilities, a lot of things are not talked about. Like I dealt with sexual molestation, and I was told that that didn't happen to me. I was told, we're gonna sweep that under the table, we're gonna sweep that. And all these things have affected my life to this day. My mother was murdered by my nephew. At the end of the trial, they said because of neglect and a long time childhood trauma. A lot of what was said in the trial was exaggerated, but at the same time, it was still true. And the reason I'm here is because I want to be a part of the change. I'm tired of seeing all of us suffer. I'm tired of seeing all of us going through unnecessary crime. These children are not being raised. They're being raised by people who have to work, so there's nobody at home raising them. So that's a poverty issue at that point. Along with the don't tell, don't speak. Well, if we can't turn in our abusers, how are we supposed to turn in our children? Our brothers, our sisters that we know out here doing the things that they're doing. We have to get down where it starts in the beginning, children, because then we have to grow up, and then all that anger and all that stuff that we have to deal with, it just blows up. Then you want to put us in jail and you're further traumatizing us rather than dealing with the problem. The problem is childhood trauma, neglect, abuse, sexual abuse that's never been dealt with. So when we become adults, then how are we supposed to deal with it? How are we supposed to raise our kids properly? It's impossible because half the time it's in the family. And because we can't tell or it was swept under the rug, we're dealing with loving our abusers. Then we pick those same kind of partners, then a cycle repeats itself. So we have to get farther and deeper. I appreciate everybody that was here today. Sorry about your loss. I have the same loss, but on a different note. So we really, really have to dig a little deeper.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Mambo Treadway, George Mahdi, Michael Burnside, and then Dariana Capital.
My name is Mambo Treadway, and I am from New Orleans, and I am a survivor of childhood trauma, generational childhood trauma, generational childhood sexual abuse. I started being raped by my first cousin at the age of 5. The only reason why the rape ended was because he wanted to rape me and my 9-year-old cousin together. And she pulled me out of the bed and she ran with me. And she told me, this is not supposed to happen. Okay. So from then, I was also raised by a mother who was mentally ill from being raped by her brothers. From her brothers raping her nieces, nephews, and her son. And she was very verbally abusive to me. Every day, my name was bitch, hoe, and dick sucker. By the time I was 10, I went mute. I refused to talk because every time I opened up my mouth, I was abused. I was called out of my name and I was mistreated. By the time I was 14, I was pregnant, having a baby in my trauma, not understanding what a mother was supposed to be. Not having nobody to guide me. By the time I was 17, I had 2 children and 3 children at 21 and 4 children at 24 by 4 different men with multiple suicide attempts, not knowing what to do with myself or with my children. And I was in the family with people who condoned the behavior that I was putting forward because they said this was normal, it's okay. And how could they help me when children in my family was being born by rape? So how could you tell the rapist or the person who's being raped that is wrong? And so with that being said, my uncles not only raped their nieces and nephews and sisters and cousins, they also raped the community, children, which caused us trauma. I grew up with a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression, a lot of self-hate. That self-hate, I didn't want to spew into the world, so I spewed it on myself by being promiscuous, by sleeping with multiple men. by trying to kill myself through sex. And when I go out into the community today, being the spiritual person that I am, because I feel like the spirit saved my life. In 2010, I woke up one day and the spirit told me that I was going to break all these generational traumas. My sons are alive. My sons are not in jail. My children have graduated high school. My last son is in school and he's an honor student. I only made it to the 9th grade. I don't have that much education, but I have a lot of spirit and I have a lot of knowledge on the world and on behavior. And now I can identify the patterns. When I see something going on with my children, because I had to correct myself. And I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. But with my behavior, I had to go into myself and correct it in me because there was no one around me correcting it. In order for me to correct my children in a proper manner, I raised 2 boys. My oldest sons are 24 and 23. I raised them as an angry girl. So if anybody wanted to do anything to my children, they feared to come and tell me because I would go into outrages. I would black out and I would destroy my house. I would destroy them. I would talk to them crazy. I would do crazy things. I was so full of rage and anger because when I go to the school, when I go to the psychiatrist, no one would help me. No one would believe my story. So I just felt like I was a liar and I was in nothing. But when I figured out how to start to learn to cope, and not only cope, but change those patterns and change those behaviors in the way that I thought, and not seek the advice of my mother because I knew that she could not give me advice because she was a part of my trauma. She was a part of my abuse. And I didn't even know my mother was my abuser until 2010, when I started to sit with myself and I started to look at myself and how I react with my children and how I interact with them in those rageful moments. I was being my mother and I hated myself for being her. I hated myself for spewing out my trauma onto my children. So I started correcting it slowly and I started to see change. And today I am not that same young girl who raised her children filled with rage, who hollered and screamed and cursed at her children, who ran with different men to escape the problems that she was having at home. Today I sit with my children and we have pleasant conversations with love and respect, and I treat them as they're someone because they are. They are the gifts that God gave me. And I want to make sure that I reinforce the good behaviors and banish those bad behaviors, because I never want them to be me and feel unloved or feel like they don't have an outlet to express themselves when something is hurting them or when someone is hurting them. The way we react to things, our children are watching, and I didn't realize my kids was watching my reactions to everything that I did. But now that I do, I go into my community, which is New Orleans East. And I talk to people about the spirit and about how their childhood affect them in today's world, because people don't believe that mental health sometimes is a stem from childhood trauma. And because we live with these people and we love these people, we don't never want to see these people as the offenders that they are. And we have to get our children away from these wicked energies because they are here to destroy and kill them. And maybe not physically, but kill their spirit where they can't see nothing else except for the damage. And they go into the world as damage. And that's all they spirit is damage. And yeah, that's my part on it. And that's why I feel that mental health is very important.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing. Mr. Mahdi, Mr. Birdside, Ms. Capital.
Yeah, George Mahdi, Neighborhood Unity and Merge. You know, we've heard from these personal testimonies of others. The point is, mental illness affects us all. That's what defines us as human beings. When we look at the rise of mental illness among youth, it is because of the personal crisis of expectations of success, of failure, that usually these crises involve education, authority, career opportunity, and peer pressure. These are the things that affect the youth today that put them on the course. And that's why we have so many youth turning to crime Crime is a form of cultural suicide because you recognize its consequences. Racism is also a form of mental illness because we feel its effects every day. We need to make sure that this is just not another engagement in plantationism. Particularly, we have to make sure that our young Black males who have been vilified as criminals or have been denied opportunities over the generations, receive some services. This is what keeps the rates of failure so high, the crime rates high, incarceration rates high, all that. If we are to save our civilization, we all have to learn to live together. We all have to learn to work together as a people in order to solve the problems that society created. So, yes, we all support mental health, services, but we make sure that these services go to the crux of the problems of race and poverty in not only Louisiana, but in America. Because if we don't, we ain't gonna solve the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Muddy. Mr. Burnside and Ms. Capital.
You find me at a little bit of a loss, which is a rare condition for me, but I have a whole bunch of notes, and I think what I'll do is just send you a very long email. But here in a minute and a half, I think I will, I guess I'll start with a thank you. The next thing I'll say is that I think it would be an interesting thing to know how many families have suffered, because it's one of those things we don't talk about. My brother might have killed himself, and the might is the problem. He was in Texas, a little bit far from the rest of us. When they found him dead, took the coroner 5 days to tell us, first of all, it was him. We only knew a body had been found on his property. In that 5 days, it was treated as a murder scene instead of a grief scene, so the police weren't too interested in informing us of much because obviously the family is included in the range of suspects who engage in murder. So not only did we not know if it was him or not, we didn't know if he had committed suicide himself or been killed. He also was a lawyer. He was a little bit of a bad person, quite frankly. All of us Burnsides are to one degree or another. Not a good one among us, really, except maybe my sister. But to go 5 days without knowing that it is your brother and without knowing whether he's been killed or killed himself or he killed someone else and is on the lam just reminds us all that the police aren't real good with grief scenes, however much good they may be with crime scenes.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Ms. Capital, are you still here? Diana? Am I saying your last name? Am I butchering it too badly?
My name and last names is Dariana Vido Capitel. I am an immigrant, lawful resident, and a performer, an educator, an advocate. The first time I heard the word mental health and that I knew that I needed to take care of my mental health was when I came to this country. I experienced immigration when I was an adult, 27 years old. And the experience was so crippling, the trauma was so big that I was almost paralyzed. That's why I created a summer music program to kind of accompany children, as an educator that I am, to accompany children through their trauma, through their experiences as immigrants. And they were, first of all, I want to say thank you. I'm fully amazed at the work that all of these institutions and people are doing in New Orleans. And I just want to bring a word for you, is inclusiveness. Inclusiveness means the practice or policy of providing equal access to opportunities and resources for people who might otherwise be excluded or marginalized. And just thinking about the Spanish-speaking population in New Orleans. Some sources on the national census says that it's 5.5%. Other sources are talking about a 9%. And I'm only thinking about the amount of undocumented immigrants who live, work, and pay taxes in our cities and usually don't have the resources, don't have the capacity, are uninsured or underinsured, and they don't even have access to basic healthcare, not even say, let's not talk about mental healthcare. I just want to encourage all the institutions and people and the council at large to also direct your view and the resources available to prepare people who can work with our children in the schools, with our communities, and to open the doors to the resources that usually this population, this sector of the population, as they don't have insurance and they lack employment opportunities as well that will allow them to pay for care, for appropriate care. I just want, and I'm going in a rambling here, for you all to think about this population that is growing, not only in Louisiana, but in the rest of the country due to post-pandemic and natural disasters, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Along these same lines, a number of us have received a message from DA Jason Williams. I wanted to read that very quickly. This convening and consequent call to action is timely and desperately needed. Moving forward quickly on the action items discussed is real crime prevention. And I think, as my colleagues have said before, today is not a picture day. We're not going to come down, take something with everybody. I will step out though and see everybody who participated today. A huge thank you for everybody who came and gave their public testimony just now, all of the stakeholders who've participated today. I think the DA is right. When you go to the doctor, they don't tell you diet or exercise. They tell you diet and exercise. And the same thing is true when it comes to public safety. We need the and component. I want to thank my staff for all of their hard work, all of them standing by me, particularly Amanda Rizzo and Amy McCarron, who work so hard. And then very finally, I think Michael said it well, that we need to make sure that we follow up and show what the progress has been. And then Miss Lena was my inspiration, and we'll make it much shorter, Council President, next year. But I'm hoping, much like Breast Cancer Awareness Day and Military Veterans Appreciation Day, that we can make the second meeting in September about mental health. And as Miss Lena, I think, told Amanda, there's over 250 people in the city government who have breast cancer. And as the people have repeatedly said, we can't imagine how many people are touched by that. So I'd like to do that as well. And again, thanks to all of my colleagues for their deep patience today. Thank you all very much.
We're also learning from.
Do you want to just access your email?
Yeah, did you email it?
Yeah, I emailed it. Yeah, where's the, open up the attachment.
Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, Councilmember Thomas has a point of personal privilege.
First of all, I want to thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Council. This point of personal privilege, I may be representing it now, but I think it's from the entire City Council. Every now and then I tell folk, and for our audience, this is about a very special person who's committed their life to public service. Every now and then God gives us people put themselves second so they can put us first. Whatever their field of endeavor is, whatever their life is, they're always trying to assist others. And I think along the way, we develop a level of respect and appreciation for them because they're never really caring or thinking about themselves. Well, the person that this council is honoring today represents that. And I think is one of the great public servants that has ever worked for government. As a matter of fact, that's one of the people that helped to train me about, it's a privilege when people need you. So many folk, when they call here, when they call these agencies, too often they make people think they're bothering them. Well, guess what? If people didn't call you, you wouldn't have the job to assist them. Well, Sharon B. Temple. Sharon B. Temple. Sharon B. Temple is one of those people who never conducted herself as if it was a bother, but she always went out of her way to have the kind of relationships where she could assist people. This proclamation from the entire city council. Oh, calm down. This proclamation from the entire city council says, Whereas the council takes great pride in recognizing the individuals who are dedicated to the city. Whereas the Deputy Clerk of Council, Sharon Temple, is a highly esteemed public service and has a long-standing legacy of service. And whereas her career in public service began on August the 4th, 1980, when she joined the Food Stamp Bureau in the Department of Finance in the capacity of supervisor. And whereas from 1993 to 2007, she worked for the Alcoholic Beverage Outlet Division under the Department of Finance. And whereas in 2007, her work with the council commenced as a member of the Clerk of Council's office. And whereas in April 28, 2014, she was named Deputy Clerk of the Council. Whereas on October the 26th, 2017, Sharon Temple was awarded with the certification from the Municipal Clerks Institute by completing all the necessary training to become a Louisiana certified municipal deputy clerk. And whereas Sharon has served continually and faithfully and committed her life to a career of service for the city of New Orleans for the past 43 years, now therefore be proclaimed by this city council and signed by all council members that we acknowledge one of the great public servants of all time, Sharon B. Temple. We're gonna bring this to you now. Let everybody comment, and then we'll take pictures after.
I know you did. Thank you, babe.
Well, Ms. Temple, as Councilmember Thomas is making his way up, I'll make a few comments. Congratulations on your retirement and your decades of service. I've only known you for about 5 years or so, and I just have always appreciated your professionalism. You know, and earlier we talked about how important it is regarding how we treat people, right? And you have always just been so kind and understanding, and we have had some challenging meetings, no doubt about it, no doubt about it. And you just always just, you know, kind of rise above it all. And, you know, even when you're wearing a mask, I can tell you're still smiling underneath. And so just thank you so much for your dedicated service to the people of New Orleans. And I have to tell you, we are absolutely going to miss you. And I mean, just on first reads, like right there alone, like I'm just so used to hearing your voice. It's like, that's how we adjourn, right? It's first reads with Ms. Temple. So
The auctioneer.
that's right, the auctioneer. So Madam Auctioneer, Madam Clerk, we are certainly going to miss you so much, and we wish you only the very, very best.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember King, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Morel, and Councilmember Green. Councilmember King.
Thank you. Ms. Temple, I won't say how old I was when you started. Or how many years it was till I was born when you started. But I want to, you've been here since I started working in city government in 2014, and you always made.
She was here before I started working in city government. So.
Well, look, when you can stick around somewhere that long, that speaks to how appreciated you are, and it speaks to how great you do your job. So kudos to you. And when I started back in 14 and even to this position a few months ago, you always a calming voice. You say, don't worry about it. You go get through it. Take your time. So I thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I just thank you for what you've done throughout your 4 decades of working here. But thank you, Ms. Temple. I appreciate everything.
You will.
Councilwoman Harris.
Ms. Temple, 2 words, service and style. Look at you. I hope that I can emulate you, and to Councilmember King's point, calm, collected, stylish, graceful. All of these words describe you, and we will miss you so much. I'll miss you personally, and just thank you for all of your years of dedication to the city, because Lord, it takes a lot of work.
Yes, it does.
Councilmember Morel.
I don't have much to add. I will say I'm trying not to take it personally. You worked with my mom for 10 years. Then I showed up and you retired. So I'm not trying to attribute that to anything. But I will tell you, in my brief time here, you've made quite an impact. I knew what I was getting into. Before I showed up, my mom was like, just listen to Miss Temple, you'll be all right. So you have taught so many people on this council how to do our job because there is no manual when we show up. And I do want to set the expectation that we probably will still call and ask you questions. We probably, we might even pay for it. Thank you, Ms. Temple.
Councilmember Green. Ms. Temple, you don't have to answer us when we call you if you don't want to. We understand, but but look, just thank you very much. Many times there are so many important positions, and your position is so important, but it's kind of out of the public limelight. So for the members of the public who are watching, what you see before you with Ms. Temple is an example of a dedicated public servant who did a job in a most professional manner and didn't get a lot of recognition for it, but things go relatively smoothly. Sometimes it doesn't look like that to the public, but things go relatively smoothly, and a lot of that is because of the kind of work that you did. Thank you for working with my staff. It's been a productive 8 months, and part of the reason is because the information that we get that's made available to us. But I appreciate your work and wish you the best as you move forward, and much success in your future endeavors. But thank you for your decades of service to the city of New Orleans.
Okay, thank you.
And thank my colleagues, and I know all of us represent also the sentiments of Councilmember Giarrusso, and especially what he did today, which was so emotionally uplifting, but also emotionally draining. Councilmember Harris, I think you acknowledging Sharon, well, let me say Miss Temple, and you know our other nickname that we have that I won't use. 1987, when I got here as a legislative assistant, Miss Temple and people like her were the kinds of people that walked us through the process, that taught us how to be public servants. And she looked so good because it was never stressful for her to help people. It was never out of the way for her to help people. So God bless her to keep her beauty and her style, because she never looked at public service. Don't cry, you're gonna make me cry. She never looked at public service as a burden. And she always had this way, right? Because so many folk, when you're degreed or you think you're qualified, you can kind of feel yourself, you know? And those of us who thought we were degreed and qualified and had important jobs, she had a way of letting us know just how lost and foolish we were, but that if we would pay attention and listen and go to the right file and ask the right questions, you could get the right information. So the reason why she's in such perfect condition and in such perfect shape is because she did her job in a perfect way, the way God would want a public servant to be. So I think your comments about acknowledging her in her presence as a person is the way she's been blessed for helping us. Councilwoman Giarrusso just showed up, and please.
I mean, I've come to love Miss Temple and Miss Laura because I sit right next to them, and you know, you talk about we turn the microphones off and have our little funny side jokes, and I just, Sharon, I just appreciated you. You know, I came here and didn't know a thing, and you guys helped me turn the lights on and figure out where to go, and have given throughout the years, you and Miss Laura, just such good little tidbits about how to conduct yourself and how not to, which is almost equally as important. And I just appreciate the fact that I don't want to say, I don't know, have anybody already said how many years of public service it's been?
Plenty.
Yeah, right. It's been a minute. And the fact that you've been so dedicated to the city, to this body, to this council in particular, I'm going to miss you so much. I'm so happy for you in retirement, but personally, I'm going to miss you, and whoever sits right next to you's got really big shoes to fill.
Clerk Laura Johnson.
I just wanted to say that it has been an honor and a pleasure to work with you, Sharon. We have known each other for a long time. In revenue, we started together. We've watched our kids become successful people, and we have cried and prayed and talked about a lot of things. And I always knew that no matter what, you were always there for me. And I just want to say thank you. So the staff and I are giving you a plaque that says the City of New Orleans, Louisiana, presented to Sharon B. Temple, thanking you for your 43 years of service to the City of New Orleans. And we just want to say thank you. We're going to miss you. And we appreciate all the things that you've ever said, funny and otherwise, and all the things that you have done. So I just say your journey is going to be something new and different. Embrace it. Don't be fearful, and be the person that you've always been. Thank you.
Part of your job has always been so that department heads and political people can get the last word. Well, guess what? You have the mic. It's your chance, your time to get the last word. Ms. Sharon Temple.
I'm trying not to have Emma to come to this little session I'm about to have right now.
Well, you might
Crying
not.
Emma, that's what I'm talking about. So
Emma
don't say
Williams.
they're crying. I really can't believe that I'm really sitting here and getting ready to retire. It wasn't in my plan to retire right now, but things happen. I want to thank God first, because he got me through this journey. I had a lot of trials and tribulations along the way.
It's all right.
But I prevailed. I want to thank my mom who's watching. I want to thank my son who's watching, my personal chef. I want to thank my sister, my brothers. I want to thank my niece and my nephews. All have helped Teddy to make it right. I also want to thank Madam Clerk for giving me the opportunity to be an assistant clerk and to assist her. I learned a lot when I came down here to the clerk of council. A lot of things people work within do not know what goes on in here. But when I came, I love to read. They'll tell you. I read a lot. I share a lot of information with a lot of people, because a lot of people don't know what goes on in the council chambers, right? My staff. I want to thank my staff. Where's Miss Russ? Yeah, I asked her. I want to thank Miss Russ and all the staff, because we've all been through a lot. With this pandemic, with the hurricane, the insurance companies, your personal issues, but we still prevail. We're still standing strong. You understand? So I am glad and I am thankful for everybody. And I always try to encourage my staff, even the people I've worked with before and in the past. I've always been trying to encourage everyone to do good, to do better for yourself. Because I have always been a person, so my son called me Sister Teresa, because I'm always helping people, and that's what I do. I love to help people because I want to see people with a smile on their faces. Even with my staff, I tell them to keep going and to keep the drive alive. Keep pushing forward to better yourself. I did it, so you can do it. My mother calls me a trailblazer. Mom. But like I said, I take all that in stride. And like I said, my direction right now, I don't know. But I'm going to continue to evolve in this life. I'm a senior citizen, but you all already know. You already know. I will not stop. Okay, but I'm going to take care of myself, and I'm still going to continue to help people. And like I said, I love my staff. I'm going to miss all of them. They know I have those words. They know, but I always get the job done. But there's one thing I will not miss, and guess what that is? Agenda day. So I want to thank Oliver Thomas. I want to thank the rest of the council. I want to thank Oliver for presenting me with this proclamation. And yes, I am full and I am nervous as I don't know what, but I'm getting through this. Thank you, Jesus. Because I thought I just want to be sitting here boohooing all day long, couldn't get it up. But for all the people that worked with me in the past that's out in the audience, and there's more, but they wasn't able to attend. But like I said, tomorrow I will have a second line. I'm letting y'all know. Because I'm doing it right. When I step right. I don't half step. Thank you very much. Don't you stop.
Want your award in the other hand, Ms. Temple? Yeah, that's about it. Somebody go take a picture. Angie, go take a picture of the music. Oh. Right. Oh, okay, yes. Okay.
If you want to wait until the, like, we get you that first map, the initial map.
We will show you. If you have a comment card to submit about the bike lane ordinance, please submit your card. If you have a comment card to submit about the bike lane ordinance, please submit your comment card. Thank you.
Council members, we're now going to go to page 25. We have ordinance calendar number 33,854 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to prohibit that portion of the public roadway consisting of Newton Street between Elmira Avenue and Berman Avenue and of MacArthur Boulevard between General DeGaulle Drive and Woodland Drive from containing bollards or similar traffic control features for the exclusive use by bicycles or other non-motorized vehicles and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Madam Deputy Clerk. All right, I want to first thank everyone for being here. I know this is an issue that has a lot of concern. I want to thank each and every council member for not just going out yourself and listening and seeing yourself. I know Councilmember Thomas, he was out there a couple weeks ago before he attended the Edna Carr Landry football game. I know Councilmember Jeruso came to the community meeting last week and talked to people from Algiers. He also had a chance to see the lands himself. I know Councilmember Morrell walked the streets, so he definitely had a chance to see it. Spoke to Councilmember Moreno and Green and Harris. They all had a chance to, for themselves, see the issue at hand. And the issue at hand is 2.2 miles of bike lane infrastructure in Algiers that a lot of members of the community feel as if they were not given a voice when this infrastructure was installed. I've had plenty of conversation with individuals who do not agree with this ordinance, and all of them except for two, I would say, were very productive and cordial. There was a lot of listening on my end, and I think everyone walked away with a better understanding. You may not agree with the position, but you walked away with a better understanding. For those two individuals, one who lives St. Roch, the other lives in the Bayou St. John area, I'm still here to have a civil conversation where respect is given and taken. So I hope moving forward we can have that civil, respectable conversation. So how did we get here? We got here because the bike infrastructure along these 2.2 miles in Algiers were installed with a lack of honest communication. The message really did not get out to the individuals mostly affected by this design, those individuals that live in the 70131 zip code and the 70114 zip code. They weren't giving proper images of what to expect. There were two meetings, from my understanding, there were two meetings held in 2019. Get the video ready. Two videos held in 2019, and in those two meetings, 24 Algiers residents were present. And to my understanding, those are the only two meetings that were held. There were more, please correct me, but 24 people were involved in something this large. So we went back to a 2019 meeting. Councilmember Jeruso, you are a bit on this meeting. And we want to hear directly from DPW how this process would take place. So those in the audience, those watching, can all be on the same page as how did we get to this point?
Project now. So as you well know, Councilman, the Joint Infrastructure Program, $2 billion, it's broken into 5 waves. Wave 1 is in construction design. Wave 2, we're putting into construction in the next 3 or 4 months. We needed to get that stuff moving. The good thing about bike infrastructure, and Jennifer is our in-house expert, a lot of the deployment of making that better bike infrastructure is less to do with the surface infrastructure and the subsurface and a lot more to do with painting, signs, enforcement, bollards, that kind of thing. We made a strategic decision on the Broad Street Bridge on the strength of the bollards that we put between the driving traffic and the cyclist traffic. That there was one plan one way, and you know what? We're hearing that this is a bigger issue, and frankly, it's really nice to have the council be a vociferous advocate for this, because at times advocating for more bike infrastructures can be a little tricky. But we also have a huge problem of surface and streets and drainage, as you well know. But I want you to know we're not going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Thank you.
And as we get into wave 3, those are the things that I think we've told this, not this committee, but the Public Works one, we're looking at really innovative ways to have sustainability in that. Perviousness in concrete, bioswales and neutral grounds, et cetera. But we had to kick a lot of projects off before we could make them the way you would necessarily want them. The good thing about bike infrastructure is there's a lot we can do once the street is done that doesn't involve crazy digging in the way that you've seen in the past.
Great. Thank you all so much. Do you want to continue?
Yeah,
You have a
so
couple more slides that are very
the
important.
last slide. So under the Moving New Orleans Bikes Initiative, which we will be announcing in probably a couple of days, we are going to be really accelerating what people see on the streets as far as producing low-stress bike connections. So we have our design standards and design guide that is being finalized as I speak. So these dates here are when we will finalize these products. We will be developing a citywide bike network plan, which will be finalized this is actually the second quarter, 2019, this should be the final. So you're gonna see the rapid development and engagement, community engagement around these issues in a very short, concise format. So we've never done anything like this, so that we looked at business as usual and we said, how can we improve on it? So expect to see a lot of moving parts and a lot of community engagement going on all at the same time. So design will be complete and in batches, and then we're going to begin construction. So all the construction will end in the fourth quarter of 2020. This is a 2-year project, roughly 75 miles. And
Okay, thank you. So a couple of things that stood out to me was once this is done, it won't take a lot to undo. It won't take a lot to move. This will be a really accelerated process, rapid development, short and concise, and a lot of moving parts. We had all of that, but we didn't have the public input like we were promised. In 2 meetings, 24 people from Algiers attending speaks to the lack of public input. But the Algiers community did have several community meetings. Some were held during the campaign. I said before that Councilmember Morrell was there and he walked the streets and saw for himself and heard for himself. Every person that I was in a race against during the primary and the runoff said that they would work to get this infrastructure changed. And my predecessor also stated verbatim, and I quote, "This was a disaster. This was a disaster." The very person who was very influential in making this happen. So I decided there was did a meeting happen? When did it happen? Where did it happen? So I decided to have my own meeting last week, invited Public Works. They were not able to attend, but the meeting went on. And at that meeting, individuals on both sides of the argument were allowed to give their opinion of this situation. We had a total of 239 people present. 214 people at the sign-up sheet, at the sign-up desk, were in favor of the infrastructure coming down. 25 people were in favor of the flex post and infrastructure staying in place. I think it's very important to note out of those 25 people that were present that were in favor of the bike infrastructure, 15 were from Algiers. That's 4% of the individuals at the Alice Hart meeting closest to the bike lanes were 4% were from Algiers and 4% were in favor of the current bike lane infrastructure being in place. And I say that because this argument, this conversation has grown legs. I've been accused of trying to remove bike lanes in Chantilly, MLK Boulevard, you name it. There are some biking groups that are just been putting out flat out lies. So I want to be here. I want to correct those lies and get the record straight. This is not about anywhere else but these 2.2 miles of Algiers, which is less than half of the bike lane infrastructure in Algiers. It's 2.2 miles out of a total 75 miles, which is 1.5% of the infrastructure in the city. Talking about 2 streets in Algiers, not Berman, not Garden Oaks, not Wall Boulevard, all that have very few bikers, but none of those streets. Some stats were given from DPW and different bike organizations that stated 2,088 crashes happened between the years of 2014 and 2000. I'm sorry, let me go back. So I do apologize. Who got the map? Thank you, Mr. Winston Fior. You can see the red. So the blue lines are the bike lanes, okay? The red, and this is straight from the sign-in sheets. Everyone's welcome to a copy. I don't want to disperse it because there's addresses and names, but you can come to my office. We don't hide the ball. We don't play those games over here in District C. So those are the red pins, people who are against the bike lanes. I want you to look how close they are to the bike lanes themselves. I'll leave it there for a minute so you can take a picture and everyone can kind of see what we're talking about. That's MacArthur. Can you please go to the Newton Street, Mr. Field? All right, so these are the Newton Street. The green pings are those that are in favor. And the majority of those that are in favor are from the East Bank, or not from the West Bank. I just want to make it clear to those who are residents of the East Bank, this will not affect any of your bike lanes. I know that's not always believable from government in the past, saying we're not going to do something, we do it, but I have no intentions on affecting anything in the East Bank where I'm not asked to do anything. And I was asked from residents of Algiers to do this. This is why we're here. Stats given by DPW, 2,088 accidents from 2018 to 2014. It's 5 years of studies. What I was told, 2 accidents happened on the streets in question involving bike lanes, involving bicyclists. Now, I don't know who was at fault. I'm not victim shaming, but at times a cyclist can be partially liable for accidents. That's not calling anyone out, that's just facts. So out of the 2,088 accidents reported in Algiers in 5 years by DPW study, 2 involve bicyclists. And if those stats have changed, please let me know. And that's 0.1%. That's 0.1% of the accidents in Algiers involve bicyclists on these 2 streets. If this conversation was truly about safety, it was truly about safety, we would focus on the 1 accident per week that happens at the intersection of Wall Boulevard and General de Gaulle. That involves multiple cars, and even my wife was in an accident at that intersection of Wall de Gaulle. This is truly about public safety. this is truly about public safety, we would be fighting for sidewalks in front of Etna Carr Senior High School, where children walk to school without sidewalks. This is truly about a public safety issue. We will fight for sidewalks for individuals in McClellanville that have never had sidewalks since in my lifetime. But this has turned into something more than just public safety, in my opinion. The gold spikes with my name on in front of City Hall kind of explains that. So this ordinance has also been a bit confusing to people. I think personally that was done on purpose by some organizations to muddy the waters. Let me make it very clear. Your pictures. This is what we want to go to. This is what we want to revert to on Newton Street. No flex posts, no concrete barriers, plenty of parking for the businesses whose business have suffered due to the lack of parking on Newton Street. This we want to revert to. Can you zoom in at all on that? So MacArthur, no flex posts, not parking in the middle of the street, no concrete barriers, and yes, there are bike lanes. So for those who say we're getting rid of bike lanes, here's your proof. This is what this is what this ordinance is asking to revert to. And if I could see clearly, I see an arrow, a bike, solid striped line. So again, this is about public safety. We would not be here, in my opinion, right now. This is about a lack of communication and public input from city government and government in general to communities. This is about not allowing communities to have a voice in how their neighborhoods should look. It's not a NIMBY, not in my backyard conversation. This is a let me have a voice in how the neighborhood I live in, that I play in, that I work in, how that neighborhood should look. So with that being said, we have plenty of public comment cards. Everyone will get a chance to speak that submitted a public comment card. We have several online comments. We will limit those to 5 minutes on each side due to the time. So every comment card who is present will be given the opportunity to get 2 minutes, and 5 minutes pro the ordinance and 5 minutes opposing the ordinance. So at that time, we will take and I'm asking everybody to state your name and address when you come to the podium. And are you a paid actor or part of the organization? First, Mr. Patrick Gerbine. And I'm asking everybody, I'm not going to be rude to anybody, but please, 2 minutes, a lot of people, please. Thank you, Mr. Patrick.
We ready?
Yes, it's on you.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you so much, Councilman King. My name is Patrick Irvine. I live in the East Bank in Mid-City. I am commenting today in regards to the ordinance. I am opposed to the ordinance. I share in Councilmember King's and the Algiers community in the necessity for the city of New Orleans to commit itself to representative community engagement. And I agree that it's the residents who should be able to determine what their community feels like. That being said, the city of New Orleans has invested over $500,000 in this infrastructure. I think that as policymakers, we can all agree that the city is a living, breathing experiment, and it's something that we have invested in. I think that an alternative route, as opposed to just tearing down this infrastructure, is to take a more prolonged approach, to set up a time to study the impacts of this new infrastructure, to see if it changes behavior, to see if there is a benefit to the overall traffic within these neighborhoods, and then from there to move forward with a data-driven approach, as well as doubling down on a better community engagement process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Next, we will have Mr. Brad Ott.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Ott. I live at 1132 Merrill Street, downriver from Federal City in Algiers. As a resident and avid user who actually moved to Algiers 3 years ago from uptown in anticipation of these protected bike lanes, I'm urging the council to vote no on this proposal. I want to note that I sent a letter to you all, and so my remarks today are very brief. I attended Councilmember King's engagement meeting on the 7th at Alice Hart. To his credit, it ended up being the first time where those of us in Algiers who live there and use the bike lanes and support them could publicly speak on it since the implementation of the ordinance of the lanes without getting bullied or beaten up in social media or being excluded from other public meetings as I was back in January, in which Mr. King, who acknowledged that it was wrong that I was excluded from a public meeting that otherwise invited us to come speak about these lanes. I'm concerned about the way the ordinance is phrased because by the way it's phrased, it undoes all the lanes. It isn't just the opening preamble that says that bollards are being removed. In fact, the bike lanes are going to be totally undone. And I'm more concerned about MacArthur. I am kind of surprised there was not a public meeting.
Mr. Ott, that's your time, Mr. Ott. 2 minutes. I made it very clear.
I'm going to finish.
Mr. Ott, so this is.
So my finish is no.
Thank you.
Don't vote for this.
William Katzenmeyer. If I mispronounce the name, I do apologize. Again, we want to keep everybody to a strict 2 minutes, please. We have a lot of public comment cards.
Right. My name is Bill Katzmeyer. I live at 235 Morgan Street in Algiers. I'm a resident of Algiers, driver, cyclist, and practicing civil engineer. I've submitted many public comments to everyone on the council, so I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. This legislation as written would require the complete removal of all streets, all protected lanes, or on-street bike lanes on Newton Street. It also, I've heard often that this is only about the bollards, but that's not what's being put forward today. It's not just about the bollards, it's about the on-street bike lanes as well. This public engagement process that Mr. King has undertaken has not been comprehensive in any sense of the word. It has not been a good faith attempt at public engagement. Rather, it has been an effort to rabble-rouse and pit car drivers against cyclists. It's an outright mockery of the public process that was undertaken before the lanes were installed and a mockery of the robust review period that was authorized unanimously by this council. But why? Per Mr. King's own comments in this room, he's concerned only about the bike lanes in front of his building and near his home. Now, anyone that lives in the area would know there were bollards that were immediately vandalized upon the installation on Newton Street. In fact, there's one in particular that was removed that provides convenient access to the previous parking space in front of Mr. King's building. The reciprocating saw marks can be seen in the photos that have been submitted to 311 and to the council members' offices. It's understood that this was the first act of community defiance against the bike lanes, and I do respect that. I do
30
respect
seconds.
that. But it's also a deep conflict of interest. I'm here asking you today not to sacrifice my safety for a parking spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katzenmeyer. And in defense of myself, I'm aware of the spot, the flex post cut, but to imply that I did that is a bit, I think it's kind of messed up. And I will say that no one saw or knew about that until you posted it. So it kind of makes me question who did it. Next, Miss Naomi Jones. After you passed by my office in the rain with your camera several times.
Good afternoon. My name is Naomi Jones. I live on Momus Avenue in Algiers. I am not a board member of Bike Easy or part of a lobbyist organization. Sometimes I'm on Facebook, Algiers Real Housewives, but I don't have kids, nor am I a housewife. It's just where I find out about parties, like the Bike Uneasy page. Nonetheless, I do want to say that I do think that Mr. King has good intentions as a councilman. I think he wants to do great things for Algiers, especially for the young people. But I do believe that he is deadly wrong on this issue. I also think that the public input process to take up these lanes has been just as bad, if not worse, than the public input process that occurred to put them in. There were no dots on Garden Oaks. There were no dots on Jackson Landing. There were no dots on the cutoff. Those people's input matters too, and we haven't heard it. Lastly, I just want to say that I think that the data shows that this is a ginormous mistake. And it's going to result in pain and suffering and lawsuits. And I think on that note, the one question I haven't heard answered yet is how much is it going to cost to pull up the lanes? Does anybody know?
Well, I'll answer once you're done. I don't want to take too much of your time.
Oh, no, I mean, the bullards, the bumpers, the cutouts at the intersection to resurface, repave, and repaint. Do we know how much that's gonna be?
I don't know, but per DPW, it wouldn't be much. You heard the video. It said it could easily be changed. So I'm going off what they said in the video to the past council.
So we don't know if it's 10 grand or 100 grand or more.
It may be less than it costs to put up. I don't know.
Okay. I just think we should know the answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as the dots that were not seen, every person that signed in at the meeting last week is represented. So if those areas don't have dots, that means individuals from those areas were not present. But in speaking about the cutoff, where I have family and friends that I visit often, they are not in favor of the current bike lane infrastructure. Next, Mr. Devin DeWolf.
Hello, I wasn't really going to speak on this matter because I'm here for a separate thing. But while I'm here, I just wanted to offer something kind of in the middle that hopefully isn't controversial to either side. I'm very sympathetic to the Algiers neighbors in a sense because I live in Bywater and I have no clue what their street use looks like. And I wouldn't want to presume that I knew how to use their streets or the best way to do a bike lane there. I would be very comfortable to do that in my neighborhood. But on the other side, from the bicyclists, a couple years ago, before the night before our parade on Lundi Gras, one of our crew members, Cherie Walls, and her friend David Hines, they were killed by a drunk driver. This was after Endymion. It happened on Esplanade Avenue, and it completely kind of catapulted the crew of Red Beans into bicycle safety advocacy. And one of the things that I think is really important and a good pathway forward for our city when we think about safety is to really consider the events that take place. So in Algiers, you know, you've got Namtalk, for example. That's a big event. It's going to happen every year. We know where it's going to happen. We know when it's going to happen. And it would be great to have a lot of safe routes for people where bicyclists don't have to get hit by drunk drivers. The same is said for the Superdome.
30 seconds.
Who dat, right? 70,000 people arriving at the Superdome. But if you bike there, it's kind of precarious. It's kind of scary. And especially during Carnival, because we know St. Charles, we know the parade in Endymion, where it's going to be. So we've tried to advocate for what we call the Purple Way. And we worked a lot of neighborhood engagement meetings in the neighborhood that we were trying to do something in. And that experience was an eye opener for me. So I just want to share that with y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. In reference to Namtalk, the bike lanes have taken away all of the parking for the members of the crew of Namtalk in front of their clubhouse. I'm not speaking for the group, but I can tell you several individual members are highly upset by this. And there's never been recorded, to my knowledge, accident involving a biker during a non-top parade. And I believe what happened on Esplanade is a tragedy. My heart goes out to those individuals involved. And there needs to be more protected lanes on that street. But I think to say, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get too deep into that. I'll leave it at that. Chris Parker, please don't forget to mention your address. Thank you.
$7325 Oak Street. It's on the card. You were wrong about the number of meetings that were held. Why you would misstate it, I don't know, but there was a President's Council tour where all of the neighborhood association heads were given advance notice of the upcoming Moving Bikes meeting. Then there was a Moving Bikes meeting in Algiers on April 15th of 2019, July 31st of 2019, August 22nd of 2019, August 28th of 2019, and in April 16th of 2020. That is far more than 2 meetings. There was also campaigning and canvassing that was done. You keep dismissing accidents generally, but the injury numbers aren't just about people on bikes, but people driving. And on those 2 streets, they were averaging 74 accidents with injury per year from 2014 to 2018. From January through August of this year, there have been 20. If you divide that by 0.66 to extrapolate the next couple months, that's 30. That is 44 fewer injured residents on those 2 streets every year. So in talking about going back, you are not talking about monetary costs, but about willfully injuring 44 people just so you can have your parking spots back. That is humans that you are saying are worth injuring to go back to a design we know doesn't work. If you want a different design, pass a resolution that demands DPW generates an alternate proposal. But to go back to a design we know is unsafe is reckless.
Thank you. So, Mr. Parker, I appreciate that. Just a quick response. I did request DPW to give me an alternative design. Never received an answer. So I did what you suggested. I have the emails to prove it. I can definitely show you. That doesn't require a response. I just want to let you know what you said to me. And if the streets are, please, decorum. Thank you. If the streets are unsafe and they're moving too fast, perhaps not putting in a bike lane would be the way to stop people from speeding. Maybe enforcement or other traffic measures. That's not for a debate. I'm just responding to what you said. Mr. Philip Kiefer. I want to thank everyone for proper decorum thus far. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, thanks for taking my comment. My name is Philip Kiefer, and I'm here today angry. I'm angry because I want to talk about how we got to that meeting that Councilmember King played. In 2019, I was on Esplanade and 2 people were killed in front of me. That meeting talked about urgency because it was coming in the wake of a murder. I'm not sure if this is my story to tell, but I want to talk about it because I think a lot of people don't see the direct link between that night and the removal of these protected bike lanes. That night, the driver was stuck in normal parade traffic. He decided to pass it using the unprotected bike lane, which is something I still see every single day on Esplanade. There, he accelerated. If there had been a protected bike lane like MacArthur, he could not have driven that speed. He still might have hurt people, but he would have been going 5 miles an hour, not 70. My point is that drivers, and yes, bikers, are going to be reckless and make bad decisions, and good infrastructure keeps people safer no matter what. It doesn't matter who's at fault. That means that when more people die or are hurt on our roads, that's not inevitable. It's a failure of political leadership. Councilmember Giarrusso isn't here. but when he was introducing the mental health panels, he talked about making a safer, healthier New Orleans. Our city's work on traffic calming is something to be proud of for that exact reason. Speeding has gone down on MacArthur. I was grateful to the city when it started this bike network. I felt like City Hall was finally taking vulnerable people seriously. Please don't spend city money that could be spent on sidewalks, other protective infrastructure to undo that progress. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Miss Eileen LaSpania.
Hello, my name is Eileen Lespina. I live at 2905 Pine Street, Uptown, District B. I'm here on behalf of Bike Easy and also as an avid cyclist. I bike everywhere. It's my main means of transportation. One thing today is the issue of public safety. Physical barriers over and over have proven that they will calm traffic and they will protect not only people on bikes, people who are driving and people who are biking. I have sent everybody in the council statistics, data, and more than anything, the public comments that have been submitted since this issue came up in January, and I hope you had time to look at those. This is part of a bigger network, and I know I've repeated this over and over again. It might be 2.2 miles for some people, but not giving an alternative for the folks that are actually using these bike lanes. I think it's preposterous. I want everybody to consider today how they vote and how this is going to affect the whole network and how this network is meant for all people, all ages and abilities, for all of those that we do not have access to a vehicle and we need a safe way to get to places. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elliot Peterson. Thank you. Is that correct, Peterson?
Hello, I'm Elliot Peterson. I live at 3227 St. Philip Street. The new infrastructure in Algiers uses bollards, concrete curbs, and parked cars to create a safety barrier that protects people getting around by bike from moving cars. The old arrangement, which opponents of the new infrastructure would have us revert to, uses a stripe of paint to protect people on bikes and uses the people on bikes to protect the parked cars. This is a clear indication of the priorities of the opponents of the new lanes, property over people. They've said as much, complaining about the risk of side mirror damage from parking adjacent to moving cars, but seemingly uncaring about the cyclists who would be there in their place. If it's not safe for a side mirror, it's definitely not safe for a human body. As a daily year-round bike commuter for more than a decade, I've personally experienced the dangers of the traditional paint-only lanes. Inattentive drivers, intentional close passes, objects thrown from moving windows. I encounter at least one of those every day on my way to work. 3 years ago, I was riding home from work in one of those unprotected lanes when I was struck by a driver who swerved into my lane, driving straight through me. I was launched into the air. My bike was totaled and the driver fled. The only reason I'm alive to tell you about it is I was lucky enough to be hit by a sedan and not an SUV. If the lane had been protected, she wouldn't have been able to hit me. Riding a bike in New Orleans is dangerous and terrifying, but it shouldn't be. And the new infrastructure in Algiers proves that it doesn't have to be.
30 seconds.
The reality today in New Orleans is if you can't afford a car or you can't drive or you just don't want to, too bad. Your safety is not as important as the convenience of the people who drive. This is an unjust reality. The protected lanes in Algiers are an important step toward justice. To remove this infrastructure would be an embarrassment for our city and a setback to the goal of a safe and accessible New Orleans for all of its residents. Please value people over property, value lives over inconvenience, and vote to keep the life-saving infrastructure in Algiers. Thank you.
Thank you. Sid, I don't want to say it. Bajaria. Do apologize for pronouncing the name incorrectly.
Hi, I'm Sid Bhattacharya. I live in Lopez Street in Mid-City. I'm a faculty physician at LSU and the University Medical Center just down the street. and I'm a bicycle commuter. I rode here today. But right now, I'm here as a concerned citizen and a doctor to my neighbors. I'm not on behalf of any kind of organization. In my medical opinion, bike lanes are vital for public health. They encourage exercise, they reduce pollution. But if even not a single cyclist was in the lane, even if they were just flower beds, I would still support them because of the overwhelming evidence that calming traffic saves lives. At the hospital a few months ago, I saw a young man in his 20s. He had been the driver in a high-speed car crash on a local road. He was trapped in the flaming wreckage. He had severe burns over most of his body. And at the hospital, we did all we could to save his life. It wasn't enough. So he suffered terribly for weeks. His organs shut down one by one. In the end, we just called in his family to say goodbye. It was all we could do in the end. And he's just one of many promising, young lives I've seen snatched away by motor vehicle collisions. If we could have prevented this, he would still be alive to raise his 4-year-old daughter today. And we do have the ability to prevent this. The data shows it. We can protect not only cyclists and folks traveling on foot, but also drivers and their families from high-speed collisions that cause the worst kinds of injuries by using things just as simple as plastic poles and blocks of concrete. Paint's not enough when you can drive right over it. This is an inexpensive intervention. It's a good prescription for public health and safety.
Thank you. Joe Ryan. Followed by Ben Ryan. Just let you know. Order.
Thank you. My name is Joe Ryan. Grew up in Algiers. Currently live uptown. Ride my bike every day, all throughout the city. New Orleans East, uptown, downtown, Algiers. I ride it by choice, but there are thousands of New Orleanians who bike, walk, take public transit every day who don't have that choice. Most of them aren't represented here because they're working. I ride my bike every day because New Orleans has serious problems: global warming, climate change, sea levels rising, traffic, congestion, terrible roads, poor health, mental health, as we heard earlier today, and physical health. Cars are the problem, not bikes. Stop blaming the people making the right choice for our city. Don't remove the little bit of safety that bike lanes and improved bike infrastructure give us. The bike doesn't solve every problem in our city, but it solves a lot of them. The bike is the closest thing you'll get to a silver bullet for many of our problems. In the past few years, I've used Strava to track my bike rides. I've ridden over 3,000 trips, 11,000 miles here in New Orleans, every one of them with this helmet on my head, because it cannot compete with an SUV's bumper. What are you doing to address New Orleans problems? Climate change, poor health, crumbling infrastructure. Show me your Strava. I want to follow you on Strava. I want to give you kudos every time you ride your bike to work, to the store, with your kids to school, soccer practice. Show me your Strava. If you're lucky enough to ride your bike with your sons to school every day, in first grade, second grade, all the way through 8th grade, your son will ride his bike down Tulane Avenue to work someday. I just hope and pray that if an SUV takes one of our lives, it takes mine and not his. Show me your Strava. And once you've ridden 1,000 trips on the streets of New Orleans, then you'll be qualified to make decisions about removing bike infrastructure and bike safety. You need to ride 1,000 trips in the shoes of all the New Orleanians who choose to do the right thing before putting their lives at risk. The last thing we need to be doing today is removing bike infrastructure. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Mr. Ben Ryan present. So I want to remind everybody to be respectful of everyone's time. Moving forward, can we please, when I call the time, please stop. We have a lot of folks who want to speak. It's not fair to everybody to let one person go rogue. Mr. Ben Ryan, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ben Ryan. I live at 456 Audubon Boulevard, but I grew up in Algiers, all timbers. I'd like to start by saying, no, I'm not a paid actor. Want that to be clear. I don't know why we would think that there are paid actors here when there are people who bike to work every day. And this is a question of safety. This is not a question of, these are not trivial questions. I'd like to suggest that we go back to the previous picture for Newton Avenue because there was not a bike lane on that picture. There was a shared car and bike lane, which is a car lane. No bike lanes. I'd also like to, in the wording of the preamble, it said the bollards are for the exclusive use of the bicycles. They're actually for the use of the family members, the people who ride the bicycles. That was my dad who just spoke. And no, I do not want him to be hit by a car and die. So when he rides the bike, those bollards, I am using those bollards. He's using those bollards. Our whole family, everyone who knows him are using those bollards. This is an issue of safety. Bicyclists are not historically anti-sidewalks. So yes, as you mentioned, please, more sidewalks, more infrastructure for non-car related transportation. But taking away this non-car related transportation infrastructure is not going to be pro-safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Miss Greta Kappelman. Followed by Miss Nellie Katzen.
Thank you all. My name is Greta Kappelman. I live in Gentilly in Councilmember Green's district. I'm a volunteer member of the board of Bike Easy, certainly not a paid actor. Bike Easy is the bicycle advocacy and education organization, and I use the bike network every day. I ride my bike to and from work. I work downtown. And I just wanted to touch on some of the issues with the way the ordinance is written, which might be contributing to some of the confusion around this issue. In this ordinance, there's a lack of clarity around the definitions of bollards or similar traffic control features for the exclusive use by bicycles. Those definitions and the terms used have been in flux since the community meeting about this issue in Algiers last week. This ordinance also does nothing to address the concerns that all sides have around the lack of data or the design of bike lanes in those areas, which was also a huge part of the public comments that we heard last week at that Algiers community meeting. It does not refer to data, policy reform. This ordinance is not a solution to issues that arise with the developing bike network. It's an attempt to please a group of constituents, but actually doesn't do much to solve their larger concerns of the bike network in general. And also to note, contrary to what we saw on the screen earlier, this ordinance would remove bike lanes on Newton for now, as we saw in the illustrations. So thank you.
Thank you. We have coming Ms. Praxton, followed by Courtney Jackson. No, you're up. Then Ms. Jackson. Then Ms. Jackson. Ms. Jackson is next.
Good morning, and thank you for having this conversation. My name is Nellie Katzen. I live in District C, but on the side of the river at 1242 St. Rock Avenue. I volunteer as the co-chair of the New Orleans Complete Streets Coalition, which is a multiracial, multimodal coalition of about 45 members across New Orleans who come together to make sure that New Orleans residents, regardless of how they're getting around, whether that's on bus, on bike, on foot, or in a car, are able to get where they're going safely. We were created in order to stand up for the Complete Streets Ordinance, which states basically the same, that people, regardless of how they're traveling, regardless of who they are, should be able to get where they're going safely. Complete Streets is a better intersection at Wall and DeGaulle. Complete Streets is sidewalks at Edna Carr. Complete Streets is everything that people need in order to safely get where they are going. These things are not opposites. The poor lady who we saw on video all over social media with the walker who was forced to get out of her car into moving traffic on MacArthur Boulevard because of the infrastructure, the way that it's designed there. There is no reason she should be having to do that either, right? That's not a complete street if people in cars are being put in unsafe positions because of the safety conditions for people on bikes. I need to underline that these things are not opposites. We can absolutely have both. My recommendation is to not remove the lanes without creating an alternate route. If any part of your bike route is unsafe, or your walking route for that matter is unsafe, your route is unsafe. This is a part of a network, and that network can be rethought that meets residents' needs to be able to access their homes and businesses, and also meets residents' needs to be able to safely arrive at their destinations in or through Algiers
Yes.
and any other neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Crafton. That's your time.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for being a part of a great conversation on Monday. I do look forward to working with you and Complete Streets on alternative routes and design. So that's my commitment. That's my word. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jackson, Courtney Jackson. Courtney Jackson. Is this okay? C. Clark Thompson. C. Clark Thompson, followed by David Meza.
My name's Clark Thompson. I'm a resident of Mid-City on DeSoto Street. It's deceptive to call Mr. King's ordinance about bike lanes. This is about protecting all people from injury on the road. The infrastructure improvements of MacArthur Boulevard have successfully created a 35-mile-per-hour street where very high-speed driving was the rule before, up to 70 miles per hour in some cases. That sort of driving has killed and maimed many people throughout the city. Councilman Green may remember our conversation about the Seabrook Bridge and how drivers cannot bring themselves to drive the speed limit there, like MacArthur. That's why people are hurt there. Lower maximum speeds save lives and reduce injury. And less injury and damage is of concern to all of us, to all of the council districts. Aggressive driving drives up my insurance costs, and the damage crashing cars cause to light posts and curbs throughout the city amounts to millions of dollars of damage to be repaired or to be left broken. The trauma and the costs from witnessing or being involved in a crash can be reduced in our community. In fact, since implementation of new infrastructure on MacArthur, 911 calls for injury are significantly reduced. That's less broken arms, less broken legs, less broken lives due to high-speed motor vehicles. This proposed ordinance would tear out those protections, and the accidents and deaths of before would return. In the lifetime of this infrastructure, dozens, if not hundreds of people could be preserved from accident with injury. Those injuries and deaths amount to millions in economic impact to our city. That is of concern to all New Orleanians and all of these council persons. Do not ask the taxpayers of New Orleans to pay more and lose more so that Mr. King's clients can drive faster and retain their favorite parking spaces. It is not a responsible use of public funds. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, after Mr. Messer, we will have Evan Connery.
Hello, my name is David Meza. I work for Bike Easy. My address is 2924 Dublin Street. I didn't mark that I'm a paid actor, and in that good faith, I wasn't going to charge my hours and volunteer my statement here. I also work part-time as a bike mechanic. So for 8 years, I've been working exclusively or very intricately with the bike community. Gone on every social ride that exists, both on this side of the river and on the West Bank. And I just want to say, as so many people have stated earlier, you know, the language around this saying we're removing bollards, but not removing bike lanes. The city has put forth a design guideline that clearly states that protected bike lanes save lives and they're preferred Sharrows are just not anything to drivers. It doesn't mean anything to them. And we are advocating for people who aren't here. We've been in this business for a long time, and that's why you see blips outside of the West Bank that are advocating for usage on the West Bank. I have meetings with business owners, with schools. I've taught summer schools on the West Bank, and I don't own a car. I can't afford a car. Every time I get there by bike. And for months last year, the ferry was inaccessible to bikes. So there's been great disparity, or there's been a great disconnect between the West Bank and the East Bank. And I'll just say, as a personal testimony, since those protected bike lanes have gone in, it's been an absolute joy to ride. I've ridden numerous times during rush hour and seen no impeding of traffic. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Mr. Evan Connery, is that correct? Mr. Evan Connery, followed by Ms. Laura Harris. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Evan Conroy. I live at 511 Marigny Street and I bike to work daily. I'm not a paid actor. While I understand some of the concerns brought up here, I am strongly opposed to this ordinance as it's currently written and the way it codifies the removal of life-saving infrastructure in lieu of other outreach strategies. And regardless of what is said about other bike infrastructure, this ordinance does set a dangerous precedent for the future. And I do want to comment on the idea that unprotected lanes or shared car lanes are somehow sufficient, or that simple enforcement is any kind of realistic answer to dangerous design. I've been grazed by vehicles more times than I can count, nearly hit from behind on many more accounts, and almost doored on almost a daily basis, all in unprotected painted lanes. Just the other day on St. Charles, I biked past a swerving car to get ahead and warned a mother and her child biking on that same unprotected lane the car was coming up from behind and swerving, often across the paint. They were just trying to get to Audubon Park and there was no protection there. This isn't just about these lanes on Algiers, it's about safety for all road users throughout the city. So again, I strongly encourage the council to vote no on this ordinance or to revise it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, if there is there anyone who has not had a chance to fill out a card, please do so.
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Laura Harris. I'm coming here today feeling heartbroken and disappointed in my city. I live at 1753 Dorgenwall on the East Bank, but I work as a bike safety instructor and I work all over the city, including Algiers, where I have taught kids bike safety at Alice Hart Elementary School. Those kids are excited to be able to bike to destinations. They want to be able to bike to school. They want to be able to bike to their friend's house. You know, it's clear that just lines painted on the street are not going to save lives. Some of the ghost bikes you see, those are there because my friends are dead. And this is why I do this work. Those kids in Algiers want to be able to bike to school. Do not take this joy away from them. Do not take this future away from them. New Orleans, let's be progressive for a change and let's keep these protected bike lanes. Thank you.
Before you move on, are there any other comments in opposition to the ordinance? All right, so we're going to move to those in favor. And I try not to rebut or have a comment after every comment card. But Ms. Harris, I thank you for teaching kids at Alice Hart how to bike. All five of my sisters attended Alice Hart and Norman Playground next to Alice Hart, including myself, and we all biked to Alice Hart and to Norman Playground with no accidents or injuries at all. Thank you. So next we'll have Miss Ann Brown. Ann Brown.
Good afternoon. My name's Ann Brown. I'm in 2126 Medium Mall in Algiers, Walnut Bend. Councilman King, thank you for having the meeting last week. I was here August 29th when I heard about it also. I sat through the whole day till the end for the bike stuff. Thank you, Councilman Jeruso, for attending also. I'm not against bike lanes. I ride a bike. You have to use common sense. It's the way it was implemented and shoved down our throats. I think the city could do a much better design, put them down the neutral grounds. MacArthur can get moved over to Berkeley. It's a wide street right alongside Alice Hart, so the kids can ride there. You know, what happens if MacArthur's down to one lane, somebody stops a vehicle and they jump out the car and come to carjack me? I have no way to get around it. Then you're putting my safety at risk. I mean, just think smart. I ride a bike and I ride where I know I'm safe, where I'm smart. I just think things could have been done better. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We received a card in opposition at the last minute. I want to give them a chance to speak. Mr. Kevin Litton. Litton.
Hey, y'all. It's kind of weird to be on this side of the glass. It's been a while. It's been 3 years since I've been in journalism, and I haven't really had a chance to come talk about anything, you know, that really struck me as something that I should show up for. But this one really does, because I think the bike lanes situation, wherever we are in the city, is going to be, you know, something that we're all going to have to try to live with for safety reasons mainly. And I covered Councilman Giarrusso on this council. He's my representative. Covered you, JP, sorry, Councilman Morel, Councilwoman Marino in the legislature, also on the council. And I know you all do the right thing. You know, I think Mr. King, you know, I want to thank you for standing up and showing us like who we're going to have to fight against. And I'm sure that anybody that wants to fight bike lanes, whether on the East Bank or the West Bank, are probably going to be coming to you, you know, in the future. And that's good. It's good for us to know where to look for. But my council members, my Joe Giarrusso, Councilman Morel, Councilwoman Marino, I just don't think what I know from y'all, that y'all would ever bring an ordinance like this. You know, I don't think you would remove bike lanes in our district, Councilman. I don't think y'all would do anti-urbanist, anti-bike stuff in the city at large. So, you know, I think from what I know of y'all, I hope y'all do the right thing. I know that there's councilmanic courtesy. Every place that I ever covered that always seemed to work against residents. I hope that's not at play today. But I would just ask you, my councilmen, my council members at large, the rest of you, hope to get to know you in the future. Thanks. It's good to be back.
Thank you. Miss Amanda Stinson. Please give your address and let us know if you're a paid representative.
Good day. My name's Amanda Stenson. I live on Bristol Place in Algiers. I am a member of Our Streets, Our Choice, but I'm representing myself today. I appreciate the opportunity to give you my comments, and thank you, Councilman King, for your resolution. I am very much in support of it. I actually have worked for the government. I have, well, in this whole process, I have a really deep concern about the ethics of how this happened, how we were informed, and what took place. I work for the government. I have annual ethics training. And I don't know with the city of New Orleans or DPW, you know, what the requirements are, but there's an appearance of a conflict of interest. I cannot do something that's not in the best interest of the public. I'm constrained to operate that way. I can't accept a gift. I can't take a trip to Spain. So the city took people for bikes money. And bike advocates got a seat at the table. The citizens of Algiers did not get that seat at the table. The public noticed there were 11 events that actually consisted of a political rally, events elsewhere, and a bunch of pro-bike rallies, publicity events that were targeted cyclists. The notes, we had postcards that were supposedly sent and flyers that nobody I know received. Through this entire process, bike advocates groups have had a seat at the table. and Algiers citizens have not. I'm not sure if something unethical happened. Maybe we have public servants that let their enthusiasm for biking get in the way of representing the public adequately and doing their duty to the taxpayers. It's just an appearance of conflicts of interest. I'm very uncomfortable with it. I think it is a horrible public appearance for the city of New Orleans and the Department of Public Works.
Thank you. That's your time.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Giselle Scheck-Snyder. Giselle Scheck-Snyder. Followed by Mr. Eric Gordon.
Giselle Scheck-Snyder, 5238 MacArthur Boulevard. I'm in the block between MacArthur and close to Eaton, and my security cameras show both sides of MacArthur all the way up until the corner with Eaton. So I'll spare you all my monitoring. I'll just give you the one I got this morning before coming here. I started at 7 this morning, and I monitored until 8:30 exactly. There was one female rider that came 7 times around the block. I guess around the block because she also always came in the same direction. 2 other riders. That's 3 riders this morning. None of them was school traffic. 0 kids going to school on their bicycle. I'm talking about this morning, and my recording is available to whoever wants to check. There was 5 persons walking their dogs, and as far as the riders, none of them were wearing protection. So I guess they're not that scared. I think personal responsibility on everybody's side is what is lacking the most right now. And as far as equity, yes, I would love to have my parking spot back because I never got an answer as far as when I asked the question a year and a half ago. I have a house on MacArthur, 1 car driveway, 1 parking spot in front of my house that I lost to the bike lanes. Who is going to buy a house without parking, on-street parking? I don't know. Never got any answer for that. As far as the meetings, none of them has ever reached me. I've never been informed. I've never received notice of anything.
That's your time. Thank you, Ms.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Mr. Eric Gordon, followed by Ms. Howard. Ms. Howard.
Thank you, council. I'm Eric Gordon, 2140 Ellen Park Place in Algiers, been a lifelong resident. Yesterday, I attended a meeting. They had a university medical center there and a couple other hospitals, West Jeff, LCMC. On my way back, I was going down MacArthur, right? Going back home. Well, there was a police car who was responding. Apparently, he ended up on Berkeley and Eaton with whatever was there. Anyway, he couldn't really get through traffic very well, right? So he's trying to get through. Then we get the cable. He does that famous shoot down the right lane and jut right in, as so many people do because it comes to 1 lane. After that, he was about 5 cars ahead of me. Him and I made the same speed to Eaton Street. So that's proof. I had a bike rider actually riding on side of me who attended the same meeting, and we were stopped. And I said, hey, you're seeing this, aren't you? Now, the fire department's going to have the same problem. I mean, you know, and it's witnessed. So let's move on. Me and a few other people, we count about 4 people in 3 days handed out over 1,150 flyers. 3 days. 3 days. Now you're going to have to ask the DPW how many people they talked to in a year and a half. So 1,150 in 3 days. No sweat, right? Now, how did
30 seconds.
Okay, how did bike people end up getting in the middle of this and before all Algiers residents knew these bike lanes were going in? They ended up in the planning of this. Algiers had no clue. You wonder why Algiers people are angry. The bike lanes are on the wrong streets. They're designed wrong. It's not good for Algiers any way, shape, or form. I'm out. See you. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard, did I say that right? Frederick, on Flanders, 14, okay.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Freditra Howard, and I'm a resident of 1114 Flanders Street in Algiers, Louisiana. And I'm here today, I'm working alongside with Miss Patricia Tombar at Old Algiers Cultural Center. And I'm here in support of representing some of the business owners on Newton Street, 1800 and 1900 block of Newton Street. And they have given me the authority to even mention their names and their businesses. Alita Young from 1833 Newton Street, that's called Beauty Concepts. Shelton Becknell from Becknell's Auto Services, 1801 Newton Street. Brandon McIntree, Uncle B's Legendary Cuisine, and that's 812 Wagner Street. Royal Roberts, the Robert Royal Foundation, that's 1439 LB Landry. Also Terrence Lounge, the B Spot, and that's 1821 Newton Street. And Patricia Tumbar, the Old Algiers Cultural Center, and that's 1800 Newton Street. And these are just a few of some of the business owners who have invested much time, effort, money to bring change on Newton Street. They have before the attraction of out-of-towners got in, excuse me, let me put my glasses on.
30 seconds.
Excuse me. We have lost businesses because of this bike lane, and it has also affected the consumers coming in with handicap and children who attend the high schools there in that area. Also, when the truck drivers are backing up, we as business owners are having problems with them, even with the traffic coming in. And if you're parking your vehicle, I'm just going to share from my heart and assisting Ms. Tumbar with her business. If you're parking your vehicle on that street, on Newton Street, it is very dangerous. And I want to thank you all for this time, Mr. King.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, Ms. Troy Lynn Sledge.
Good afternoon. My name is Troy Lynn Sledge, and I live right off of Sumner and Newton. And I was here with the presentation on the 29th, and the presenters had Newton and Sumner, but it wasn't the correct area. My concern is that no one is peddling on Newton. In addition to no one is peddling, as the lady said, there's businesses between Berman and Whitney. There's a rehab agency, and when there's a crisis, the ambulance and firemen have trouble accessing. There's no handicap signs, anything like that. Also, there's trash in the bike lanes. In addition to the trash, there have been several accidents. And there's one black car that's still there that was in a 3-car accident. Bikers ride on Friday evenings, and they do not ride in the bike lanes, they ride in the street. It's an eyesore. It's bringing the property value down in the area. And I'm very active in the community. I'm always around the area, and I never see anybody riding. There's not enough roads, and then to take up a lane for bikes is just disservice to people that drive cars. Also, I'm not in favor of phase 3 because if nobody is pedaling, what makes you think that they're gonna pedal when phase 3 goes into effect? I don't feel that the presenters on the 29th, when I was here, was very prepared with their synopsis of the bike lane when I was here. And also, I have a problem with things coming into our community and we have no input.
That's your time, Ms.
That's it. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Aaron Mishler, followed by Miss Christy Lynch, and she'll be the last one unless we get any new cars. So if you have any other comments on either side, please submit a card.
Aaron Mishler, President of New Orleans Firefighters Association. I reside at 5415 MacArthur Boulevard in Algiers. I'd like to thank Ms. Kathleen St. Germain for helping me get these statistics and the studies that she showed me. There's a wide disagreement on desirability of the devices that are in question and the questions by city councils around the country that led to the creation of two important studies to determine which risk is greater, the risk of delaying emergency response or the risk of pedestrian deaths involving vehicles. Ronald Bowman, a civil engineer out of Boulder, Colorado, created an analysis based on the American Heart Association's curve of survivability for sudden cardiac arrest. He published it in the City of Boulder Emergency Response Master Plan. The results showed a risk factor of 85 additional deaths before one pedestrian or cyclist life might be saved by these devices. His study, Deaths Expected from Delayed Emergency Response Due to Neighborhood Traffic Mitigation, resulted in the quelling the number of traffic calming devices that were planned for the city of Boulder. Chief Les Bunt of Austin, Texas, is the Director of Emergency Services Training at Texas A&M. The result of Chief Bunt's analysis showed that an additional 37 lives people would die from just a 30-second delay that would result from the devices before one pedestrian's life might be saved by slowing vehicles. Chief Bunt authored a 200-page paper titled Traffic Calming and the Emergency Response, a Competition Between Two Public Goods. United Firefighters Association Vice President Bobby Eustace and the United Firefighters of New York City stated that the results of these studies clearly show supporting statistics were being overlooked. Citizens are in far more danger from delay to emergency responses caused by traffic calming projects than they are from cars.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. That's
Thanks.
time. Thank you. Last comment, last public in-person comment, then we'll do 5 minutes each. Online comments, Ms. Christy Lynch.
Thank you for hearing us this afternoon. I, as well as our vice president, we sprung up as a result of this issue for Huntley to become Huntley Village Neighborhood Association because the DPW outreach to our community was sorely lacking. Not everybody is in a neighborhood association, and we were told that neighborhood associations should have sent out this information. Well, we didn't even know there were neighborhood associations. People that had lived in our neighborhoods for 50, 40, 30 years did not know that they were supposed to be part of a neighborhood association in order to be able to understand what was going to be happening to their area. My area in Huntley Village, we have residents that are on MacArthur. So we went and interviewed the people on MacArthur. Everybody here is talking about the streets, but very few people have actually gone and talked to the residents of MacArthur. So if I would, I'd like to speak to their concerns, which they told us. They have safety concerns about opening their doors onto traffic, especially getting their children in and out of the car doors. Their cars are opening just like they would on Magazine next to traffic. Elderly and other residents are having a problem exiting their driveways. They cannot see the exit. We have a mother that stops traffic so her daughter can back into the driveway so that they can exit safely from their driveway. There's a huge concern with bikers that are in the bike lanes that they're going to be hit because the bollards are confusing, they're distracting, and they wish with all of their hearts that they were put on the neutral ground so that these people could be safe as they cycle up and down MacArthur. They feel like their security cameras can't catch them, and their neighbors feel unsafe and being asked to park on side streets. Not only that, when there's any slowing of traffic with respect to garbage trucks and or anybody that's broken down, people are driving going into the residential areas. There's concerns about being carjacked and a lot of safety concerns. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. I received a call from a person Michael Brown. Oh, I said, yours. I thought I know that was you.
Well, Council, I thought I'd be able to sit this one out, but the fire department gentleman raised a couple of statistics that are horrifying if we take them at face value. If we take them at face value, I don't know that there can be a bollard in this whole city. I'm serious, I'm not playing. If these things cost more deaths than they save, then somewhere the city needs to take his data seriously and rethink the whole idea. I don't own a car. I rode bicycle in this city often. I no longer do because, quite frankly, it is stunningly dangerous compared to other cities. I walk. I like sidewalks. I take public transportation. Sometimes I even like it. But what I'm getting to is the data that was presented by this member of our fire safety team needs to be taken into somebody's staff who will spend the hours necessary to go through that data. Because if it's true that these bike safety measures are costing more deaths than they're saving, then the city needs to take that statement seriously and not just blow it off as a local little, let's support Mr. King because we all like him thing, and rethink the whole idea of what it means to promote bike safety in the city. Because it was horrifyingly dangerous information he was giving us.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any more comments from the audience? All right, Ms. Anita, can we get 5 minutes each? Pro and con, thank you.
First comment, I guess I'll do your against group. All right, just sorting. First comment is from Nicole DeQueer. Nicole comments, the structures that protect bike lanes should be kept in place so that people may bike safely in the neighborhood. It would be foolish to use money and time to remove such structures. I see multiple people bike down Newton every day, and they should have the option to use the guarded off lanes to make their commutes easier and safer. Next comment is from Kate Steitler. As a resident of District C on the West Bank and as an avid cyclist for work and for pleasure, I'm absolutely appalled that Councilmember King has decided to side with the vocal minority and work to remove the bikes. He actually wants to make things less safe for people who are commuting to work. I can't imagine a world in which an elected official would try and make things harder for people who don't have cars. It's mind-boggling. Bike lanes are proven to make things safer for cyclists, pedestrians, and for car drivers. There have been countless studies on this and I can only imagine that King hasn't read them because no one in their right mind would side against making things safer. King has aligned himself with a small minority of people who are angry that they have to park their car 4 feet further than they did before. King has decided that safety for cyclists doesn't matter when it comes to a handful of rich white people who are mad about bike lanes. It disgusts me. I certainly hope the council does the right thing and quashes this foolish motion. I didn't vote for King, and I certainly will not if he runs again. I'm a tax-paying resident of the city of New Orleans and District C for nearly 2 decades, and I have never witnessed this level of incompetency. I implore the council to do the right thing and not make things less safe to appease a group of 20 mad people. Next comment is from Joska Lako. I support safe, connected bikeways in Algiers. Please do not remove this biking support physical and mental health and reduces emissions. More bike lanes should be built. The anti-bike lobby is not representative for New Orleans. Kyle Strobel comments, please do not remove or change the bike lanes. Feeling like there is a safe access to be able to bike and commute around the area will increase the social and economic well-being of the area. Using taxpayer money to alter or remove a project funded by taxpayer money is a step in the wrong direction. Daniel Peters Rodville comments, good morning, or rather good afternoon, council members. Today, I would like to talk about the efforts of the Our Streets, Our Choice Coalition, as well as the origins of the ordinance written by my council member, Freddie King. The ordinance in front of you today talks about prohibiting bollards or similar infrastructure in bike lanes. These bollards are not what this ordinance was about when my council member crafted it. The original proposal written by him was to remove the bike lanes entirely on MacArthur and on Newton Street. We had imperfect bike lanes before, but our Streets Coalition and Freddie King want to remove safe bicycling from our streets entirely. The original crafted ordinance was intended to forbid any kind of street sharing with bicyclists into the indefinite future. The bollards addressed by this ordinance are in place to prevent cars from parking in bike lanes. This amended ordinance is not a compromise, but rather a conscious move towards making it easy for cars to park in the bike lanes. This is an attempt to erode and deny a safe transit network for bicyclists. Thank you for considering what I've submitted. Hopefully you recognize this ordinance as a thinly failed attempt to remove bicycle infrastructure in its entirety over the long run. Please deny passage of this ordinance. Next comment is from Taylor Billings. I support infrastructure that makes all of New Orleans a safer place to get around. Bike lanes are a pivotal part of that, and the bike lanes in Algiers are honestly amazing. It's frankly an abhorrent and irresponsible use of funds to remove protected bike lanes that keep people safe and make our city a more accessible place. Elaine Didier comments, I own a home 1 block off of the MacArthur protected bike lane. My husband and I use the bike lane and really appreciate the added safety of having the separation from fast moving traffic, as many drivers don't obey the speed limit. We also drive down MacArthur in our vehicles nearly every day during peak rush hour at 5 p.m. There's never a problem with too much traffic, and we do not get stuck in long lines of cars at the traffic lights either. Bike lanes provide access to vulnerable users in our community. This bike lane provides a safe path for our young students attending Alice Hart. On the other side of MacArthur near Holiday Drive, bicyclists have a safer way to access businesses that provide essential services like food at Winn-Dixie, prescriptions at Walgreens, and pet supplies at Petco. These protect our bike lanes and keep the roads safer for bikes as well as cars. A city that cares about and values all of its citizens ensures safe transportation for all. Community members who don't have cars are just as valuable and important as those who drive. And we do everyone a disservice when we limit alternate modes of transportation. Voice Uphold comments, since their installation, the bike lanes in Algiers have reduced all crashes with injuries on the street by 15%. They serve as an essential link for people who do not have a car and need to traverse the city. I support infrastructure that makes all of New Orleans a safer place, and I think it's a bad idea to spend money removing bike lanes that have already proven to accomplish this goal.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Can we go to the?
Thanks. I didn't know where we were on time. Thank you. First comment in favor is from Teresa Troth. I support Councilman King's proposal to remove the unsafe and unwanted bike lanes from MacArthur and Newton. We, the residents of the area, were not informed or even involved in this process, while certain other organizations had their say in the matter. Remove these dangerous lanes immediately. I remember reading somewhere in the old minutes of the city council meeting minutes that the lanes on MacArthur are more suitable for a commercial area than a residential area due to the high number of cross streets and driveways, but they still managed to be installed. Next comment is from Patricia Hayes. I urge council to support the removal of bollards on MacArthur and Newton in Algiers. This was done without adequate community support and input on streets that have no significant history of bike safety issues and have low bike use by residents of Algiers. Furthermore, they provide visibility issues and parking issues on MacArthur. They are wrong for these streets, and allowing a nonprofit acting as a lobby to have so much influence in the project goes against giving the community equal partnership in projects at the neighborhood level. Chandra Straw comments, as an avid bike rider, I'm here to state my support for removing the MacArthur and Newton bike lanes as they currently exist. Parking should be restored to the curbside and traffic lanes reinstated. There are not enough cyclists to justify inconveniencing an entire community of residents. I've been in a traffic line nearly 20 cars long waiting to get through the light at Cabell. I've sat through the 3 light changes and have never seen the bike riders that would make this nonsense necessary. I live at the end of MacArthur. I drive the length of it multiple times a day. I ride my bike to the grocery store and I cannot for the life of me figure out how this is helpful to anyone not pushing an agenda. It's an eyesore. It's inconvenient. It's largely unused space until the bike wash folks cross the river to make a point. Next comment is from Mary Meising Gabala. I support Councilman King's ordinance. Residents and businesses along these streets should have been allowed the opportunity for input on the design of these bikeways. They are the people who live and work here every day, unlike bicyclists who pass through there occasionally. Paul Purpura comments, members of the council, I thank you for the attention you're giving to this Algiers controversy involving the fate of 2.2 miles of protected bike lanes. It's not a terribly important matter, given the more pressing challenges we as New Orleanians face, but I assure you it means a lot for many Algiers residents. As an Algiers homeowner for 19 years, including 15 years as an Aurora West resident, I ask that you vote favorably for Councilmember King's proposal. I'm associated with the Our Streets Grassroots organization. Residents formed a group in the spring of 2021 after the Cantrell administration began installing protected bike lanes, beginning at Holiday and General de Gaulle drives, followed by MacArthur Boulevard. Like many Algiers residents, we were unaware of what was coming to our neighborhoods until after the decisions were made or the installation was underway. The Cantrell administration admittedly followed an accelerated implementation schedule to create a 75-mile connected bikeway network citywide in 2019 in the wake of the tragic deaths of 2 bicyclists who were killed by a drunk driver on Esplanade Avenue. Almost a year before Our Streets was formed, Newton Street business owners already were unhappy because of the protected bike lanes. Bike lane construction there began in May 2020. Less than a month later, business owners complained to the Cantrell administration about the harm the roadway redesign was causing to their livelihoods and customers. Only one Newton business owner received advance notice of the bike lane installation, they said. They've received no relief. I hope today you provide them that relief. We're not alone. We know of interests in the central business district that do not want protected bike lanes on Baron Street. In recent weeks, we learned that residents along Algiers Wall Boulevard want the protected bike lanes on that roadway removed. Are there more citizens citywide who feel similarly? In March of this year, I walked Newton Street and General Meyer Avenue for 6 hours, distributing flyers and engaging anyone who'd give me time. Without fail, they opposed the proposal to install protected bike lanes on General Meyer. Without fail, no one I spoke with was aware of the city's proposal for General Meyer. As Councilmember King can attest, there's considerable opposition to this proposal before the council today. A local bicycling nonprofit, which is recognized at the national level as the go-to New Orleans advocacy group for complete streets policies, is lobbying hard to retain the protected bike lanes and is on record as not wanting the opposition to spread.
Thank you, Ms. Anita. That's 5 minutes each side. At this time, we're going to go to comments from dais. I see Councilmember Morrell up.
Yeah, I didn't know I'd be the first one to speak.
Well, look, when I
Happy to
say your
speak on it.
name, all the reporters get excited.
I know, it's like it's. I want to start by saying a general comment about the dialogue today, and even this extends to both the opposition and the proponents. I will tell you as a policymaker, when your advocacy is at the expense of diminishing your opposition, I don't take it seriously. Just to be candid. One can advocate one's position, speak the pros and cons of it, give heartfelt stories about the repercussions of what's going on. But when you do so while also attacking other people and their position, it really makes it hard for me to listen to what you're saying because I'm distracted by personal attacks. So I'm just going to make that as a general statement. I also want to say at the last meeting we had on this issue, I publicly stated, Mr. Green and I just talked about a second ago, that I was really concerned because of the advocacy regarding the overall bike lane network. I talked about how as an engaged voter, pre-council, an engaged voter, I had no idea what the plan was for Gentilly. No idea what the bike lane plan was for Gentilly. And really that was kind of like one of those secret tests. I said, you know what, I'm going to say this and see if anybody from DPW, after a council member says, I don't have any idea what that plan is, reaches out to me. Guess what happened? They didn't. They didn't. I gave you an opportunity to educate a policymaker on what the plans were for bike lanes in Gentilly, and I received no outreach from DPW. So I looked at the plan myself, and it's interesting. What I will say today is that I really don't like being where we are here today. And I think that we're here today not at the fault of the biking community and not at the fault of the resident. It is a failure by the city of New Orleans to manage advocacy. I think my opinion is DPW outsourced advocacy to biking advocates. And I'm not saying that, to be clear, as a negative to biking advocates. They are very passionate on the issue and they are doing their absolute best, and it's a yeoman's task to educate people on the plight of bikers. That being said, that is not their job. It is DPW's job to foster and have these meetings. The resources this city has to reach residents is far larger than advocacy groups do. I see some people here from NOLA already. They can text you on the toilet to tell you the mayor has a meeting. Okay? That is the level of outreach. They have the resources of the city of New Orleans to reach you via email, neighborhood engagement, God forbid, go on next door, whatever. They can reach you, and they didn't. And that's because DPW didn't want to do it. To that point, because I do believe in not just addressing an issue, but solving a problem, I have legislation being introduced today to require that DPW have 3 public meetings per council district to educate people on bike lanes and to provide an opportunity. Because I want to say something Mr. Ott said, which I appreciate. I think that when you have public meetings before something happens, where people can advocate their positions, it does not devolve into what it has become. I think people should not be attacked over their positions, whether they're for or against any issue. And I think where I don't like being today is that we're in a position where the city council is trying to haphazardly fix something that was due to bad communication. I don't want to be up here again because people did not receive communication and we're having to undo something where millions of dollars were spent. I don't think, it really bothers me that there were not specific transportation council meetings, district by district, talking about bike lanes. Because as y'all know, I've talked about this on numerous occasions, I am increasingly frustrated by the awful technology that interrupts our feed in this council chamber. Because there are many people who cannot be here today who are educated on what the council and city is doing by watching these council feeds and find out what's going on. And if we had had specific transportation meetings outlining what the plan is, people would be educated on it. And we would have a real honest conversation after real outreach happened where people are at. I have no doubt, to speak to my friend from the crew of Red Beans, that you're going to find out people are somewhere in the middle on a lot of this stuff. And I have no doubt that if DPW were forced to have actual meetings, they'd actually do compromise. I'm very disturbed by 2 things. One, whether you liked or disliked Mr. King's meeting last week, you barely had a representative DPW show up. And that is a very, very, very poor reflection. If they are so passionate and believe in what is being done, they should have been there to foster and talk about why it was being done and what needed to be done. DPW is a symptom of a larger problem in the city of New Orleans. Every department is an ivory tower where they engage with residents when they feel like it. That's a fact. I will tell you that being a public servant, whether elected or as a city official or employee, or whatever you want to call it, is about being responsive to the public. And I think that it's very important. I do not like it when I see residents who love this city so much tear at each other over something like this. And I don't say everyone has to agree. You don't have to agree. Honestly, I've said this many times in the dais. I think the best time you have real movement and solutions is when people who don't agree are forced to be in a room to compromise. And I think that was a missed opportunity here for people to honestly articulate intellectually their positions and hear each other and reach some kind of something. It was a lost opportunity, and I do not want this to ever happen again across the city. I think that bikers rely upon the infrastructure of the city to be safe. I think it is very concerning to feel like this could be a precedent where you rely upon safe infrastructure and it's removed. That being said, if we have the meetings on the front end, I will tell you, and it might be the lawyer in me, it makes me much easier to tell, I don't want to have the grammar police in my office attack me in the way I just spoke. No, that's actually Crystal. I think it makes it easier for us as policymakers if we have public meetings that are advertised 2 weeks in advance, where people have the opportunity to speak, where if they come up later and say, I didn't know about the meeting, you can say, these were the advertised meetings held by DPW. This is the outreach they did, and you didn't come. I think that puts us in a better position. And I'll be honest, in this situation, despite the fact I do not discount you had many meetings, it never should have been upon bike advocates to have to lead getting those meetings done. It should have been DPW, because they're paid to do so, leading getting those meetings done. So I don't just believe in complaint, I believe in solutions. I have filed today at the last first reading, it'll be how these meetings are gonna be done. I encourage bike advocates and residents to tell me how to make this better. But I think that if we have a transparent process that everyone can point to and say, this was your time to speak and now forever hold your peace, it puts us in a different position than we are today. So I appreciate the difficult position that Mr. King is in today. I will have dialogue with everyone on both sides, no matter how you feel on any issue I vote on. But I do feel like this failure is not the bike advocates or the residents. It is a city failure that we are haphazardly trying to address. Thank you.
Council President Moreno.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, meetings are certainly important, but meetings are only important if people are being listened to. And I think that was certainly part of the failure here. You know, we have the bike advocates who clearly want the bike lanes, and we have the residents who clearly have significant issues with the MacArthur and Newton bike lanes. But at the same time, if you would have listened, if DPW would have listened to the residents, they were actually proposing solutions on their own. They said, hey, on MacArthur, what about the neutral ground? Can we have the bike lanes on the neutral ground? What about, instead of Newton, can we try Opelousas Street instead? But unfortunately, when DPW wasn't really quite listening to one side, now all of a sudden, this is where we are. And so this doesn't have to be this hard. I think actually everyone can win in this. I think we can have the bike lanes in Algiers. We just need to do them a little bit differently. But that's going to take flexibility on DPW's side to make that happen. So if you all are working and fighting for bike lanes and you believe that it is urgent and a requirement to have them on the West Bank, then listen to the residents of Algiers as to where they think that these could be workable. for residents and for businesses, and so that all sides can win. And I think that that's where the failure happened, that yes, there were meetings, clearly there were meetings, but not everyone was really listened to, because I think the plan was already in place, baked, and it wasn't going to change no matter what anyone had to say. Thank you.
Any other comments from the dais? Seeing Councilman Green.
Councilman King, as the head of the Transportation Committee, I just want to emphasize to DPW and also advocates on either side that, you know, our committee will certainly work with those who are concerned relative to transportation modes in our city. We address a number of them. I would like to encourage DPW to recognize, and I appreciate the work that they've done, to recognize that we have a new council, a lot of things have changed, and to go out of your way to provide more information than less so that we can make an informed decision. Yes, Councilmember Morrell brought up the issue of the Gentilly bike lanes. I would certainly like to not surprise anybody with the start of construction on bike lanes. So I encourage DPW to recognize that maybe this is an opportunity to consider a reset in some respects. And let's have a look at some of the bike lane plans and make sure that we as a council who are aggressive reach out to our constituents to have them present. I'm ready to host any meeting in any district. I encourage you to use the services of the Transportation Committee to facilitate communications with our public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you. I think everybody said what needs to be said about the bike lanes in particular, but I want to telescope out a little bit, which is, you know, we need communication from all the departments about everything affecting the residents, and particularly when it's road work in their backyard too. And I know that we have communication outreach specialists, and I know we have other people, but particularly with all of the road work going on in the city, it's really important that people understand A, what a project is, B, what is supposed to happen with the project, C, when there's inevitably going to be delays, what that looks like, how long it lasts, and then D, just good communication along the way. I know this is an easy conversation, and I know that nobody wants to be pitted one side against each other, but I think like everything else, and Councilmember Moreno alluded to this, when you have people who feel like a decision is being foisted upon them rather than having a conversation about a decision, it becomes so much harder. And so my hope is the upshot of just this conversation, not pertaining to bike lanes per se, but writ large, is that we all take it as an inflection point for how we have better communications in all of the districts, and all of the neighborhoods. Thank you, Councilmember King.
Thank you. Okay. That's it. Want to make sure. All right, that's it for the comments from the fellow council members. I want to start off by saying thank you to everybody that came and spoke. This went very smoothly, and I appreciate you being respectful of everyone's time and having a proper decorum in the council chamber. I want to thank all of my colleagues for listening and going to the community and stop expecting the individuals to come to us. Also want to thank my staff for putting a lot of time and a lot of work and energy. Mr. Charles Tony, Fior, Winston Fior, Emmanuel Knox, Eleanor Godan, and Landon Williams. To talk about the precedent that this is setting, I think a bad precedent has already been set when we have projects like this happening without people's input. I think we have a precedent that's already been set when we have city government doing things and trying to do things without getting the public input. So we already have a very bad precedent set. This is just to correct that and allow people in their communities to have a say-so, much like we did with Treme. When people in Treme said no to City Hall, it was stopped because we listened to the people that live in the district, in the area mostly affected. Yesterday, riding home, I saw a lady in front of me in the car lane on Loyola by the post office. I said, this is pretty dangerous. There should be a protected bike lane here for this individual and all the other dozens upon dozens of cyclists that ride that busy street. Why isn't one there? Is beyond me. Why did we decide first to put one in the sleepy bedroom community of the Auroras and off of MacArthur? Again, that's beyond me. And I want to work with the cyclists, Bike Easy, Complete Streets. I definitely want to work with you. I don't play those kind of games. That's not how I get down. If I say something, I mean it. So y'all want to talk, by all means, come to my office. I'm definitely open. And I want to see the cyclist side and the residents of Algiers who are opposed to this side come together and say, like Councilman Moreno said, how about MacArthur? There's a neutral ground that goes from one end of MacArthur to the other. Putting a bike lane on the middle, it may take some work, it may take a little money, but I think that's something that everyone can deal with, can work with. I think that y'all can work with that. As far as Newton Street, if people are saying don't put it on Newton, how about Opelousas? Because a lot of Algiers Point residents, they're cyclists. Opelousas runs straight through Algiers Point. It runs to Federal City. So you can get off the bike from the ferry, go down Opelousas, which runs parallel to Newton Street, right on the Federal City. It brings more traffic to the stores and businesses in Algiers Point. It brings more traffic to the stores and businesses on Federal City. That seems like a win-win. So with that being said, I make a motion to vote on this ordinance. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Green. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays, motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next is Council Vice President Morel with a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Well, let's go. Derwin, come up here.
I hope that doesn't happen again for you. Take this serious.
Come to the table, Miss. I'm not going to call you Mr. Button. I'm just going to call you Derwin. I can't bring myself to do it. All right, Derwin. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you know, what is it? What's your actual title? Chief Public Defender? Chief Public Defender Button, also known by everyone else as Derwin. He has been our Chief Public Defender of New Orleans for 13 years. And he is decided that he is going to move on to pursue other endeavors. I think it was important to recognize Mr. Button for his contributions he's made to the city of New Orleans, in particular to the criminal justice system, because there have been many times as a former public defender where you stood up for the people that work for you and the indigent people that you represent by doing such things as saying, if we cannot be properly funded, if I cannot adequately have my defenders represent people because I don't have enough public defenders and they're not going to be given adequate representation, you just shut it down. And in the history of the city, no chief public defender has ever done something like that. And my mom always taught me, and I know we did it earlier with Miss Temple, you give your flowers to people while they're here. I'm not saying you're about to go die or anything. I'm just saying while you're here, I'm more concerned you're just going to move to New York or Boston or something. But you've done so much for the city. You were the one that fought aggressively for parity with the public defender's office and the DA's office and led to that actually happening. And I think it's just so important for this council to recognize you on your send-off. So I don't know if my colleagues want to say any words. I've got a nice proclamation for you, but Council President Moreno.
Hey, Derwin. So, gosh, we've worked together since, my time in the legislature. And my goodness, you're always fighting such an uphill battle, yet you're persistent. You never, ever quit. And when I got to the city council, we worked on the parity piece together, which has never been accomplished until just a few years ago. Really, spearheaded by you, and it's something that we are continue to be committed to. But you're the particular champion on that, and we're one of the few cities that does have that kind of parity type of ordinance in the book. So, look, I just appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for all that you've done, and much success.
Thank you. Councilman Green.
Attorney Bunton, I want to thank you also for your public service. We had a chance to talk a couple of times in the past, even before I became a member of the council. So thank you for your many years. I know that you have a difficult job when there is activity, criminal activity. For example, I know there's a lot of pressure on to sometimes deny people their rights. But at the end of the day, we are run by a constitution. We have human rights, and it's important that everybody be able to achieve the desire of having adequate representation, no matter their level of income, education, or the like. And that's an important role that you play in making sure that our citizens' rights are protected. So as you go forward, I wish you the best in your endeavors, and just say that as a public servant in a difficult job, you did a fine job. That was a good number of years to stay around, and we look forward to continuing to see you in other capacities working on behalf of your fellow man and woman as you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Morrell. First of all, pre-being on the council several years ago, when you started this fight, not just for equity and parity, but for the rights of defenders, especially in a state where we know that there were more wrongful convictions per capita, and in a city where there were more wrongful convictions per capita than any other place in the nation. We started our segments on WBOK just to alert the public to how unfair it was for people who may have been convicted of a crime, but they had the right to prove if they were innocent. And then when you started the quest for equity and parity and for funding, we started doing other segments to educate the public. And so on behalf of Equity Media and WBOK, as well as the people who support that African-American station, long before other media outlets gave you a voice or gave you a platform, we gave you an entire segment on my show. And then lo and behold, right after that, when you took that plea to the public to get their public support, and you told the stories of Mr. Jones, Mr. Morgan, and many others, what happened? The public supported you. So when you talk about the importance of the media, in many cases, the media picks and chooses what's sexy and what's important to them. But that little Black African-American station, given the history of Louisiana and wrongful convictions, in the show that we did, we thought it was important that we help you rally support to be what you have become as one of the best public defenders in this country. So on behalf of that relationship and all the other conversations we have and the work we do and have done with ex-offenders, I just want you to know that it wasn't a lone voice, because your voice was supported by thousands of others who heard you every time you came on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. King.
How you doing, Mr. Button? Sorry to see you leave. Thank you for your work. Thank you for employing me also. And again, sorry to see you leave, man, but I know wherever you go, whatever you do, you would be great at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that was a bit of a stretch. Be good at anything. I mean, you might not be good at hockey or skiing or something, but okay. Within reason. Oh, Mr. Druso, I think is trying to press his button last minute.
I am. Thank you.
You're going to tell him how you're going to fully fund the public defender's office this year?
Now that he's leaving, no, Derwin, I tease. I've always appreciated the rigor and passion you've brought to your job. I think it's kind of hard to do both of those things simultaneously. Sometimes people have lots of passion. Sometimes people have lots of rigor, but to have both, and you've done it for such a sustained, long period of time. And I've always appreciated just the way that you've handled things and I think you've been a credit to the way that you've handled your business and yourself and your office. And I know in a time when y'all too are dealing with just more and having to deal with less makes it complicated. And I applaud all of your efforts for such a sustained period of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to say Ms. Harris? You good?
Derwin, thank you. Sorry, I was on a call with the constituent who was yelling at me, which you understand, I know. So, thank you for your service and I appreciate the times that we've worked together and I know my office does too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything in your swan song before,
Well, this, the nature of our work is generally to be oppositional. So it feels like this is the moment where I get to talk crazy on my way out. But I got a team back there who is largely responsible for a lot of the success we've had. They don't want me doing that. And honestly, it's not the way I feel. I feel like I'm at a point in the journey where I get the benefit of perspective, and I'm here because there have been a lot of good folks helping me to get here, and I've been able to see the change that folks told me would never happen in our system, in our office. I look up at the dais and I see alums of our organization who are doing great work. I see people who personify the work that we do, like Councilmember Thomas, when we talk about second chances and that folks who make their way up and through the criminal legal system are not the people we throw away, but some of the greatest minds and talents that we've never seen, and we need to start seeing them. This is that moment where I leave you, but it is not a moment where I'm going to really be gone. This is my work. I've dedicated my entire legal career to making things better for those who are vulnerable, who are targeted, who are at risk in the many different systems pointed at people of color, poor people around, not just around New Orleans, but around our state. And now I get to do it pretty much all over the country in my new role. Today is a very special day for me. It is 1 year ago today that my mom passed. And she was probably the single most important person in my life, her and my sister Charlene. And she left me with so many colorful quotes and knowledge, some of which I can even share in mixed company. But it's making me think a lot of her in this moment. So I just wanted to thank this council and some of your predecessors who worked real hard as well towards some of the goals that we've hit. I want to thank my staff. The Public Defender's Office, I only get here because of the hard work that they do. And I won't say goodbye. Because I'm still going to be in New Orleans. I am not moving to Boston or New York. I am going to be here, and I'm going to be working adjacent and hoping, supporting all of y'all in continued efforts to make this city one that is more equitable, more fair, and more just. And I will always be forever OPD. I will always fight for our defenders whose job it is to protect innocence, fight for clients, and hold power accountable. And from day to day, we also help folks accept responsibility with dignity. And I'm going to continue in that vein. So thank you all for this moment. Thank you, OPD.
Down with
professional
OPD?
Life.
I
won't start any chants in chambers here being down with OPD. But if you're in my office,
there's a lot we can't share in mixed company. But one of the things we say is proud to be OPD. And today, I am really proud to be OPD. Thank you.
Thank you, Durham. Hang out there. We're coming down to bring you your proclamation and take our pictures. Don't go anywhere.
They're great.
It's a little rough.
Oh, no, too many people.
Yes.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's do the item on suspension. We're running really behind.
We have motion M22-424. Excuse me. By council members Moreno and Morel. Directing the city attorney to coordinate meetings and ensure collaboration between Thorns Consulting, Inc., Christopher Oliver, Olivier, Cassius Peeler, and Ariana Tipper, collectively the authors of the Tulane Residents of Gordon Plaza report, to review criteria and methodology used by the team to conduct appraisals of homes in Gordon Plaza, and that the city attorney shall direct Thorns Consulting to use the widely used and accepted replacement cost appraisal method and tools used by the Tulane Group to determine the fair market value of the Gordon Plaza properties in question. And the city attorney is directed to transmit and make public the agreed upon appraisal criteria to the city council by September 29, 2022. And the city council reserves the right to authorize the issuance of a request for proposals for real estate appraisal services
at its October 6, 2022 meeting if parties fail to meet or if no consensus on criteria and methodology is reached. We need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
Been moved by Councilmember Harris. I'll second. Six yeas, no nays. Madam Clerk, do I need to also add it to the agenda?
Yes, Councilman.
Okay. 7 yeas. It's Councilmember Thomas is a yay. Madam
Okay.
Clerk. All right, I'll make a motion to add it to the agenda. If I can get a second, seconded by Councilmember Druso. Members, if you can vote your machines, please. 7 yeas, no nays, and it's added to the agenda. All right, members, thank you for allowing Council Vice President and I to add this motion to the agenda. We had a very late afternoon meeting yesterday with the board members of representing the Gordon Plaza residents who we've been working with, and their concerns were regarding what they felt was really lack of engagement around the appraisal process, and wanted to make sure that the type of valuation on their properties was something that at the end of the day was going to be fair. And as we all now know, there was a very comprehensive study done by Tulane University that came up with a certain dollar amount for valuation. And these are experts coming from Tulane. And as Councilmember Morrell and I spoke with the group, and they started to tell us a little bit about their feelings around this, we realized that it's like, wait a second. Currently, we have the city working on an appraisal with the Thorns Group, but who is really kind of advocating on behalf of the residents through this appraisal process? Because when you work on different real estate types of deals, even when there's an appraisal process, you've got, whether it's brokers or realtors or property owners or whoever, being able to like provide input, saying like, hey, take a look at this, or take a look at this information, or take a look at these comps, whatever it could be. So who would be that person or that advocate working on behalf of the residents through this appraisal process? And we couldn't answer that question. And so the motion, what this does is it directs the city attorney to bring in the experts from Tulane to work with the Thorns Group, to provide additional information, to talk about how they came up with their report, and also to come up with a fair methodology as to how the valuation at the end of the day will occur. And hopefully with the collaboration between Tulane and with the Thorns Group, everyone can come to an agreement around the methodology, and that could be sent back to the residents and sent back to the council, and things can proceed accordingly. But at the same time, there is kind of this, lack of trust that what if the Thorns Group refuses to work with Tulane, or what if maybe the process isn't as fair? Then what could be an option to do what we can to get the fairest assessment for the residents? And what we decided was probably the best option is, if there's not going to be this type of collaboration where everyone has a seat at the table, really, then that the council should move forward with its own appraisal process involving the folks from Tulane and put out its own RFP. We're hoping it doesn't get to that point. We're hoping that with this new directive, everyone can come together and we can quickly move through this in a very fair process and transparent process. But, I wish that we once again weren't at this spot, but it just goes to, residents feeling that there isn't this, total transparency occurring. I think once again, there's kind of this lack of information. I know you all received a couple of sheets of paper from Mr. Thorns on the methodology, but it didn't have a lot to it. And so hopefully with the Tulane folks being part of the process, more information will be able to flow. So that is what this particular motion does. We would receive more information by September 29th. And I actually would like to even have the information presented to us even at the council meeting on October 6th too. I think that would allow for additional transparency as well. So that's what this motion does. Happy to take any questions. Ms. Ludwina, I know that you would like to make a comment if you want to come up, because I don't see any comments from the dais.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, before reading, I'm going to pause for a moment because we have important information to share and would like everyone who is able to hear us to be able to hear clearly so that we can be heard and understood. The last meeting that was specific to Garden Plaza was last week on Tuesday, September the 6th, 2022. Yesterday, on September 14th, we made a public statement in front of Liberty Bank because we are demanding that non-devaluation and non-discriminatory practices be prioritized in this distribution process so that our funds can be liberated from Liberty Bank. It makes no sense that funds that have been allocated and approved in the form of a city ordinance are sitting in the bank collecting interest when we could have access to these funds and be moving safely into healthy homes of our choice. Seeking new housing away from the hazardous waste landfill can only happen when we have the funds to do so. So while the city of New Orleans is dragging its feet, we are demanding that this move forward, and we believe that it can and will move forward in ways that honor our lives and dignity of each resident of Garden Plaza. When Councilman Eugene Green contacted us as residents of Garden Plaza on September 1st for a meeting with Mayor LaToya Cantrell for September the 2nd, our board attended this meeting on September the 2nd. In that meeting, we were informed that it would be possible for us to access our funds the very next week, which would be this week. So long as we're willing to accept an amount nearly half of what the replacement cost analysis produced. The good news to us is that if the mayor wants us to get paid quickly, we will get paid quickly. But that has been confirmed for us. Yet, despite the fact that we do not want any unnecessary delays in this process, we also cannot be haphazard with our lives either. Eagerly accepting a payout for less than what we know it will take to ensure that we can safely move into healthy homes of our choice can make our lives worse than they are now, and we are very clear about that. We want to make it very clear today that the city of New Orleans is not doing us any favors, nor is the city of New Orleans providing us any gift by engaging in this process. Actually, the city of New Orleans, as a local city government, chose to use its own local hazardous waste landfill to develop a so-called local affordable housing program that resulted in havoc being caused for us as local residents of Garden Plaza. So when people tried to throw out the term fair market value to shut us down, as if $510,000 is some astronomical amount of money that is going to suddenly make us rich, we know that black bias and discriminatory mindsets are at the foundation of that thinking. We know that this very mindset is how environmental racism manifests itself in all of the policies, practices, and application of laws that benefit some and discriminate against others. And we say no to that. Because if we're talking about fair market value, actually being fair, the $510,000 will be paid out without hesitation. Because despite people talking about the law, we know that it is completely and entirely possible to not devalue our properties in the Garden Plaza subdivision and not discriminate against us. The only difference between what has been proposed in a replacement cost analysis, which would be accepted as an appraisal by anyone who was not including devaluation and discrimination into the methodology, will get a similar, if not the same result. The city of New Orleans has overcomplicated this situation. The $35 million funds are already allocated and approved via a city ordinance and are in possession of Liberty Bank collected interest when it could be made available to us now, minus the devaluation and minus the discriminatory practices. Either the city of New Orleans works for the people and these laws are designed to protect us, or the city of New Orleans works against the people. And these laws are designed to devalue us, exploit us, discriminate against us, and ultimately cause us harm. As residents of Garden Plaza, we have experienced all of these thus far. So let's address this issue of appraisals. We know that the traditional appraisals have been found to be inherently discriminatory, practically for Black community members. We insist that the appraisal, Jim Thorne, hired by the city of New Orleans, honor the fact that there's more than one form of an appraisal. And we demand the prioritization of non-devaluation and non-discriminatory practice be applied to the methodology used in our situation, because we know it is possible. We have said time and time again, we are not fighting against the word appraisal. We are fighting against the application of the methodology that devalue and discriminate. The city of New Orleans continues to focus this issue on a need of an appraisal by law. Our response and solution to that is very simple one. There's nothing stopping Jim Thorne from using the cost approach methodology as an appropriate starting point for any real appraisal-based value for properties in Garden Plaza. The law says an appraisal is needed, and the cost approach appraisal is among the 3 industry standard methods of appraisal. If the meal we plan to eat tonight is soup and requires we use a utensil, Jimmy presented a fork and we need a spoon. That's what this whole argument boils down to. We're not fighting the city of New Orleans about the word utensil. We are simply saying use the spoon, not the fork. And where you need both to solve a problem, justification should be provided. It's just that simple. The cost approach is especially appropriate for properties not frequently exchanged in the market. This type of appraisal utilizes replacement costs and land value to determine fair market value, the very thing that the law requires. It must be noted that the cost approach considers depreciation, and we do not support property depreciation to be factored into this appraisal. As residents of Garden Plaza, we have got no value depreciation from living in these homes. And no one should be moving into our homes once we have relocated either. We are living in the second highest cancer causing area in the entire state of Louisiana. And we live in fear, and we have lived in fear and concerns for decades due to the toxicity of our homes. Replacement costs are specifically appropriate in the valuations of our homes for two reasons. Reason number one, replacement costs are an essential part of the industry's standard cost approach appraisal method. Reason number two, again, we are not fighting the word appraisal. We are focused on the appropriate methodology for the appraisal. If applied haphazardly or without care to solving problems within the context of our situation, the payout could leave us in a worse situation, and we say no to that. We have said time and time again that we will never get justice from an unjust system. And no matter how much we are paid, we will never get back the loss of our family members, neighbors, and years of life fighting for healthy housing rather than enjoying our healthy housing. But what we do believe is that the city of New Orleans has a chance to course correct this long overdue injustice of our homes being built on toxic and hazardous landfill. However, thus far, as of today, September the 15th, 2022, we are still currently living on the landfill as a result of not yet receiving the funds that are rightfully due us, despite the fact that the funds are allocated, approved, and with Liberty Bank. Therefore, until our funds are liberated from Liberty, we will continue to fight. Members of the administration continue to say that they want this to move forward, but must follow the law. And we simply say that the city of New Orleans is applying the law in a clearly different way than it was intended. If the goal is to keep people from being paid more than that would be fair, then the city of New Orleans is not even close to paying us as residents of Garden Plaza more than what is fair to us as, especially in relationship to the ever increasing costs in this housing market. We know this because the city of New Orleans.
Ms. Hurst, start to wrap it up, okay?
Okay, will increase. I'm almost there. Will increase that because the city of New Orleans will experience no loss in this process. As a matter of fact, their future land use opportunities will only benefit the city more than it is now. And on the other hand, must be able to move into homes without added mental, emotional, physical burden. Therefore, today, we emphasize we have already heard and seen Mr. Jim Thorne's potential approach to this work, and we are highly concerned because we can already see where the room for devaluation and discrimination can take place, and we want to prevent that. There's no amount that could ever truly bring us justice, and we maintain that housing is high and costly and rising daily, and much less actual home ownership, and being devalued can result in our lives being made even worse. We refuse to be silent about this. Before we leave here today, the longer this process goes on, the more prepared we are to turn up and sound along about our situation, because we see you are all as irresponsible, every elected and appointed official that hinders this process. interferes, or tries to play politics with our lives, whether it be there, here, Liberty Bank, or those who profit off our trauma. We thank those who work to be helpful, and we ask that you remember that after this meeting, we will once again be returning to the landfill. This is not what justice nor fairness look like or will ever look like. Before we leave here today, we need clarity about the pathway forward, and it has to meet our needs to get us closer to this being fully resolved. Once again, we are committed to moving this process forward, prioritizing non-devaluation and non-discriminatory practices, so we can access our funds and finally safely move into healthy homes of our choice. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hurst. Thank you for speaking for the group today. Michael Burnside.
So being mortals, we all take what justice we can get from our unjust system. Our system is unjust. People die of cancer, they die in a census tract. Nobody inside that census tract is even being monitored by the Department of Health. Only the 68 property owners down here in Gordon Plaza, not the whole census tract. There's 1,000 people in that census tract. Then justice from an unjust system. A lot of this poison comes from lead that was burnt in an incinerator on that land. That incinerator sent out clouds of lead. The people on the other side of that fence they're not having their soil tested. If you're just on the other side of the agricultural landfill site, EPA boundary line, your soil's never been tested. Your kids have never been tested. You're not important enough to be part of a justice system for the unjust system. Only 68 property owners are here for $35 million. Those houses were bought for $40K in a time and an average cost was $60K for an average house in Orleans Parish. If today the average cost in Orleans Parish is $360,000 for an average house, then that's a factor of 6. You take 40,000 to multiply it by 6, you get $2,400, $250,000 each. You want justice from an unjust system? Start looking at other people than just 68 property owners. Over half the houses have been bought and sold since the 1980s when they were first given to the innocents. Some people bought these houses as investors from HUD for literally, no exaggeration, $10. 20 of these houses have renters in them. When are you going to give them any money? You want justice for an unjust system. Expand your viewpoint.
All right, Mr. Burnside, thank you. All right, members, with that, I'll make a motion to adopt. Can I get a second, please? Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? Aye. 7 yeas, no nays, Madam Clerk.
We're now going to go to page 17, the regular agenda. We have a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of.
What you don't get to do is then criticize people who've been fighting all their own. If you care about
All right, Angela. Okay.
then you fight for them. You get up.
Angela.
but
Angela.
you do not
Angela. Angela, please. Angela. Okay.
I'm going on record as saying,
Okay.
fight for
Right.
the people who you need to fight for.
Angela.
For everybody.
All right. All right. Madam Clerk, you can read the next item, please. Thank you.
The HDLC appeal of Kurt P. Farbacher, NCAR, Terrell Farbacher Architects LLC, requesting to appeal the Central Business District Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial, Architecture Review Committee's recommendation to remove or adjust 2 garage doors on a primary facade of an 81,000 square feet new construction for properties located at 823 through 843 Camp Street. We have motion M22-417 by Councilmember Harris, overruling the Central Business District Historic District Landmark Commission's decision for the property located at 823, 843 Camp Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion overrules the CPC to allow two 24-foot garage doors. The curb cuts for the garage doors were approved at the ordinance level. Eleanor, will you brief us on the HGLC report?
Yes, this is an appeal of the Commission's denial of an appeal of the ARC's recommendation against the installation of two 24-foot wide garage door openings at the ground floor of a proposed new construction planned at 837 Camp Street. In every review over the past year and a half, the Architectural Review Committee has recommended that only one garage door be installed at the front facade of the new building. The ARC has continually stated their concern over the two garage doors taking up a majority of the ground floor elevation, marring the continuity of the streetscape and the vertical pilasters on the front facade. At their latest review held July 19th, 2022, the ARC stated that if the two garages were to be retained in the design, they should be reduced in width from 24 feet wide to 12 feet wide each. This would allow the vertical pilasters to meet the ground and minimize the garage openings on the facade. The applicant is appealing both of these recommendations as they have programmatic concerns with the garage door openings. Staff agrees with the ARC recommendations that the two 24-foot wide garage doors are inappropriate on the front facade of a new construction and have recommended that either one 24-foot garage door be granted approval or two 12-foot garage doors be granted approval.
Thank you, Eleanor. I have a public comment from Susan Johnson. And just a reminder, please keep comments to 2 minutes per commenter.
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Historic New Orleans Neighborhoods LLC. I am not paid to be here. I support the position of the HDLC, the CBD, HDLC, and HDLC staff. There's one aspect of these garage doors that can't be, it's not within the purview of the HDLC, and that's a topic we've heard a lot about today, and that's safety. This project is located in a multimodal pedestrian corridor, zoning classification covering several thoroughfares of the CBD, including Camp Street. The purpose of the multimodal pedestrian corridor per CZO 17.6.a is to, quote, preserve and enhance the function of certain streets that serve multiple modes of transportation by creating a safe and comfortable environment for the pedestrian, those using mobility devices, transit riders, and bicyclists. Next, subtopic, subparagraph. Garages and garage entrances are prohibited in a multimodal pedestrian corridor per CZO Article 17.6 D8 and 9. This project has sought and obtained waivers of these prohibitions. They have also been allowed to shift the existing curb cuts, which measure about 19 feet in width, expanding them both to approximately 24 feet and 6 inches to align with the respective entries to the vehicular parking garage. This is from the CPC staff report. With two double garage doors, or even with one, what happens to the original purpose of the corridor, the safe and comfortable environment for the pedestrian, those using mobility devices, transit riders, and bicyclists?
Ms. Johnson,
what does it really mean to get a variance on this issue?
Ms. Johnson, you're out of time.
What are the probable outcomes?
Ms. Johnson, you're out of time.
What would it mean in real time with pedestrian and bike traffic competing with vehicular traffic?
Ms. Johnson, you're out of time, and we have an agenda to get through. Thank you.
Where are the safeguards here? The public needs to know.
Thank you. Mr. Fallbacher, who's the applicant, can you tell me what the safeguards are or speak to Ms. Johnson's concerns, please?
Hi, my name is Kurt Fallbacher, 1050 Norman C. Francis Parkway, and I'm the architect for the project. Sorry? Okay. Do I need to repeat? Okay, thank you. This project is landlocked. We do not have access to the street on the rear or to either side. The only way to enter the proposed parking garage is from Camp Street. There are 2 existing curb cuts there already. We're just asking to maintain those curb cuts so that we can access the garage. We've also, there was also an ordinance drafted up by City Council when we asked for variances, and one of them was to allow us to maintain those curb cuts. So I don't understand why we would have curb cuts if we can't enter the garage. So we need the garage doors to enter the garage. And we'd be more than happy to work with the HDLC to have those garage doors look however they would like them to look.
Great. I would love for you guys to come holding hands. So y'all work together to figure out how they look. Eleanor, do you have any response to that?
We were only asking that if they were going to be allowed 2 garage doors, that they be narrower in width. But the applicant is not interested in that compromise, so that's why we're here.
Understood. All right. Thanks, Mr. Fallbacher. Ms. Bell. All right. So I'm going to, are there any public comments? All right.
Yes, we have 5 online comments.
All right.
First comment is from Marguerite Culpepper. She says, I am speaking against regular agenda number 0102 motion 22417. This project was told from the beginning, from the beginning of the application process, that there were concerns with the separate garage doors opening onto Camp Street, a multimodal pedestrian corridor. In each ARC meeting and in a written letter on October 20th, 2021, ARC stated their concerns and requested design modifications, specifically requesting the project to reduce the garage doors to 1 garage door opening onto camp with the division of cars taking place once inside the building interior. Each time the project representatives did not return with changes or modifications. When ARC inquired about the requested garage changes, project representatives stated the owner wanted separate garage doors. As far back as July 27, 2021, the president and the Historic Lafayette Square Association in writing to project stated his personal opinion is that the double garage entrance is a non-starter and any height variance application cannot be supported either. He also expressed reservations about the overall design and hoped that a reasonable design consensus can be reached. The City Planning Commission also stated in their project report regarding the garage that the applicant is proposing approximately 221% of what would be needed for the proposed cumulative uses while posing safety hazards to pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles on Camp Street. So where do the pedestrians go while the garage vehicles are waiting to get onto Camp Street? I will tell you that the pedestrians will do they will walk in front of cars because the sidewalk is the pedestrian's lane. We know how this can escalate as the impatient driver believes the pedestrian is walking too slow. Other vehicles waiting, exiting, entering, sitting ducks for carjackers. Where were the Uber drivers and taxis picking up the boutique hotel customers park on traffic clogged by Camp Street? These are not just garage doors. This project has received more than its share of privileges, but once project was approved, the affected residents thought safety would be upheld. Developers stated tons of people want this project. Do the tons want a safe project? I bet they do. As a neighbor that shares 2 property lines with this project, I sure do. What about City Council? By ignoring the regulatory agencies, the developers have now made you the experts and brought this to your table. You can choose safety or developers, or better yet, send them back to work with your regulatory agencies. Your plates are full. Cindy Warner comments, please deny the appeal to overturn the HDLC's decision denying the installation of 2 garage doors at the ground level of the Camp Street development. HDLC repeatedly asked that they modify their plans to include only 1 garage door. In the transcript of the HDL hearing on August 3rd, 2022, the developer Kenny Lobel states why they want 2 doors, quote, so basically in order to keep John Georges there, we have to kind of accommodate him. He's got a building 80,000 square foot in Jefferson Parish on the service road. If he doesn't get parking, I'm not saying he's going to move. It's likely he will, because he's paying too much money for the whole deal, and it's a big deal unloading on St. Charles Avenue, end quote. Isn't it more important to uphold a city agency's recommendation based on safety and historic preservation than it is to accommodate one man's insistence and threat to move out of the city? Where will it stop if you allow this type of reasoning to be the deciding factor on voting for or against a project? This is only one of several issues surrounding this project that other city agencies, historic associations, and Louisiana Landmark Society have been against. The passing of former Mayor Moon Landrieu has brought to the forefront the many progressive reforms that he established in the city. Landrieu authorized the 1972 New Orleans Housing and Neighborhood Preservation Study. Most of the study's recommendations were enacted by Landrieu, including 1976 establishment of the Historic District Landmarks Commission, which extended design review and demolition control for the first time to parts of New Orleans outside of the French Quarter. Hopefully, this reminder will help the council remember the importance of the roles of these city agencies. They were put in place to protect the integrity of our city and our neighborhoods. Nathan Lott comments representing Preservation Resource Center of New Orleans. He is a paid representative. Having watched this project move through the HDLC Architectural Review Committee and then the full commission, it's our view that both groups acted appropriately when denying the dual garage doors. The HDLC guidelines state, quote, "The rhythm and pattern of principal facades of new construction should reflect and maintain neighborhood patterns." In Lafayette Square Historic District, this standard complements goals set out in the city's master plan for a walkable downtown with pedestrian-oriented mixed-use infill. We recognize that this project has unique programmatic constraints resulting from two separate garages on the lower floors, and the design team has been upfront about that from the beginning. It is also clear that the current use as a surface parking lot is not the highest and best for this parcel. We hope that as the project moves forward, the design team will take advantage of the expertise available from the HDLC and the ARC, and no additional appeals will be necessary. While appeal is every applicant's right, it's important to respect the expertise and service of the volunteers on the HDLC and the ARC. Furthermore, appeals drain staff time from other core functions. Although they are small by comparison to other city agencies, our local historic districts make a significant positive impact for neighborhoods and our city's economy. Emily Ryan comments, please vote no in this motion that would allow the 823 to 843 Camp Street project to move forward with the proposed two garage doors opening onto Camp Street. We are very concerned about the safety of our neighborhood and the added traffic and that this will bring. This is a very heavily traveled corridor by cars and pedestrians, and this will put too heavy a burden on the community. It has been repeatedly requested that the developer redesign the elevation to accommodate one garage door instead of two, and they have not done so. As currently designed, this is not a safe or aesthetic solution for this neighborhood. Please put the beauty and safety of our neighbors first. And that is the end of comments.
Are there any comments from any council members? All right, I'm going to move. Seconded by Councilmember King. All in favor? 6 yeas, motion passes. Thank you. 7 yeas.
We're now on top of page 18. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 5122, crew of red beans, requesting an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend Article 20, Section 20.3.JJ, and Article 26, Section 26.6, to enable live entertainment secondary use to be a secondary element to a cultural facility. The proposed text amendment would have citywide impact, the recommendation of the city planning commission being for no legal majority. We have motion M22-421 by Councilmember King, denying the amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend Article 20, Section 20.3.JJ, and Article 26, Section 26.6, to enable live entertainment secondary use to be a secondary element to a cultural facility on zoning docket 5122. We also have motion M 422 by Councilmember King, granting the amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend Article 20, Section 20.3.jj, and Article 26, Section 26.6, to enable live entertainment secondary use to be a secondary element to a cultural facility on zoning docket 5122.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CPC.
Thank you, Council Member. I'll start off with noting, as the clerk mentioned, that the City Planning Commission did not reach a legal majority for this vote. So I'm just presenting the staff recommendation. The applicant proposes to amend the definition of cultural facilities and the use standards for live entertainment secondary use to allow to enable live entertainment secondary use to be a secondary element to a cultural facility, such as a museum or library, historical society. Currently, the CZO only allows live indoor entertainment secondary use as ancillary to bars, standard restaurants, indoor amusement facilities, and breweries. The staff believe that music is an integral part of culture and it makes sense to allow it indoors at cultural facilities while taking into consideration the impacts of live entertainment on the surrounding neighborhoods. Staff recommends adding cultural facilities to the list of main uses that may have live entertainment as a secondary use, provided that live entertainment secondary use is a permitted use in the underlying zoning district. Most zoning districts either prohibit live entertainment secondary use or allow it only as a conditional use. Effectively, while cultural facilities are permitted in a wide range of districts, live entertainment as a secondary use of cultural facility would not be permitted in a larger number of districts than it is now, making live entertainment a more integral part of cultural strengths of music and cultural, which is one of the goals of the master plan. Further, the proposed limitation would have the live entertainment component allowed only where already allowed under the underlying zoning districts to protect residential health, safety, and welfare of the community. I'll note that the City Council has recently approved outdoor live entertainment in cultural facilities. So this request is for indoor live entertainment in cultural facilities, mostly as conditional use and for a use type that is generally not involving alcohol. A bar or restaurant with alcohol in these very same districts could request conditional use for live entertainment secondary use. So this is the rationale for the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few comment cards. First, last name is Chang, C-H-E-N-G. Mr. Chang, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheng Wu Cheng, and I live at 720 Paidi Street in the Bywater, 1 block away from the building. I was just gonna make it easy for you guys. So I'm basically gonna touch point two questions. Number one, why are we discussing this? The reason is because one applicant decided to invest in a building that does not have the proper zoning to allow him to do what he wants to do. Hence, he submitted a text amendment that will have an impact on the whole city. The second question, what are the impacts of this text amendment? So number one, this impact is potentially enormous because this text amendment will not only apply to the applicant's building, Bywater, Marigny, the Garden District or French Quarter, but also the whole city. So to my knowledge, Garden District Association, Marigny, and also the NFB Bywater Neighborhood Association all oppose this text amendment. For example, most houses in the Bywater and Marigny are zoned as HMR3 and can be a cultural facility. Then this amendment can basically potentially lead to unlimited live entertainment venue in Bywater and Marigny. Second, by even discussing this matter, we are basically sending a message of instability because anyone now can go purchase a building that does not have the proper zoning and they expect to get it changed through this process. So in fact, since 2012, the city of New Orleans has issued or pending issue 525 limits permit change for business use. And the CZO was created to provide citizens a peace of mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. That's your time. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Lawrence. 2 minutes, Mr. Lawrence. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilman Thomas, Green, Morrell, King, Caruso, what the ladies? Anyway, Bywater to me is part of the French Quarters, okay? These residents that oppose music in the Bywater, they should move out. Why? Because since the Jazz Fest started in the early 70s, it's a historical district, right? I feel like this guy should be supported. It should be approved, okay? When they have a second line running through the neighborhoods of the streets, they can be told they can't second line. It could be a white-black conflict, okay? But we're not gonna go there. My organization against the forces of all evil works with the citizens of New Orleans. And for this group of musicians, New Orleans is the jazz city of the world. The musician city, the filter place to hold the Grammy Awards, the filter place to hold the Academy Awards. We're gonna cancel Los Angeles in about 7 years. This is the new Hollywood. So give them what they want. What's the matter? Just like the guys, the little drummer boys, they play on Bourbon Street, they make $1,000 every Saturday. They don't pay no $50 every 6 months for a permit. So you can't prejudice this group of
30 minutes,
musicians.
30 seconds.
Only thing I want to say, give them what they want so the city can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
You're welcome.
Next up, Alan Harden. Alan Harden. All right. Denise Williams. Nice.
Great afternoon, council members. I'm Tanise Williams. I'm the new executive director of Feed the Second Line, address 3300 Royal Street. Allowing cultural facilities a pathway to have live music will greatly impact our city's culture barriers. When cultural facilities can use music as a programming, it allows them opportunities to hire from the community more often, not just for our main events in our city. And this is New Orleans. What's a cultural program without having music? Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Maxwell, present. Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Gonzalez. And Mr. Devin, the Wolf.
Hello, council members. I don't know how to give these to y'all, but this is a map that was created that actually shows the parts of the city that would be impacted. We tried to apply to create a museum that's about our parade, and music is a really important part of our parade. And the pathway to having music as part of the museum programming doesn't exist unless we have a bar or a restaurant. And so this was kind of a idea from the city planning staff, and I thought it made sense because in New Orleans, cultural facilities, I think, should have a pathway towards music. I've spoken with a lot of the neighborhood groups, and I know there's some opposition about it. I think that the way to really listen to them, and kudos to y'all for listening to the West Bank neighbors earlier, but I think the way to listen to the neighborhood groups and the fear that they have is to make it harder to become a cultural facility because they're worried about anybody having a house and calling their house a cultural facility. But really a cultural facility should be, you know, maybe a IRS recognized nonprofit organization. Maybe there has to be an approval process that's a little bit more harder to get through. So I would just offer that as a way to alleviate the fears, because I think the neighborhood groups aren't saying that they don't want music. They're just saying that they want not unlimited, everybody calling themselves a cultural facility. We truly will be a cultural facility, and we're just looking for a legal pathway to bringing in music as part of the programming of the museum. And I also think of the new Dewdrop Inn museum that's coming. I mean, they're going to want music as well. And I hope that there's a pathway for that. So thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Just will,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Mr. Knox will take those.
Okay.
Public comment?
Yeah, we have 4 comments. The first is from Kostas Konstantinou. I am writing to oppose the proposed text amendment to allow live entertainment in cultural facilities. The ramifications of this text amendment are not studied nor understood. The city recently expanded live entertainment in an unprecedented way. Now is not the time to further expansion without first allowing time to understand the ramifications of the last expansion. City. This text amendment will pull a fast one on the near neighbors of these facilities. The residents invested in their homes under the status of no live entertainment allowed. Trust will be lost and people will be reluctant to invest when rules are being changed on a whim. Allowing cultural facilities offer live entertainment will shift their focus from their core purpose. This will reduce diversity of the cultural offerings. Live entertainment will bring the tourists in, taking away the residents' peace and quiet. Live entertainment will bring more cars to any area allowed. This will burden the neighbors. Cultural facility designation will certainly be misused as a workaround to create live entertainment venues and reception halls. This amendment creates a pathway for that behavior. The city has a terrible track record controlling noise. What happens when kids have homework or go to bed or running a fever? The residents' family life will be sacrificed so some can be entertained. The text amendment qualifies as fiddling with while Rome burns. We are facing existential issues in this city, like getting killed while getting gas. And we are talking about having yet another place to be entertained. We keep adding unnecessary burden on the residents, and we are at a breaking point. I ask that you resoundly reject this text amendment and protect the rights of the citizens of New Orleans. Next comment is from Mark Gonzalez. This text amendment will be unenforceable while fully supporting live music. We should not be putting it against residential neighbors. Venues wanting occasional live entertainment can apply for and get permission, but this text amendment invites abuse, loud music when there will be no recourse but the overburdened police, alcohol use by crowds of tourists who don't pay taxes, don't care about our neighbors or their peaceful use of their homes. Deny this application. The next comment is from Kevin Perry. As a nearby neighbor to Beanlandia, I oppose the text amendment for live music, everyday use for a cultural facility. The impact to the neighborhood with parking and drinking would be more than we can handle. We have enough music venues, bars, and restaurants. Parking is out of control already. The tax-free status is also unfair to the tax-paying music venues. This can affect music venues all over the city. Anybody with a commercial building would be allowed to compete tax-free. Gilbert Chong comments, I'm in opposition to this text amendment. I've invested in my Bywater home understanding that no live entertainment would be allowed in this residential area. I trust that the city council will do what's best for me and not change rules on the fly. I don't desire to keep fighting zoning issues that cuts the fabric of the neighborhood. How much do we really understand about the ramifications of this text amendment? New Orleans expanded live entertainment outdoors recently, and I do not think we comprehend the adverse effects yet. It's too early to pad on top of that. Approving the text amendment encourages a loophole where applicants like Beanlandia buys a property without the necessary zoning and only after that requests for change. This is misdirected investment as properties are priced according to zoning. Additionally, I could see how the cultural facility designation will be misused as a veil for live entertainment venues. Allowing Beanlandia to have live entertainment will shift their main focus as a cultural facility. It is an easy tourist lure, but resulting in more traffic and other undesirable ills like trash and crime, thus reducing my quality of life. I like the crew of Red Beans and am a member. However, I'm requesting that you reject the text amendment referenced above. Next comment is from Falwell Dunbar. My wife and I live a block and a half away from the proposed Beanlandia project. Due to other developments in the area, including the Country Club, Marky's Bar, Pizza Delicious, and Bratz Y'all, we already have significant issues with parking, noise, trash, safety, and drunk driving. The Beanlandia project would only exacerbate these problems. It's completely out of scale with the neighborhood, and I have yet to meet a single neighbor in favor of the project. We are adamantly opposed.
Thank you. Any comments from the dais? Councilmember,
Yes, please. Paul, can you just explain if this would impact the city as a whole? But Beanlandia could apply for a conditional use, and I think one is pending. Is that correct?
That is pending, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, as I stated, this live entertainment secondary use is only allowed in the most intense districts throughout the city. So this is really going to be a conditional use in most cases.
Got you. Thank you, Paul.
thank you. Madam Clerk, at this time, we're going to withdraw motion 2C and move forward with 2B. I will be moving to deny this text amendment. Moving to deny this text amendment is not a decision I make lightly. Cultural facilities should have a pathway to live entertainment. Unfortunately, a few pathways are already on the books. According to an interpretation by the zoning administrator, the CZO currently allows cultural facilities to host live entertainment performances up to 15 times per year by right. Add special event permits to that, and the total gets bumped up to 23 or 27 times per year, depending on who you ask. This averages out to one performance every 2 weeks, twice a month. And of course, if a cultural facility contains a restaurant as part of its operation, it may host live entertainment liberally by right. Ultimately, approving this text amendment would open up live entertainment secondary use as a conditional use to many areas of the city, many of which are in the interior of neighborhoods. While conditional uses are an integral component of the CZO, they also have the effect of placing the burden of neighborhood conservation on the nearby community. For this reason, I am simply not comfortable supporting this text amendment today. A motion seconded by Councilmember Green. Five yeas, 7 yeas, no nays. Motion is adopted.
We're now on top of page 19, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 5222, City Council Motion M22-214, requesting a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to create a temporary use category for a food pop-up vendor host within Article 21, Section 21.8, temporary uses, and to make recommendations for any other amendments deemed necessary. Location is citywide. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. We have motion M22-414 by Councilmember Moreno, approving a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to create a new temporary use category for a food pop-up vendor host within Article 21, Section 21.8, temporary uses, and to make recommendations for any other amendments deemed necessary with the following modification to paragraph D. Under 21.8.C.16, food pop-up vendor on page 19 of the report, which shall read as follows. D, except for incidental promotional items, food pop-up vendors shall not sell goods or wares or other items of merchandise other than food and beverages. And we have an amendment to motion M22-414 by Councilmember Moreno. On page 1, in the be it moved paragraph, subsection D, after the 11th unnumbered line, insert the following. I, a food pop-up vendor shall not sell to customers from the public right of way unless otherwise permitted. That is the amendment.
All right, thank you so much. I will make a motion to adopt the amendment. If I can get a second, please. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? Aye. 6 yeas, no nays, and the amendment is adopted. All right, members, this is the food pop-up motion. We had a lengthy committee meeting about this with lots of great support from pop-up vendors and the Economic Development Committee. So really what we have before us today is the creation of traveling food vendor and host permits to allow emerging food concepts the opportunity to legally pop up. We've had many barriers to this industry for quite some time, and now we're opening up the doors to these new and emerging business owners. So that's what this motion as amended does. I'll make a motion to approve. If I can get a second, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays.
We're now on top of page 20, a legislative grouping. We have zoning docket 5922, Orleans Parish School Board, requesting an amendment to ordinance number 23,103 MCS, which effectuated approval of zoning docket 1608 to permit the expansion of an existing primary educational facility, Langston Hughes Academy, to include the adjacent lot 51, which is to be developed with a new structure. The subject property is located in an HURS Historic Urban Single Family Residential District, a portion of Lot 13, Bayou St. John subdivision, exclude existing Langston Hughes Academy site and Lot 51, Square A, DZAC Place, expansion site in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Trafalgar Street, DZAC Boulevard, and Gentilly Boulevard. Municipal addresses 3519 Trafalgar Street, existing Langston Hughes Academy site, and 3244 DZAC Boulevard, expansion site. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval with 18 provisos. We have motion M 22420 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the applicant's request subject to the 18 provisos contained within the city planning report with the additional provisos to read as follows. 19, the school shall maintain a regular landscaping contract to maintain grass height. 20, the remaining tree encroaching on neighboring property shall be removed as to prevent further encroachment. 21, there should be no traffic circulation, including student drop-off, pickup, or bus queuing on the DZAC Boulevard frontage. Number 22, classrooms in the expanded structure 3244 DZAC Boulevard shall not be used for music education or any other use that generates excessive levels of noise.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kramer?
Thank you, Councilmember. The conditional use application considers a proposal to expand the Langston Hughes Academy to include a new constructions classroom structure along DeSay Street. Langston Hughes Academy occupies a linear campus along Trafalgar Street near its intersection with Gentilly Boulevard, just north of the fairgrounds. School is located in a residential zoning district. And so when Langston Hughes campus was proposed for development in 2008, the school was authorized through the conditional use process. School now seeks to expand to include a neighboring vacant lot along DeSay Street, which requires the conditional use ordinance to now be amended to include the expansion site. The vacant lot is to be developed with an approximately 2,400 square foot structure containing 2 classrooms. The building is residential in scale and architecture and is designed to blend with the residential block along DeSay Street. The conditional use process is intended primarily to allow for an evaluation of land use impacts of the school expansion on the surrounding community. No negative impact is anticipated, given the small scale of the structure and its use only for additional classroom space. It will not result in a significant intensification of the school. However, the presence of this residential scale will have a positive impact of filling in the gap in the Desai streetscape that results from the current vacant lot. Indeed, the building's residential design and scale acknowledges the site's residential context and seeks to complement it. For that reason, the commission supported the application, recommending approval with 5 provisos to the expansion site, bringing the total number of provisos for the full campus to 18. At the CPC hearing, there were comments in support by the school's representatives, as well as some comments in opposition by neighbors. The opposition comments seem to stem from the neighbors' perception of problems with the school's operations. The recommendation was approval, subject to 18 provisos.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. I'm not going to add anything other than that's the whole reason for some of the additional provisos is to address those neighbors' concerns. Mr. Dari, would you like to speak on this, sir? Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Stephen Dare with Lakeen Architects, 5190 Canal Boulevard. We're the architect of record for Langston Hughes Academy. I'd like to thank the council for your consideration of this project. I know the school is very excited to get some of their youngest students in age-appropriate classrooms. We, as the architect and the school, are ready to abide by all the provisos, and I'm here to address any comments or questions the council may have. Thank you.
Star, I just wanted to say thank you because we made those additional requests and you and the school were extraordinarily helpful in getting them implemented. Thank you.
No problem.
It's been moved and seconded. Five yeas, no nays. Carries. Thank you.
We're at the bottom of page 21. Ordinance calendar number 37,745 has been deferred to October the 6th. On top of page 22, ordinance calendar number 33,841 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to execute a lease with DA Empire LLC for the property that consists of one certain portion of ground situated in the First Municipal District, City of New Orleans, Orleans Parish, Louisiana, line adjacent to squares 530 and 544, which forms a portion of Lafayette, Lake Cypress Street right-of-way, unconstructed, bounded by South Tonti Street, Poydras Street, South Galvez Street, and Julia Street. Said property to be leased for a period of 5 years, beginning at a yearly rental of $6,825 with 3 renewal options of 5 years, subject to an upward adjustment of 15% every 5th year and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
This is an ordinance to lease a portion of Lafayette Street, Lake Cypress. It is approximately 21,000 square foot for use as principal parking lot by the adjacent event space. No permanent structures due to underground sewer and water board pipes. Yearly payment as described by Madam Clerk, $6,825 with escalation if extended. It was reviewed by the Planning Advisory Committee on March 23rd, 2022, and other departments in May. And technical review determined that there were no objections to the lease by impacted departments or CPC zoning or safety and permits. A landscape plan was also approved in July. I know there's a comment from Michael Burnside.
It's kind of interesting in a capitalistic society how we see justice through the lens of money. But here on number 6, 15% every 5th year is 3% a year. There was a news feed article on Yahoo News that said the COLA for Social Security this year is 8.7%. So it basically means the inflation rate was 8.7 just for this year. So if you're only going to do 15% every 5th year, in my opinion, you're unwise and you're hurting the citizens of the country or city at least. But I'm tired. I'll go sit down. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any public comment? All right, I'll move. Councilmember Jeruso seconds. Uh, 4 yeas, motion passes.
No, it's fine.
5 yeas, motion passes.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 33,842 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an act of revocation of street dedication and cash sale of surplus property by the city of New Orleans to the Housing Authority of New Orleans to find that any right and or ownership the city may have or claim to have in the 4 portions of Lassatte Place right of way between Gallier Street and Alvar Street in the 3rd Municipal District, referred to herein as the Lassatte Place right of way, or the property as more particularly described below, is no longer needed for public purposes and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Fellow members of the council and the public, this is an ordinance that will allow the city to enter into an act of revocation of street dedication and to conduct a cash sale of a surplus property to the Housing Authority of New Orleans. The intent of the Housing Authority of New Orleans is to develop a recreational facility. This is at the site of what used to be the Florida Housing Development. The property to be dedicated makes up 4 parcels of land, stretches of Lassatte Street that go from basically Gallier to Alvar Street. As required by such property dedications, the various departments of the city have declared that they have no public use or need for the portion of Lassatte Street place right of way. So Hano plans to undertake the redevelopment of the property to accommodate public recreational and community facilities in support of multi-family residential structures. The property is to be sold for a minimum of $60,000. There has been an appraisal. If there are no questions relative to this, I move for approval and request a second. Please vote your machines. It's approved with 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much for your support of this ordinance.
We're now on top of page 23. We have ordinance calendar number 33,843 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to approve rates for slip leases located on or over property owned by the city of New Orleans and the municipal yacht harbor. To approve slip leases granted from the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation to individual lessees pursuant to section 2-928 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, beginning in 2023 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. I'm waiting on one more. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,846 has been withdrawn.
Order.
On top of page 24, ordinance calendar number 33,847 has been deferred to October the 6th. At the bottom of the page, Councilmember King.
Just pass over it briefly.
Okay. On page 25, ordinance calendar number 33,857 has been deferred to October the 6th. Ordinance calendar number 33,858 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended to adjust general fund appropriations to various departments, offices, and agencies and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Councilmember Morrell. Number 1, in section 1 on page 1, decrease each of the dollar figures on lines 16 through 17 by $2,500,000. Number 2, in section 1 on page 2, decrease the dollar figure on line 33 by 2,500,000. Number 3, in section 1 on page 3, decrease the dollar figure on line 53 by 2,500,000. Number 4, in section 1 on page 3, decrease the dollar figure on line 54 by 2,500,000. Number 5, in section 1 on page 4, decrease the dollar figure on line 101 by 2,500,000. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Simply put, as we had in our budget committee previously, we as a council had not received and still have unanswered questions regarding the sanitation contracts. And so what this does is it removes the funding for the 2 new Area 2 sanitation contracts from the budget, and we will take those up at the end of October 6th. So it removes those for now until we get additional answers regarding the new sanitation contracts. I will make a motion to amend the ordinance. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Now we'll move on the ordinance as amended. I do have 2 comment cards. Mr. Bagwell, are you here? Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening to the council and all residents in the city of New Orleans. My name is Ben Bagwell. I'm a firm believer that every little thing happens for a reason. Today, as we feel the changing of the seasons, it seems the perfect timing to share my struggles and connect it to today's important discussions about mental health and the perceived lack of resources for real solutions to the waste management and recycling problems our city is currently facing. As Councilmember Jeruso stated, you don't know people support you unless you ask for help. I'm here today asking for your help as a council in eliminating waste and creating change together for our city. For a majority of residents, there is frustration surrounding the lack of real recycling options and access to resources. Some would say our system is broken. This is the foundation for almost every one of our other issues our city is facing: wasted management of its resources. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we use when creating them. But the good news is that from problems comes an opportunity for solution. If our city wants to truly reach some level of sustainability, real tangible recycling needs to play a core role in that. This cycle has the ability to not only eliminate waste and turn them into resources while having positive impacts for our city and community and bringing us into the 21st century according to our master plan. I call this real cycle instead of recycle because that system is broken. Our world's natural resources are not limitless and have multiple costs for consumption and disposal. Our earth and people are craving creative solutions. While the reality of a perfect system is complex, the fundamental process in itself is valid, achievable, and one worth pursuing. This council and the city and this council have the scale and reach to impact our entire world for good and for bad for generations to come. How you as leaders of our city choose to manage our resources, steward your districts, and care for our residents can set a new much needed standard for sustainability and accountability, or the latter, consequences of destroying trust, prosperity, our city, and our planet. To close with Dr. Abagno's quote on mental health today, if we do not intervene immediately and support those who are doing the real work in meaningful ways, the community that we leave for our children will be unlivable. You, the city, have the most of the resources. I have the expertise, imagination, and passion to help you create tangible solutions.
That's your time, sir. No, sir.
I'm going with my quote.
Mr. Bagwell.
Imagination
Mr. Bagwell, that is your time.
For knowledge is
I'm
limited
going to keep on
to all
talking
we
over
know
you
and
all the
understand,
time.
while
If you
imagination
keep on
embraces the
talking,
entire
nobody's
world
going to
and
hear you
all
say
there will
this
be
because
to
I'm
understand.
speaking over you and you're being disrespectful of
Totally
others who are
understand.
now
Other
exceeded
people
your
got more
time.
than 2 minutes today. This is so
And
important. Our
I've
system
told
is
you
broken.
we are
We need
now here, Pat. You are
contract to fix
past
this right.
your time, sir. You are past Mr. Bagwell. Mr. Bagwell, you are being disrespectful to other people who wish to speak. Mr. Kennedy, who you were here, I saw you. Well, why don't we get Mr. Burnside up here and then we can have Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Burnside and then Mr. Kennedy.
So the reason I put it in was to talk about a tire shredder, but I think I'm going to talk about something else instead. I don't know how to put this real politely, but I'm going to try to put it real respectfully. Because each one of you has been elected and I have not. Each one of you has stood before constituents and I have not. And each one of you has opened your heart to people with love. And quite frankly, I have not. This is where I put in a comma in the word BUT.
No,
You're
sir.
unknowingly cruel. Yeah, you're unknowingly cruel. You don't know what it takes to come here because you come here all the time. You've never been stopped by security and told you couldn't come in this building. You've never stood against 30 or 40 or 50 people who really don't like you. It's not easy to come here when you're young and you've never been here before and there's no ombudsman to tell you, oh, these are the rules and here's how you make your talk more concise so that you can get your point across that you really need to make inside of some sort of limit that really seems arbitrary and cruel. I mean, I remember when you got 3 minutes to talk, and I'm not that old. When I only had a minute and a half, I decided to be kind and not make a big deal about it. But the time you saved, sir, who I do respect, was minimal.
30 seconds.
If you want people to come here, you have to welcome them. That young man may never come back and practice democracy again. The young in particular are very fragile beings.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Mr. Kennedy, do you want your 2 minutes? Oh, okay, you're good? All right. So I would also note that because the amendment today, this was discussed at length at Budget Committee, so there's been multiple opportunities to discuss this, both publicly and through public comment. Is there any online comments? None? I'll move for approval. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Seven yeas, no nays. Ordinance carries as amended. Thank you.
Council members, we're now going to go back to page 24. Ordinance calendar number 33,848, Councilmember King by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 4 to the cooperative endeavor agreement by and between the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana Division of Administration, Office of Community Development, for a term greater than 1 year, in which the state of Louisiana authorizes the city to continue recovery efforts from Hurricane Katrina and Rita damaged public facilities and infrastructures are more fully detailed in the amendment number 4 to the cooperative endeavor agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion. Have a second, Councilmember Harris. Seven yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now going to go to the top of page 26. All matters. Motion line over M22-383 has been deferred to October 6th. Motion line over M22-384 has been deferred to October the 6th. We have resolution R-22-409 by council members Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, Green, and Thomas, approving the following Council Harris Community Support Grants Program from grants funds, subject to organizations' eligibility. At-large B, Division 1, Helena Moreno. I'm only going to read the total amounts. It's $32,142. At-large A, Division 2, Jean-Paul J.P. Morel. Total grant funds, $32,142. District A, Joseph I. Jeruso III. Total funds, $32,297. District B, Leslie D. Harris. Total grant funds, 32,284. District C, Freddie King. Total grant funds, 32,284. District D, Eugene J. Green Jr. Total grant funds is 33,146. District E, Oliver M. Thomas Jr. Total grant funds is 23,250. And there is an amendment. We have an amendment by Councilmember Morrell. On page 3, delete the unnumbered lines 15 through 26, the entirety of District B grant allocation from District B, Leslie D. Harris through total grant funds 32,284, and insert in lieu thereof the following. I have to read this since this is an amendment. We have District B, Leslie D. Harris, nominee, New Orleans, Inc., $10,000. Jericho Road Episcopal Housing, $6,420. New Orleans Habitat for Humanity, $2,532. Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, $2,532. Eden House, $2,500. Sexual Trauma Awareness and Response Star Center, $2,500. Cultural Aid NOLA, $2,000. New Orleans Film and Video Society, Inc., $1,000. The Urban Conservancy, $1,000. The New Orleans Family Justice Alliance, $1,000. Community Visions Unlimited, $800.
I move that we adopt the amendment.
I know when I call for the whole thing, you guys can talk about your.
5 yeas, 2 recusals, and the motion passes.
All right, these are obviously our Harris grants motions. I'll call on Councilmember Harris first on a recusal and then on Councilmember King.
Thank you, Council President. On this item, in item 21, I need to recuse myself because I am a board member of Young Artists, Young Aspirations, or YAYA, and some money is going to them. I also want to note that there is $10,000 in the next item going to Loyola, but that's to establish a young women's leadership academy.
Councilmember King.
I also will recuse myself. I am a member of the Gamma Rho Foundation, which is receiving funds from District C.
Thank you, Councilmember King. With that, I'll make a motion to adopt as amended. Seconded by Councilmember Druso. Five yeas and 2 recusals.
Okay, we're now going to go to page 31. We have resolution R 22-415. Yeah. By council members Moreno, Morrell, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. A resolution recognizing the life and legacy of Mayor Moon Landry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, as you all know, the reason why we are doing a resolution instead of a proclamation to honor the life of Mayor Moon Landrieu is so that it can remain forever in the City of New Orleans City Council archives. As we all know, we lost a giant. Mayor Landrieu really had an immeasurable impact upon the City of New Orleans. He transformed civic and political life and ignited transformative changes for racial justice, desegregation, and economic equality. He'll be remembered for mentoring countless civic and political leaders, as well as lending his time and attention to causes here at home and across the world. And of course, he leaves quite a legacy behind. We send our deepest condolences to his wife, Verna, and of course, to his 9 children as well, 3 who also made sure that they entered the life of public service as former Mayor Mitch Landrieu did, serving as mayor and now serving the Biden administration, and Judge Madeline Landrieu, and of course, former Senator Mary Landrieu. So we wish them the very best, and of course, our deepest condolences as well. If there are no comments, I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We have motion M22-416 by Councilmember Thomas, directing the Office of Code Enforcement and Department of Finance to institute City Code Section 2-1000 procedures to amend the Mode-to-Own Good Neighbor Opportunity Program regulations to remove the requirements that, one, the applicant's property must share a common street frontage with the adjudicated property. Number two, the applicant must reside in the abutting property. And three, adjudicated property sales price be any more than closing costs.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As district council members fight to deal with blight, whether it's vacant property, buildings, we continue to struggle to find ways so that those neighbors and folk that are following the rules, that are keeping their property clean, that should be able to access a property that in many cases the law prohibits. This is just an opportunity and an attempt to grant the MONE program more strength and more teeth. This motion directs the Office of Code Enforcement and the Department of Finances to procedures required to amend the MONE program regulations. The proposed amendments will increase the amount of eligible properties and reduce the cost of participation on homeowners. With that, I would move adoption. Moved by Councilmember King and I, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Oh, my
Councilmember
goodness.
Thomas, Mr. Burnside said he put in his.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Burnside. They just put your call. I apologize. Mr. Burnside, please. Sorry about that.
I realize I may have put my head in the lion's mouth.
No, please forgive me. I didn't
My
see the
last set of
start.
comments, but so I'm against blight as anybody else in the city. It is my opinion that the city sometimes does things with good intention that turns out to benefit powerful, rich interests, whether in state or out of state, at the expense of much weaker and less economically active people. So for instance, the short-term rental. I have a friend in Philadelphia. She runs a short-term rental. She gets some very important income from that short-term rental. And she has people at her dining room table that are very interesting. When I went there one time and we talked, there was a gentleman from Turkey who had come to see his child who was at the University of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. Oh, God help me, Pennsylvania. My brain is no good anymore. I apologize. So I was, inclined to think short-term rentals were good things, but they have damaged the city. And they've damaged the city in part because we never required a person to be in the home that was being short-term rented, whether that person was actually the owner of the property or the renter of the property. There's no person attached to the property. I believe that was a mistake, damaging mistake. We are facing somewhat similar here. If the person was going to get this property who lived next door to it, and took care of it, I'm very much in favor of mow your own. But what's going to happen is some Saunders Corporation is going to decide to buy a bunch of lawnmowers, and the next thing you know, 1,000 properties are going to be owned by somebody that's not even tied to this community.
Thank you. Thank you. The good thing about this is there are thousands of people in this city who are adjacent to properties that mow that property and upkeep it in spite of absentee or slum property owners. So to amend this program to give them the opportunity to own it is something we've been fighting for a long time. Are there any, Councilmember Green?
Yes, Councilman Thomas, I'll break the monotony of not having many follow-up comments. This goes in line with something that our city has got to focus on more. while I hear Mr. Burnside, and it's possible that Elon Musk will come and buy tons of property, I will also say that I encourage publicly our churches, our community organizations, and our citizens to look at the rules relative to this and consider the benefits of it. In my district alone, there are over 500 overgrown lots. Yes, I have gone around enough to count them. And when I mean overgrown, I mean growing out over the sidewalk. I mean growing out to the point where people's yards are compromised next door. This is yet another tool, members of the public, to address some of the significant problems that we have with overgrown lots, horrendously overgrown lots in our city. And I just encourage all of us, including community organizations, to look at the possibilities of helping our city, not just to own a lot, but to help our city and in the long run, own an asset that we keep up. Thank you.
Any online comments? No online comment. Each district struggles, some more than others, with blight and neglect. This is just another tool, hopefully, to ease that burden on the people who are doing what's right to take care of their property, whether they're adjacent or whether they live in that community. It's been properly moved in second. Everybody vote your machine. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, motion M22-418 by Councilmember Morrell, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to Article 20, Section 20.3.LL of Ordinance 4,264 MCS amended by Ordinance 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans to require conspicuous signage with approved permit details to specifically provide desired text amendments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, if you might recall from the meeting we had when we created the IZD for short-term rentals, I mentioned that I would be moving forward with this legislation. Basically, it directs the City Planning Commission to come up with the signage that will go on the front of residential short-term rentals so that neighbors and other concerned parties, if there are problems with the short-term rental, can easily reach out to the owners of said rental, and that those owners have to make someone available within 24 hours a day to respond to complaints of neighbors. And it's really an effort to both A, provide an avenue through which individuals can make their complaints, and B, and more importantly, to make sure that short-term rentals have a permit number at the bottom of the signage indicating they are in fact a legal short-term rental. That's what it does. I move adoption of the motion. Is there any public comment? Okay, I move adoption of the amendment. Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted.
We're now on top of page 32, Resolution R22-419 by Council Members Moreno, Morrell, Jeruso, Green, and Thomas, approving the following grants for funding to City Council, Cox Communication, Louisiana Community Grant Program, subject to the organization's continued eligibility pursuant to the guidelines. At large 1, Moreno, $20,000. At large 2, Morrell, $20,000. District A, Jeruso, $20,000. District B, Harris, $20,000. District C, King, $20,000. District D, Green, $20,000. District E, Thomas, $20,000.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will make a motion to adopt. This is the Cox grants. I got a second, please? Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. One, two, three. Needed to. Okay, 5 yeas, 2 recusals.
On top of page 35, we have Resolution R22-423 by Councilmember Green. A resolution by the RTA Board of Commissioners that the Chief Executive Officer or his designee is authorized to execute a promotional fare discount to waive all fares for the first 4 days of the fall pick on September 25th through September 25th through the 28th, 2022. And there is an amendment by Councilmember Green. On page 1, line 20, after the word resolve, insert the following: by the Council of the City of New Orleans. Number 2, on page 1, line 22, after the word fares and before the word for, insert the following: for buses, streetcars, and ferries, except for the Chalmette Lower Algiers Ferry. That is the amendment.
Members of the council, I'll ask for your vote on this amendment, and then I'll explain the resolution. Please vote your machines. It was properly moved by myself and seconded by Councilmember Morrell. We have 7 yeas and no nays, and the amendment passes. The amendment to the motion passes. And members of the council, I'm pleased to say that this is the last item before ordinances on first reading.
No, sir.
No,
We
it's
still have
not.
to do the
It's
consent
consent.
agenda.
We have to go to the consent.
I forgot.
Thanks, Eugene.
I was trying to get us excited by resolution number 22-423, but okay. Well, this does talk about some free fares to ride on public transportation. I'm pleased to share, as chair of the Transportation Committee, that the majority of the changes to bus routes and schedules for the new links plan will go into effect for the fall pick on September the 25th. This is going to be a significant adjustment for many riders. There have been public hearings, good public input. RTA will waive fares during the first few days to ease riders' transitions to the new system. It's called the promotional fare discount. It will waive all fares for buses, streetcars, and ferries, except for the Chalmette Lower Algiers Ferry for the first 4 days of the fall pick. So between September 25th and 28th, free fares on public transportation. The RTA Board of Commissioners voted and have determined that the benefit of supporting over 30,000 existing daily riders as they adjust to significant changes far exceeds the estimated cost. There is a cost associated with it of between $89,000 and $94,000. If there are no questions, I look forward to asking the council for support of this, which will allow free fares to the general public between September 25th and 28th. I move. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice President Councilmember Morrell. If there are no comments at this time, I'll ask you to vote your machine. Thank you, members of the council, for supporting free fares to the general public between September 25th and 28th of this year. Thank you. Now,
we're now going to go to page 4, the consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. On top of page 5, we have a communication from Avery Foret, Owners Representative Sherry Connerly, owner, 1237 State Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is October the 6th. We have a communication from John David Demarest Jr., Bayou Partnership LLC. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is October 20th. We have a communication from Michael Sherman Strategies LLC. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date October the 20th. On page 6, we have a report of Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of the Health Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have the report of J.P. Dufour, AIA, Lead AP, Chief Building Official, Department of Safety and Permits, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is October the 6th. On page 7, we have ordinance calendar number 33,837 by council members Moreno and Morrell, zoning docket 3022. We have ordinance calendar number 33,838 by council member Jeruso, municipal address 7215 Zimple Street, zoning docket 3422. On top of page 8, we have ordinance calendar number 33,839 by council member Harris, 1032 through 1040 Magazine Street, and 1042 Magazine Street, zoning docket 4622. We have ordinance calendar number 33,840 by Councilmember Harris, 4201 Magazine Street, zoning docket 4822. On top of page 9, we have ordinance calendar number 33,855 by Councilmember Morrell. The Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 33,856 by Councilmember Morrell. The Budget Committee recommended approval. On top of page 10, we have motion M22-399 by Councilmember King by request. The questionnaire was received. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M22-400 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The questionnaire was received. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On page 11, we have motion M22-401 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The questionnaire was received. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M22-402 by Councilmember Moreno by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On page 12, we have motion M22-403 by Councilmember Harris by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M22-404 by Councilmember Harris by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 13, we have motion M22-405 by Councilmember King by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M22-406 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 14, you have motion M22-407 by Councilmember Green by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. You have motion M22-408 by Councilmember Thomas. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 15, you have resolution R22-410 by Council Members Moreno, Morrell, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Utility, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. We have resolution R22-411 by Council Members Moreno, Morrell, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Utility, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. On top of page 16, we have resolution R22-412 by Council Members Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Council, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. We have resolution R22-413 by Council Members Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Utility, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Any public comment on the consent agenda? Let's see, I got Michael Burnside and I got Michael Burnside. All right, let's put 2 minutes up, please.
Well, so I was down in Councilman Thomas's neighborhood a week or two ago. I'm going to try to say this correctly. He schooled me. I hope I get it right. Sam Bonart, who apparently was known to Mr. Thomas. It was ultimately unpleasant. So walked around, looked at stuff. There were nice trees, nice people, all this nice stuff. And there was a hole in the ground that was concreted in and painted white. And it purported to be a swimming pool, but of course there was no water in it and there was grass growing in it. The pool in question had a fence around it. It was a very nice fence, high quality fence. I'd call it a prison fence. It was nice thick wire, real small little links, and it went up, 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 and then it curved over, 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 over. And it was beautiful because it obviously kept children out, and it was obviously designed to keep children out, which means children had gone in at one time. Kind of hurt me to look at. I walked around, talked to a young man. He might have been 15. I don't know. It's hard to guess these days. I asked the wrong question. I said, was the pool open this year? And he said, well, no. And I forgot to ask him when was the last time the pool was open. So I don't know, maybe it was open a year ago, but it wasn't open at all this year, apparently. We're cheating our children. We really are. And I'd hate to think we're doing it deliberately. I'd like to think it was just because nobody stood up here and said, hey, you know, next year, why don't we just hold up the whole budget process until they open San Bernard Pool? You know, just say, we're not giving you a budget. If you're not going to give our kids love and help, why have a government? The other thing is, I wanted to briefly mention, of course, the thing I always mention, which is utility poles. I walked around the other day, looked at some utility poles. 6 of the 8 utility poles, Ms. Harris brought to your attention, have been fixed, which is a really polite way of saying 2 have not yet been fixed, despite her being a councilwoman. When the day comes that all 8 poles are done, I guess I'll bring you another 8. It's good talking to you guys. I like coming in here. You're very generous to me. I'm going to ask my good friend Joe Geruso for a moment of personal privilege. May I have it? Some of you know I went to the VA Houston for a procedure. See, I got a really fancy name. It's called the embolization of the right meningeal artery for a chronic subdermal hematoma, which is a bunch of words you got to Google because I don't speak medical very well. The doctor there was very good. He did an excellent job. I'm very happy for what he did. It's not going to sound like it when I tell you Monday my brain hurt so bad I couldn't sleep all night. And then on Tuesday, my right wrist hurt so bad I couldn't open the doorknob. Unlike some of you, I'm not blessed with a wife and children. And unlike some of you, I don't have the energy I used to. So I'm not going to make a decision standing up here in front of the microphone, but as much as I love you, I'm not going to die for you. So the day may come when I just sell my house and go to some nice retirement home. And God willing, that day will be, 20, 35 years from now, and they'll do a CAT scan. They'll say, oh, well, you just need a couple more weeks. Everything will be fine, which is fine. I don't mind a couple more weeks, but the pain I went through Monday night is not something I want to do forever. And back to suicide and rational choices. I think that it's a matter of power. It's a matter of privilege to decide your own relationship with your own living God, and that neither a church nor government should get between you and the living source of your very existence.
All right. With that, Councilmember Green moves on the consent agenda. I will second. That's Councilmember Thomas's machine is out, but he is a yay. So that's 7 yays, no nays. Okay, Councilmember Green, would you like to do the honors?
Motion to adjourn.
No, Councilmember Green, this is first reads now. So, okay, I will make a motion to suspend the rules to put us on first reads.
All right.
He keeps acting like he's got somewhere to go.
Wait, everybody, please withdraw it so I can do it. Motion to move toward
Okay.
first read.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right, everybody vote your machines and then we'll go into first reads. It's going to be, Councilmember Thomas's machine is out, but it is 7 yays, no nays.
Nothing personal, but I am ready to adjourn.
Yes, clearly.
That part is clear.
Clearly, yes. Can I get the ordinances to sign, please?
Ordinances on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 33,859 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. And ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022. To appropriate funds income from product testing awarded by Dow Agro Scientists These funds will be used for pesticides and equipment required for general operating to perform mosquito and rodent abatement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,860 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022. To appropriate funds income from product testing ordered by Dow or Gold Sciences. These funds will be used for pesticides and equipment required for general operating to perform mosquito and rodent abatement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,861 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate New Orleans Recreational Development Commission self-generating funds to be used for day-to-day operational expenses and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,862 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance 28,863 MCS is amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate New Orleans Recreational Development Commission self-generating funds to be used for day-to-day operational expenses and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,863 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate funds to cover the increase in secondary detail participation by reserve officers and civilians. In addition, OPSE has assumed the payments for barricade delivery, installation, pickup services, which was not included in 2022 projections and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,864 by council member King. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing a budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate special revenue from intergovernmental transfers to the Department of Public Works, Department of Police, Office of the Mayor, and Chief Administrative Office to provide for additional lighting in the French Quarter through the Department of Public Works Equipment and Training for French Quarter Supplemental Police Patrol Program through NOPD purchases and installation of additional security cameras to be connected to the real-time crime center within the French Quarter and homeless assistance caseworkers, equipment and other related items and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,865 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a drive-through facility associated with fast food restaurant in the C3 Heavy Commercial District, Historic Urban Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District, and a Suburban Corridor Design Overlay District on Square I or 206 lots 12 through 17 in the 5th Municipal District bounded by General de Gaulle Drive, Holiday Drive, Berman Place, municipal address 3825 General de Gaulle Drive, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket number 5722. Ordinance calendar number 33,866 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to ordain section 54-507 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit operations of all-terrain vehicles, ATVs, on public streets and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,867 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 2-871 and 2-873 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the inspection and public reporting of information related to the condition of public immovable property and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,868 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a first amendment to the cooperative endeavor agreement amendment to amend the cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Fort Pike Volunteer Fire Department, the contractor, relative to the contractor providing fire protection services for the residents of St. Catherine's area of New Orleans East in exchange for payment for an additional 1 year and to modify or reaffirm certain terms and conditions that more fully set forth in the amendment attached here to as Exhibit 1 and incorporated and made part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,869 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use of permit of Sanda Restaurant with an on-site alcohol consumption within a Magazine Street Use Overlay District, Character Design Overlay District, and small multifamily affordable short-term rental interim zoning district on Square 211, Lot 11, the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Magazine, Amelia, Antoine Street, and Constant Street. Municipal addresses 3642 through 3644 Magazine Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 5822. Ordinance calendar number 33,870 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use of permit of standard restaurant in the historic urban neighborhood business district and a Magazine Street use restriction overlay district on square 155 lot C in the Fourth Municipal District, bounded by Magazine Street, Camp Street, 8th Street, and 9th Street. Municipal address is 3109 through 3111 Magazine Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 6022. Ordinance calendar number 33,871 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana Office of Facility Planning and Control to allow and facilitate the planning and construction of the Lord Ninth Ward Green Infrastructure Project as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached here to as Exhibit A and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,872 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana Office of Facility Planning and Control to allow and facilitate the planning and construction of the redevelopment of Lincoln Beach as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached here to as Exhibit A and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,873 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a first amendment to the cooperative endeavor agreement amendment to amend the cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the city and United Way of Southeast Louisiana, the contractor, relative to the contractor holding its annual workplace campaign to raise funds from city employees in support of programs and services that directly benefit disadvantaged residents in Orleans Parish for an additional 2 years at no cost to the city, and to modify or reaffirm certain terms and conditions as more fully set forth in the amendment attached here to as Exhibit 1 and incorporated and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,874 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to previously execute a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana Division of Administration, Office of Community Development regarding CDBG disaster recovery funds, grant funds, for the purpose of funding the city's activities under CDBG disaster recovery long-term community recovery program. To amend said cooperative endeavor agreement relative to its duration as more fully set forth in amendment number 2 to the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached here to and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,875 by Councilmember Harris, and an ordinance to amend and reordain section 154-877 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to designate official parking for Tulane University Police Department enforcement vehicles and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,876 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees and requirements within and around Tremere Recreation Community Center located at 1400 St. Philip Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Albert Woodfox Homegoing Tribute Memorial event on Saturday, October 8, 2022, from 8:30 to 1:30 p.m. to specify the duration and bounds of the state waive and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,877 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 30-70, 30-651, and 30-691, 150-955, and 150-969, and ordained Division 5.4 of Article 2 in Chapter 110, Sections 110 through 218, 110-219, 110-220, 110-221, and 110-222 to create a food pop-up licensing and permitting program and otherwise to provide respect thereto, zoning docket number 5222. Ordinance calendar number 33,878 by council members Moreno, Jeruso, Green, Harris, King, and Morrell by request. And ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Bio District, New Orleans, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of using incremental increases in undedicated taxes collected within the boundaries of the district to induce economic development and other activities necessary or convenient thereto for the enhancement of bioscience and health products, including but not limited to projects as more particularly defined in RS 33 9039.72 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes within the district in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached here to its exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,879 by council members Jeruso, Green, Moreno, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 28,869 MCS entitled an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2022 to affect the following change to the 2022 capital budget: to de-appropriate funds from the Department of Public Works to appropriate funds to the Department of Sanitation and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,880 by council members Jeruso, Green, Moreno, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 28,869 MCS entitled an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2022 to affect the following change to the 2022 capital budget: to de-appropriate funds from the Department of Public Works the New Orleans Mosquito Termite and Rodent Control Board, New Orleans Police Department, and New Orleans Recreation and Development Commission to appropriate funds to the Department of Parks and Parkways, the Department of Property Management, the Department of Public Works.
Before we adjourn, Madam Clerk, something was brought to my attention. One of the items on consent was the New Orleans Youth Fund, and all members were requested to be added as co-authors in committee. Has that been done or was that overlooked? As it's in the packet currently, it just has me.
$33,855.
So what we'll do is after the consent, after she reads, we'll just go back and I'll say add all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The New Orleans Fire Department. The New Orleans.
We know what's yours and we appreciate it.
Ordinance calendar number 33,880 by council members Jeruso, Green, Moreno, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 28,869 MCS entitled an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2022 to affect the following change to the 2022 capital budget: to de-appropriate funds from the Department of Public Works, the New Orleans Mosquito Termite and Rodent Control Board, the New Orleans Police Department, and the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission; to appropriate funds to the Department of Parks and Parkway, the Department of Property Management, the Department of Public Works, the New Orleans Fire Department, the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, and the Chief Administrative Office, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,881 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate federal funds awarded by the Department of Homeland Security to the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, DHS STC grant for fiscal year 2022 to purchase radiological and nuclear detection equipment for the region and to pay salaries to the employees working the grant and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,882 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022. to appropriate federal funds awarded by the Department of Homeland Security to the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, DHS STC grant for the fiscal year 2022 to purchase radiological and nuclear detection equipment for the region and to pay salaries to the employees working the grant and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,883 by council members Jeruso, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate funds from Gentilly Development District to purchase 8 crime cameras and Cox Communications, Inc. connectivity for their district for fiscal year 2022 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,884 by council members Jeruso, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate funds from Gentilly Development District to purchase 8 crime cameras and Cox Communications, Inc. connectivity for their district for fiscal year 2022 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,885 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate federal grant funds to the Mayor Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness for Federal Emergency Management Agency reimbursable costs and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,886 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate federal grant funds to the Mayor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness for Federal Emergency Management Agency reimbursable costs and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,887 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate funds provided by the legislature of the state of Louisiana through Act 119 for NORDAC and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice Coordination for the Evening Reporting Center and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,888 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate funds provided by the legislature of the state of Louisiana through Act 119 for NORDAC and the New Orleans Office of Mayor Criminal Justice Coordination for the Evening Reporting Center and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,889 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget for revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022. To appropriate grant funds from U.S. Department of Labor to the Office of Workforce Development, which will be used to assist job seekers and employers in Orleans by providing career and training services and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,890 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget for expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022. To appropriate grant funds from the U.S. Department of Labor to the Office of Workforce Development, which will be used to assist job seekers and employers in Orleans by providing career and training services and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,891 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,862 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate federal funds awarded by fiscal year 21 assistance of firefighters grant to the New Orleans Fire Department and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,892 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to appropriate federal funds awarded by fiscal year 21 assistance firefighters grant to the New Orleans Fire Department for the purchase of 38 ambient and heated air turnout gear dryers located in fire station as a vital part of the NOFD's firefighter cancer reduction program and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,893 by council member Harris. An ordinance to ordain section 70-10 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish reporting requirements applicable to the Department of Finance, including both a statement to be issued alongside each payment the City of New Orleans provides to a security and improvement district and an annual financial report to be transmitted to the City Council and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,894 by council members Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 6-36, 6-37, 26-232, 26-242, 26-448, 66-258, 66-312, 66-313, 66-314, 66-315, 66-316, and 150-973 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to improve the quality of life of the residents of New Orleans by streamlining and making more effective the code enforcement process and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,895 by council member Morrell. An ordinance to amend Division 49 of Article 3 and Section 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to ordain Section 70-415.317 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within said division to provide for application eligibility criteria for the New Orleans Recreation and Culture Fund and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,896 by council members Moreno and Harris. An ordinance to clarify that the city shall not collect or report nor develop policies covering the collection or reporting of data or information related to an abortion, miscarriage, or other reproductive health care act and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,897 by council member Morrell. An ordinance to establish the Gordon Plaza Environmental Equity Relocation Assistance Fund as Division 48 of Article 3 and Section 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to ordain Section 70-415.1 through 70-415.4 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within said division and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,898 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to ordain Article 13 of Chapter 26 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish a healthy homes program requiring the registration of rental housing property and inspections, enforcement, fees, penalties, and adjudications relative thereto, and to otherwise provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,899 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022 to reduce the 2022 general fund appropriation to the Department of Police and increase the appropriation to the Department of Sanitation in order to fund additional sanitation expenses in 2022 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. We have ordinance calendar number 33,900 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to ordain section 146-36G7, establishing minimum ordinance calendar number 33,900 by council members Morrell and King. An ordinance to ordain section 146-36G7, establishing minimum neighborhood meeting and public hearing requirements by the Department of Public Works prior to installation of new bike lanes and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That is all of the ordinances on first reading, but we need to reconsider the vote for our consent agenda, please.
It's been moved by Green. I'll second. Five yeas, no nays, and 7 yeas, no nays, and it's reconsidered.
Okay, so now I need to go back to page 9. Ordinance calendar number 33,845 by Councilmember Morrell, adding 855, thank you, by Councilmember Morrell, adding all of the other council members. Now we can vote to adopt the consent agenda.
All right.
Councilman Thomas's machine doesn't work.
And none of our machines are working right now anymore. There we go. It's been moved by Harris, seconded by Councilmember Druso. 7 yeas, no nays.
Now we need to adjourn.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Green moves to adjourn.
With honor.
Yeah, with honor, seconded by Vice President Morrell. All in favor, aye. 7 yeas, no nays. Ms. Temple, we love you. We're gonna miss you.
Yes.
We love you so much, we drag this meeting out.
He said.